everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
ReZero starting life in another world as a skeleton. Chapter 101 to 150. The pride of the Tsar. The bonfire continued to crackle, but the atmosphere of celebration had been snuffed out like a candle in a storm. The orcs sat in a heavy, stifling silence, punctuated only by the occasional pop of burning wood. The massive wild boar remained suspended over the flames, its meat still glistening and fragrant, yet it no longer stirred the slightest hunger in anyone present. Every eye was fixed on the center of the camp, where two figures stood. One was Gyujil, the first warrior of the tribe. The other was the shaman, the tribe's venerable sage. Was a tear for skeleton Archmage, the shaman began, his voice a parched rasp. His weathered face was a mask of grim realization. A single entity of that caliber possesses enough OD to annihilate our entire tribe unaided. I could feel the mana radiating from its frame. It was a bottomless abyss. The shaman's words caused the warriors to catch their breath. A rank of legend, spoken of only in hushed tones by travelers and elders. We must submit, the shaman whispered, his tone heavy with the weight of responsibility. It is the only path that ensures the continuation of the Tsar bloodline. A graveyard silence followed. Several of the elder orcs nodded slowly. They had survived countless famines and wars. They understood that dignity was a luxury the dead could not afford. They knew that in the face of absolute power, pride was a currency that bought only a shallow grave. Gyujil remained silent. He looked down at his palm's rough, callous skin forged by a lifetime of swinging a stone axe. The word was quiet, yet it cut through the silence with the sharpness of a blade. Gyujil lifted his head, his gaze sweeping across his kin. This is not the destiny of a Saru. His voice rose suddenly, vibrating with a primal, resonant strength. Our blood carries the legacy of unyielding honor. Since when did an orc need to kneel before a pile of dry bones just to draw breath? Gyujil seized his stone axe from the dirt, hoisting it toward the heavens. Orcs shall never be slaves. The cry acted as a spark in a field of dry grass. Never be slaves. Honor over death. The younger warriors surged to their feet, grabbing their weapons and roaring until their throats bled. The embers of a defiant, unquenchable battle spirit ignited in their eyes once more. The shaman watched the fire-lit faces of the youth. He opened his mouth to protest, but the words died in his throat, dissolving into a long, weary sigh. He knew Gyujil's choice would lead them down a road with no return. But he also knew that this was the essence of being an orc. The next day, the sky remained a bruised, oppressive gray as twilight approached. By the frozen riverbank, Gyujil stood tall, his silhouette a jagged line against the ice. Behind him stood hundreds of the tribe's finest, every male and female capable of holding a weapon. They gripped their stone axes and crude spears in a taut, heavy silence. The elders and children stood far to the rear, their faces etched with a terror they couldn't hide. Time crawled forward, measured in the heavy thud of Orcish heartbeats. As the final rays of the setting sun touched the ice, the figure appeared. Exactly on time. The skeleton Archmage manifested out of the void on the opposite bank, as if it had always been a fixture of the landscape. The soul fire in its sockets scanned the ranks of the Saru with chilling apathy. Submit or perish. The voice hollow and absolute echoed once more within their minds. Gyujil took a heavy step onto the riverbank, leveling his stone axe at the skeleton. Then you have my answer. The Saru shall never be slaves. Behind him, hundreds of voices merged into a singular, earth-shaking roar. The soul fire in the Archmage's eyes flickered with a microscopic pulse of annoyance. A foolish expenditure of potential. The voice faded. The Archmage Skill-Avarice raised a pale, bony hand. A complex, gargantuan magic array manifested in the sky, rotating with mechanical precision. A flood of ghostly blue light poured from the runes, illuminating the forest in a sickly, ethereal glow. The next moment, the light intensified to a blinding glare. Swarms of skeleton soldiers began to pour from the array, dropping onto the reinforced ice in a rhythmic, clattering waterfall of bone. Thousands upon thousands of units. Every single one was a Tier 2 combatant. They formed perfect, silent phalanxes. No battle cries. No cheers. Only the terrifying sound of a legion entering a state of readiness. Avarice watched the insects across the water, his OD pulsing with cold calculation. This batch of fresh recruits requires a breakthrough to evolve. You shall serve as their crucible. The color drained from the orcs' faces. They stared at the white sea of bone that stretched to the horizon. The hands gripping their stone weapons began to tremble in a way they couldn't control. These skeletons. The shaman stammered from behind Gyujil, his voice thick with unshielded horror. The weakest among them possesses the strength of a ranked warrior. Thousands of Tier 2 soldiers. Against 100 orcs, most of whom barely scraped into Tier 1. It was a war that had been decided before the first step was even taken. Despair spread through the sorrow like a contagion. Gyujil felt his heart hammering against his ribs, a frantic drum in his chest. But he could not retreat. He knew that if he faltered, the spirit of his tribe would shatter instantly. He stared at the skeletal ocean and slammed his foot into the ice. The tribe does not yield. Gyujil bellowed with the full power of his lungs. The roar snapped the warriors out of their stupor. Looking at Gyujil's unbending back, their terror was overwritten by a manic, desperate battle fever. For the SARU. Gyujil was the first to lunge, his massive frame thundering onto the ice. He led a suicide charge straight into the heart of the undead sea. Weawa. Hundreds followed him. They became a single torrent of muscle and stone, hurling themselves into the mouth of death. Skeel Avarice watched the charging orcs, his soul fire showing no ripple of emotion. He simply lowered his hand. Pulverize them. The command was given. The undead legion moved. With a single, synchronized step, they advanced to meet the Orcish tide. There was no thunderous clash upon impact, only the cold, efficient sound of a machine meeting meat. Gyujil, at the vanguard, swung his stone axe in a wide arc, smashing 3 skeletons into fragments in a single blow. Faint trails of black battle aura flickered along his blade, every swing reaped a harvest of bone. His warriors slammed into the phalanxes beside him. Spears pierced ribs, axes split skulls. Using their superior raw strength and explosive power, the orcs managed to tear several jagged holes in the front line. But the holes were filled instantly by the infinite reserve behind them. The skeletons felt no pain. They knew no fear. Their claws raked through Orcish flesh, their blades sought the heat of living hearts. A young warrior was tackled by 3 skeletons simultaneously. He used his teeth to shatter the neck of one, only to have 2 bone blades driven through his chest. He convulsed once and went still. Blood began to paint the white ice a steaming crimson. One by one, the Saru fell. Their bravery was a magnificent, pathetic gesture in the face of absolute numbers. Gyujil fought on. His body was a map of gashes. The deepest wound ran from his shoulder to his hip, a jagged tear that nearly exposed his entrails. Yet he seemed oblivious to the agony, his axe never ceasing its frantic, lethal rhythm. A spear tip erupted through Gyujil's chest from behind. A surge of berserker rage erupted from within him. His muscles swelled, his skin turning a bruised purple as he forced his body beyond its limits. The wounds on his chest split further under the strain, blood spraying into the snow. His axe ignited with a fierce, dark light. All of you. Avarice did not give him the chance to finish. A massive hand of bone erupted from beneath the ice, clamping around Gyujil's ankle like a vice. His momentum was cut short instantly. He looked down at the hand, then up at the stationary figure across the river. Avarice raised his other hand. A second, third, and fourth hand of bone tore through the ice. They seized Gyujil's arms, his waist, and his throat. They anchored him to the spot, turning the first warrior into a statue of meat and bone. Release me. Gyujil thrashed, his veins bulging, his muscles straining against the grip. But the hands were as unyielding as the earth itself. No matter how much force he exerted, he couldn't move an inch. The price of defying the master is measured in calcium. The voice rang out. The hands gripping Gyujil began to tighten. The sound of snapping ribs and splintering bone filled the air. Gyujil's vision began to blur into a haze of red and gray. In the final seconds before his consciousness succumbed to the dark, the last thing he saw were his people falling one by one beneath the cold, indifferent steel of the dead. And there across the river, the skeleton archmage watched it all with a soul fire that never once flickered. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 102. Chapter 102, Redistribution. 1183 words. Chapter 102, Redistribution. The wind swept across the frozen river, carrying with it the heavy, iron scent of blood. The war was over. The shaman, leaning heavily on his staff, emerged from the tribe's hiding place. Behind him trailed the survivors, the elderly, the women, and the children, all shivering in the biting cold. They looked upon the battlefield. The once pristine ice was now a scarlet slaughterhouse. The corpses of orc warriors carpeted the riverbed. Those once vibrant faces were now frozen in final roars of defiance and agony. Gyujil, their greatest champion, lay twisted in a grotesque shape, his eyes wide and staring into a void that offered no glory. Honor had not arrived. Only the cold reality of extinction. Thousands of skeleton soldiers remained standing in a silent, monolithic vigil, their hollow gazes fixed on the survivors. A small orc cub, seeing the broken remains of his father, let out a piercing wail. The sound was contagious. Soon, suppressed sobbing rippled through the crowd. The shaman watched the scene, 2 tracks of tears carving paths through the grime on his face. He let go of his staff, the symbol of the tribe's ancestral wisdom and dignity. It clattered onto the blood-slicked ice like a useless piece of driftwood. He led his people forward and knelt before the towering skeleton archmage on the opposite bank. As the words fell, every surviving orc, regardless of age, lowered their heads until their foreheads pressed against the frozen earth. They abandoned their resistance and their pride, bartering both for a single, fragile chance to keep breathing. The soul fire in the archmage's eyes watched them with absolute indifference. An invisible pulse of information was dispatched through the link. The next moment, the space behind the archmage began to distort. The skeleton soldiers, having completed their evolution through the blood of the Saru, were enveloped in ripples of blue light and teleported away. In a matter of minutes, the vast majority of the legion had vanished, leaving only 100 men garrisoned to hold the riverbank. The teleportation array flared once more. A figure stepped through the light. It was a man clad in an exquisite black suit, his skin deathly pale, and his silver hair combed back with surgical precision. A vampire. He approached the archmage and offered a shallow, graceful bow. Hard work, General. The archmage Skilavris simply nodded in acknowledgement. He handed a small bone plate to the vampire. This is the jurisdictional permit for this sector. The vampire accepted the plate, his crimson eyes scanning the prostrate orcs. A faint, nearly imperceptible smirk touched his lips. I shall handle the processing. Without another word, the archmage stepped into the still-open array and vanished. Now, the supreme ruler of this land was this vampire, a member of Greed's State Affairs Legion, responsible for the integration of purified territories into the Evernight Empire. He looked down at the orcs as if he were inspecting a herd of livestock waiting for the pen. Stand, he commanded. His voice, amplified by mana, rang clearly in the ears of every orc. The Saru hesitated, looking at one another, too terrified to move. The vampire showed no impatience, he simply snapped his fingers. Several dozen skeletons detached themselves from the garrison and began to clear the battlefield. The Orcish dead were piled together, then vanished into blue light along with a skeleton swordsman. I said, stand. His voice carried a new edge of irresistible authority. The shaman was the first to rise, his legs trembling. The others followed suit, keeping their heads bowed, daring not to look the new master in the eye. From this day forward, this land is a province of the Evernight Empire, the vampire's voice echoed across the riverbank. And you have become its subjects. However, the Empire has no room for the useless. He paced slowly to the front of the Orcish line, his gaze piercing through their terror. You shall remain here for a 3-month period of re-education. You will learn the Empire's culture, memorize its laws, and master a craft capable of providing value to the state. In 3 months, there will be an evaluation. Those who pass shall be relocated to Jade Territory, or Iron Fortress. There, through your labor, you will earn food, shelter, and the formal status of an imperial citizen. You will be given the chance to see a new world, one of prosperity and order beyond your primitive imaginations. The vampire paused, his gaze settling on the shaman. As for those who fail the evaluation, his tone remained deceptively gentle. They shall be confined to this barren land under mandatory supervision. They will stay here until they learn to be proper subjects, or until they cease to exist. The orcs were stunned. They had expected chains and whips, instead, they were being offered a curriculum. Yet the underlying threat was clear: the Empire would either mold them or discard them. The shaman's lips moved as if to ask a question, but he remained silent. He knew they no longer possessed the right to speak. Now bring forth everything the tribe owns, the vampire issued his first administrative decree. Food, tools, pelts, everything. From this moment, all resources are the property of the state. I shall manage them and distribute them based on necessity. Your performance each day will dictate your rations. The orcs dared not refuse. Led by the shaman, they returned to their huts and hauled out their meager possessions. The vampire looked at the crude stone tools and the pitiful scraps of dried meat, shaking his head. Uncivilized savages, he murmured. He turned to a skeleton centurion. Contact logistics. I want a shipment of standard agricultural tools, construction materials, and winter clothing delivered here immediately. Also, requisition a 5-man instructor unit to teach them basic common language and tilling techniques. As you command, my lord. The vampire watched the orcs again. His task wasn't just management, it was filtering. He was here to extract the valuable labor and prune away the dead weight that couldn't adapt to the new order. The purge hadn't ended with the battle, it had simply changed its form, continuing in every corner of the empire. As night deepened, a new fire was lit. This time, there was no roasted meat. Instead, a massive pot of steaming, fragrant wheat porridge was prepared. Every orcman, woman, and child was given a full bowl. They clutched the rough wooden bowls, tasting food they had never encountered before. Many began to weep again. But this time, the tears held something besides grief. The vampire stood at a distance, watching them eat. He knew that the most effective way to conquer a race was never the sword. It was food, order, and a tangible, visible promise of a future. Even if that hope required them to pay with their dignity and their traditions. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 103, The Classroom and the Gotcha. 1557 words. Chapter 103, The Classroom and the Gotcha. Evernight Academy. An elderly human teacher with a scholarly air stood at the podium, his face flushed with a joy he could barely contain. Students, I have monumental news. His voice rose, vibrating with excitement. Under the divine guidance of our sovereign, the Great Purge has reached a successful conclusion. He swept his arm across the room, as if throwing the good news into every corner. And do you know what that means? It means the skeleton instructors who were deployed to the front lines will be returning to us immediately. Bonesy Sensei is coming back. I haven't finished my rock-throwing elective yet. The classroom erupted into a cacophony of cheers. Even the 3 skeleton soldiers sitting in the back rows rattled their skulls in a rhythmic, celebratory fashion. Amidst the jubilance, a small hand shot up. It was Lily. The teacher noticed her, his smile softening. Yes, Lily Quinn. Do you have a question? Lily stood up, her large eyes wide with pure, unshielded curiosity. Teacher, what exactly is a purge? The classroom fell silent instantly. The other children stopped their cheering, turning their heads in unison toward the podium. Evidently, the term was a mystery to them as well. The teacher cleared his throat. He realized this was a golden opportunity for a lesson in imperial values. That is an excellent question, he said, adjusting his spectacles. He searched for language simple enough for a child to grasp. To put it simply, a purge is the act of clearing away the bad people, those who refuse to follow the empire's regulations or contribute through honest labor. He looked at the sea of innocent, confused faces and added, you could say it was our Evernight Empire's very first large-scale military operation. It is a historic event. Mark this day well, children. One day, the chronicles of this sanitization campaign will be a major chapter in your history books. Just as he finished, a young boy with a face full of freckles raised his hand. Teacher, then what is war? This question was far more difficult than the first. The teacher went silent. He gazed out the window. Outside, rows of new workshops and stone residences were rising from the earth. The sun bathed the city in a golden glow of prosperity. But his mind drifted back to the siege of Jade territory. He remembered the mournful blast of the horns, the pillars of fire reaching for the sky, and the ramparts stained a violent crimson. He slowly turned back to the children, his gaze complicated. He began softly, his voice tinged with a hollow sadness. For the nobles, it is a ladder to climb toward glory. For the merchants, it is an opportunity to unearth wealth. For the bards, it is a song to praise a hero's deeds. He scanned every face in the room. But simultaneously, it is a mother's weeping at a fresh grave. It is a wife's endless vigil by a window. It is the sorrow of a child who will never again see their father's face. The children stared, deeply perplexed. Their young minds couldn't yet process such heavy, contradictory information. A girl with her hair tied in twin tails tilted her head. But isn't war just everyone killing each other? Why would anyone want to do that? Why indeed? The teacher offered a faint, dry smile. Who can say? Perhaps it is simply because of a conflict of interests. He tried a simpler analogy. Imagine there are 3 people, but only enough bread for 2. To avoid starving, they might feel forced to pick up weapons and fight over that bread. Whoever wins, survives. He paused. Whether in the past or the present, the rules of the world have generally functioned in such a way. The classroom remained still. The children were lost in thought. The concept of a zero-sum game was a heavy burden for their age. Suddenly, Lily's voice rang out again. Wouldn't it be better if everyone just shared the bread? Hans Nii says that family is the most important thing. If everyone became one big family, there wouldn't be any war, right? Just like at our sunflower house. No matter what yummy food we have, we always divide it up together. Lily's face radiated a pure, unquestioning innocence. In her world, sharing wasn't a choice, it was the natural law. Hans had taught her well, and every resident of Sunflower House lived by that creed. The teacher was stunned. He looked into Lily's eyes and for a moment, found himself unable to respond. If everyone were family. The teacher walked to Lily's desk and knelt so he was eye level with her. He reached out and gently ruffled her hair. Yes, Lily. I would truly like to see that world. The world where everyone is family. The school bell tolled, shattering the brief moment of reflection. School's out. The children were instantly liberated from the heavy atmosphere, cheering as they bolted for the door. Let's go kick the ball. I'm gonna go play tag with the skeleton instructors. Miguel. Wait for me. Laughter and shouting flooded the corridors once more. Lily grabbed her friend's hands and skipped out into the hall. The teacher stood alone in the empty classroom, a bittersweet smile on his face. He knew Lily's idea was naive to the point of being foolish. But for some reason, he found himself wishing that her innocence would never have to fade. Meanwhile, the central commercial district of Iron Fortress. A bizarrely long queue had formed in front of a brand new stall. The line consisted entirely of undead. They waited in a silent, orderly row, their soul fires burning with an intense heat as they stared at the 8 wooden statues displayed on the counter. At the very end of the line, a figure wrapped in a voluminous cloak, face completely hidden in shadow, was irritably stomping his feet. It was Kaido. He looked at the long line ahead, then at the few measly copper coins left in his palm, and let out a soul-deep sigh. This Call of Evernight lottery event, masterminded by Hans, had been running for 6 days. And Kaido had been a loyal consumer for 5 of those days. The result? He had sunk 3 full gold crowns, 3,000 pulls, and hadn't won even the most common statue. 3 gold. 3,000 draws. Is this RNG even legal? Kaido glared at the wooden contraption the undead called the Box of Conviction. He seriously suspected that Hans had rigged the drop rates. Next, a clerk intoned. A skeleton soldier ahead of him stepped forward expressionlessly, dropped 10 coppers on the table, and yanked the lever of the box. A small, blank wooden tag fell out. The soldier picked it up, looked at it for a second, and silently walked back to the end of the line to queue up again. The movement was fluid and mechanical, as if it had been repeated hundreds of times. Finally, it was Kaido's turn. He pulled his hood lower and disguised his voice. 1 pull. He slammed his final 10 coppers onto the table. He took a deep breath, placing his bony hand on the lever. This is it. It has to drop now. I am the sovereign of the Evernight Empire. The chosen one. The child of destiny. How could a mere gacha box defeat a king? He pulled the lever with all his might. Kaido looked down, his OD thrumming with nervous energy. A small, blank wooden tag completely devoid of any sigil lay mockingly in the exit tray. Kaido froze. The surrounding skeletons seemed to cast looks of pity his way, even without eyes. He felt his soul fire rise by several degrees in sheer embarrassment. He silently retrieved the "thanks for your patronage" tag, placed it back in the bin, and slunk away to the side of the road. He patted his pockets. They were empty. The great sovereign of the dead, the supreme ruler of Evernight, was officially broke. Just then, he saw Hans strolling out of a nearby shop, humming a jaunty tune. He was carrying 2 heavy, clinking bags of gold. To Kaido's eyes, Hans's smile was painfully radiant. That's my money. 1,000 thoughts flashed through Kaido's brain. I could seize him. Hang him from the city gates for treason. I could audit his entire existence. Kaido looked back at the Box of Conviction, then at the skeleton soldiers still waiting in line with religious devotion. The game has only just begun. I will pull my own statue through my own power. This is about the dignity of a monarch. Kaido squeezed his fists. He watched Hans's retreating back, then looked at the darkening sky. That's enough for today. Tomorrow, I'll ask Greed for next month's administrative allowance, and then we settle this. Kaido adjusted his cloak and melted into the shadows of the street, his back looking lonely yet inexplicably determined. A true hero never gives up on the grind. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn, just remove the hyphen symbol, to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 104. Chapter 104. The Friend 1407 words. Chapter 104. The Friend. The next day. Inside the classroom of the Evernight Academy, the morning sun spilled through the windows in long, golden shafts. The instructor at the podium was currently lecturing on the classification of flora and the management of mana-enriched soil. Lily rested her chin on her palm, her large eyes blinking lazily as she scanned the room. Suddenly, her gaze stopped. In the very corner of the classroom A seat, that had remained empty since the start of the term, someone new was sitting. It was a girl. She sat in a state of perfect, eerie stillness, her back straight, and her hands folded neatly upon her knees. She had raven black hair and skin so pale it was almost translucent. She wore a gray cotton dress that was impeccably clean, but looked as though it belonged to a different era. She didn't look at the teacher, nor did she look at her textbook. She simply stared at the wooden surface of the desk before her. Perfectly motionless. The dismissal bell for recess tolled. The instructor snapped his book shut. "All right, that is enough for today. Everyone, go outside and enjoy the air." The classroom exploded with the sound of cheering children. The screech of chairs being pushed back and the frantic patter of feet merged into a chaotic din. A boy by the door waved toward Lily. "We're starting a game of kickstone." Lily chirped back. But her eyes drifted uncontrollably back toward the corner. The new girl was still there, exactly as she had been during the lecture. The noise and joy of the other children seemed to flow around her, unable to touch her. At Sunflower House, whenever a new child arrived, Hans always encouraged the others to be the first to speak to them and include them in their games. This new classmate looked terribly lonely. Lily hopped off her stool and trotted over to the girl's desk. "Hello there. My name is Lily. What's yours?" The girl gave no reaction. Her eyes remained fixed on the desk, as if Lily didn't exist at all. An awkward silence pooled between them. Lily tilted her head, trying again. "Did you hear me?" Still, the girl didn't move. Lily felt a tiny pang of confusion. She leaned in closer, dropping her voice to a whisper. "Are you sad? Is it because you're new and don't know anyone yet?" Lily decided the girl must simply be pathologically shy. She reached out and gently took one of the hands resting on the girl's knees. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, the girl lifted her head and looked Lily in the eye. Lily was momentarily taken aback by the intensity of the gaze, but she quickly broke into a radiant smile. "You finally looked at me." Lily cheered. "I'm Lily." The girl's lips ghosted over a whisper. Lily gave a vigorous nod. "What a beautiful name. Anya, let's be friends." Anya stared at her, neither nodding nor shaking her head. But Lily had already made the executive decision. "Come on, Anya, I'll show you around." Lily tugged at Anya's hand, pulling her from her seat. Anya followed the momentum, standing up with that same quiet, ethereal grace. Lily led her out of the classroom. Out in the corridor, the sunlight was brilliant. "What took you so long?" Tom, the boy from earlier, ran up to them. Seeing him, Lily proudly made the introduction. "Tom, look. This is my new friend. Her name is Anya." Tom looked at Lily, then at the empty space beside her. He scratched his head. "New friend? What are you talking about?" Lily gestured emphatically to Anya. "She's right here. Can't you see her? This is Anya." Tom peered at the air again, his brow furrowing. "Lily, quit joking around. Big Brother Miguel is waiting for us at the training grounds." "I'm not joking." Lily's voice rose with frustration. "Anya is standing right here." Anya stood perfectly still next to Lily, watching Tom with a neutral expression. Tom shrugged. "Okay, fine. Hello, Anya. We're going to play now." He waved dismissively at the empty air and ran off to join another group. Lily's lip curled in a pout. She turned to Anya. "They're like that. A bit slow in the head. Don't mind them." Anya said nothing. Lily clutched Anya's hand and led her to the school's central courtyard. Miguel and the other children of Sunflower House were gathered under the shade of a great oak, dividing up some snacks. "Lily, where have you been skulking?" Miguel asked, handing her a piece of a wheat cracker. "I was getting my new friend." Lily pushed Anya forward for the group to see. "Everyone, look. This is Anya. She just joined our class today." Every child in the circle turned their gaze to Lily. Then, they followed her gesture to the patch of grass beside her. There was nothing there but sunlight and dust motes. "Who are you talking to?" Miguel's brow drew together. He felt Lily was acting strangely today. Lily insisted, stressing every syllable. A girl with pigtails let out a giggle. "Lily, did you learn a new magic trick? Did you conjure an invisible friend?" "It's not magic." Lily's cheeks puffed out. "Anya is real. She's right here." To prove it, Lily vigorously shook the hand she was holding. To the other children, it looked as though Lily was simply waving her own hand through the air. "All right, Lily, that's enough," Miguel said, his tone taking on a big brother severity. "Come eat your snack and stop playing games." "I am not playing." Lily's voice cracked, a hint of a sob catching in her throat. Why won't anyone look at her? Anya was clearly there. Gray dress, black hair, standing as still as a statue. Why are you all pretending she isn't there? Lily stomped her foot in the dirt. "It's mean. Hans and I said we have to be kind to people." "But Lily, there really isn't anyone there." "There is." Lily screamed back. "Look closer. She's right next to me." Lily dragged Anya toward Miguel. "Miguel Oniakan, look into her eyes. She's right here." Miguel looked at Lily. He saw the desperation and the mounting tears in her eyes. He saw the red rims of her eyelids. But beside her, there was only empty space. He knelt, trying to keep his voice gentle. "Was it that war story the teacher told yesterday? Did it scare you that much?" "It has nothing to do with that." Lily shook her head violently. "It's Anya. My friend Anya. Why don't you believe me?" Lily felt a crushing sense of injustice. She only wanted to introduce her new friend. She wanted Anya to be part of the Sunflower House family. Why was the world being so cruel? "Anya, talk to them." Lily turned to her, her voice pleading. "Tell them you're here." Anya lifted her head, her obsidian eyes fixing on Lily. Her lips moved. "They are afraid." She spoke. "Did you hear that?" Lily shouted at Miguel, grasping at the words like a lifeline. Miguel and the other children exchanged a worried glance. All they saw was Lily talking to the wind, her expression growing more frantic and unstable by the second. "Lily, really?" "Enough," an older boy said. "This isn't funny anymore." "I'm not joking." The tears finally broke free. "It's real. Anya is real." She gripped Anya's hand with both of hers, as if afraid that if she let go, Anya would truly cease to exist. "You're all mean. You're bullying Anya. I'm never playing with you again." Sobbing, Lily turned and bolted, dragging Anya with her. Miguel called out, but she didn't look back. She ran past the training grounds, past the main building, and into the small, overgrown garden behind the dormitories, a place where students rarely ventured. Lily collapsed onto the grass, clutching her knees, and weeping loudly. She didn't understand. She truly didn't understand. Anya was there. Why would everyone lie and say the world was empty? 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally, If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 105. Chapter 105, Vanished. 1391 words. Chapter 105, Vanished. Anya knelt beside Lily. She reached out, gently patting the girl's shoulder. Don't cry. Anya's voice was like a phantom breeze, soft, yet cutting through the air with crystalline clarity. Lily looked up, her breath hitching in jagged sobs, tears still clinging to her lashes. But nobody believes me. It doesn't matter, Anya said, tilting her head slightly. As long as you can see me, that is enough. Lily froze for a second, then wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. Anya stood up and took Lily's hand. Let's play over there. She pointed to an ancient, gnarled tree in the corner of the small garden. Beneath its branches was a patch of soft, overgrown grass dotted with a few nameless wildflowers. Lily allowed herself to be pulled to her feet. The two girls walked to the shade of the tree and sat down. Anya, why did you come to our school? Anya looked down, tracing a circle in the dirt with her finger. I don't know. Where is your home? I don't remember. A wave of sympathy washed over Lily. Anya is so pitiful, she thought. Hans and I always said that if someone is lost, you have to help them. It's okay. I can take you back to Sunflower House. Lily said, puffing out her chest. Hans and I will definitely take you in. It's the best place. We have so much yummy food, and lots of friends. Anya lifted her head, her dark eyes searching Lily's. Lots of friends. Miguel Oniakan and Tom and Amy. Lily began ticking them off on her fingers. Everyone is really nice. It's just that today they were being a bit stupid and couldn't see you. Anya remained silent. But don't worry. Lily broke into a fresh grin. When Hans and I gets back, I'll make him cook something special for you. His apple pies are the best in the world. Apple pie? A microscopic glint appeared in Anya's eyes. They're sweet and fragrant. If you eat one, you can't help but be happy. Just talking about it made Lily's mouth water. She reached into her pocket and pulled out the half-cracked wheat cracker she hadn't finished that morning. She snapped it in two and offered a piece to Anya. Anya stared at the piece of cracker for a long moment before slowly taking it. Thank you. You're welcome. Lily took a bite of her own half. Anya, let's be best friends. Anya blinked. She looked down at the cracker in her palm. That means we share all the yummy things, we play together, and we never, ever fight. Lily's eyes shone with a pure, radiant light. Anya was silent for a while. Then, a small, ethereal smile touched her lips. Lily jumped for joy. I have a new friend. The two began to play beneath the tree. Lily taught Anya how to weave a flower crown. Anya taught Lily how to fold a paper crane. Sunlight filtered through the leaves in dappled patterns, and the laughter of the two girls echoed softly within the secluded garden. Meanwhile, the more Miguel thought about it, the more his gut twisted. Lily never acted like that. She was imaginative, yes, but she wasn't a liar. Miguel stuffed his remaining crackers back into his bag. You guys stay here. I'm going to find Lily. Miguel Oniakan, do you want us to come along? One of the kids asked. Finish your snacks and go back to the classroom. Don't wander off. Miguel stood up and bolted in the direction Lily had run. He searched behind the main academy building, ran through the corridors, and checked the side gates. He checked the library, the training grounds, behind the mess hall. Miguel's breathing became rapid and shallow. He had checked every common haunt Lily frequented, but there was no sign of her. How is this possible? His palms began to sweat. He doubled back to the small garden, but it looked empty too. Only the rustle of the wind through the leaves answered him. Panic began to claw at his throat. He turned and sprinted back to the courtyard. The other children were just finishing up, preparing to head back for the afternoon session. Has anyone seen Lily? Miguel wheezed. The children shook their heads. No, Miguel Oniacan. Didn't you find her? Miguel's face went bone white. He pointed to the oldest boy in the group. Run to the market and find Hans. Tell him Lily is missing. Startled by Miguel's intensity, the boy scrambled up and sprinted for the gates. Miguel took a deep breath and resumed the search. This time, he didn't just check the usual spots. He threw open storage sheds, checked the lavatories, looked behind every flower bed, and even rummaged through the maintenance closets. Just then, the school bell tolled, signaling the end of the break. Students began filing out of their classrooms. Miguel grabbed a passing instructor by the robes. My sister is gone. I can't find her. The instructor blinked. Which child? Lily from Sunflower House. She ran off crying and she's not anywhere on the grounds. The instructor's expression shifted instantly. Stay here. I'll raise the alarm. He sprinted toward the administrative office. Soon, every instructor in the academy was notified. When the news reached Hans, he was in his shop taking inventory. His quill stopped in midair. What did you say? The messenger boy stammered out the story. Hans's face went dark as a thunderstorm. He dropped his ledger, grabbed his coat, and charged out the door. Get the men and head to the academy. Sinclair. Alert the city guard. Tell them we have a missing ward. Every member of the guild drop what you're doing. Hans's voice roared through the streets. He ran with a desperate velocity, his coat snapping behind him like a cape. In the streets of Iron Fortress, more and more residents joined the search. Back at the academy, instructors were methodically clearing every classroom. Where are you? Miguel's voice was a raspy, broken mess. He had searched the entire campus 3 times over. When Hans burst through the gates, he found a scene of total frantic chaos. Where is she? Hans seized Miguel by the shoulders. Miguel's eyes were rimmed with red. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Hans. I lost her. Hans released him, forcing himself to take a breath and suppress the spiraling panic. Tell me exactly what happened. Everything. Miguel recounted the story, Lily insisting she had a new friend, a girl named Anya, whom no one else could see. Hans listened, his expression turning deathly still. You say she saw a girl named Anya. But none of us could see anything. Hans turned on his heel. Take me to the last place you saw her. Miguel led the way. They cut through the corridors and reached the small, secluded garden behind the dorms. Hans stood beneath the ancient tree, his sharp eyes scanning the ground. On the grass, there were flattened patches, signs that people had been sitting. There were several crushed petals from wildflowers. Hans knelt, picking up a half-woven flower crown. She was here, Hans murmured. Then where is she now? Miguel asked desperately. Hans didn't answer. His gaze had caught something on the trunk of the tree. In the rough bark, a message had been etched with a sharp stone. The letters were shaky and unrefined. Lily and Anya, best friends. Hans's hand tightened around the flower crown, the stem snapping in his grip. Get every instructor in the academy here. His voice was a flat, terrifying calm. Miguel heard the underlying edge, and didn't hesitate. He turned and sprinted away. Hans stood alone beneath the tree, staring at the carved names. The wind blew through the garden, making the leaves rattle with a dry, hollow sound. Underneath the tree, the scent of the garden had vanished, replaced by the faint, cold smell of stagnant OD. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 106. Chapter 106. The Exchange. 12-18 words. Chapter 106, The Exchange. The sun was warm against her back, and the wind whispered through the leaves with a gentle, hushing sound. Anya, just a second, okay. It's almost done. Lily's fingers were being stubborn. The thin green stem of the wildflower refused to stay in place, slipping out of the woven loop again and again. She furrowed her brow, using the tip of her fingernail to carefully, delicately tuck the stray fiber back into the circle. Lily lifted her handiwork with a satisfied grin, a slightly lopsided but vibrant flower crown. She looked up, intending to place the crown upon Anya's head. And then, Lily froze. The great oak was gone. The soft, overgrown grass was gone. The quiet, secluded garden had vanished entirely. Lily found herself standing in the center of a crowded street. Beneath her feet were gray, uneven cobblestones slick with grime. The buildings on either side were made of wood, short, cramped, and covered in webs of deep cracks. The air didn't smell like flowers, it was heavy with the stench of mildew and the pungent odor of horse manure. This wasn't the Evernight Academy. This wasn't Iron Fortress. At least, it wasn't the Iron Fortress Lily knew. Lily spun in a circle. The girl in the gray dress was nowhere to be seen. Where are you? No answer came. The street was teeming with people, far too many people. They were moving with a frantic, feverish pace, their faces masks of raw terror. Some dragged massive, overstuffed bundles, others had wailing infants strapped to their backs. Ox carts piled high with furniture jolted over the stones, their wheels creaking in protest. A middle-aged man sprinted past Lily, nearly knocking her over. Lily staggered, her grip on the flower crown slipping as it fell to the dirt. The man didn't stop. He didn't even look back. He just kept running. Lily knelt to retrieve her treasure, dusting it off with her hands. You almost stepped on me. The man offered no reply. Lily chased after him for a few steps, reaching out to grab the hem of his tunic. Lily's hand passed directly through the man's body. She stood rooted to the spot, staring at her own palm. Then, she reached out again, trying to catch the arm of a woman hurrying past. Her fingers slid through the woman's flesh as if she were grabbing at smoke. There was no resistance. No warmth. It was as if she didn't exist at all. Lily's heart began to hammer against her ribs, a frantic, rhythmic thud. She remembered the morning at the training grounds. Miguel Oniacan had said he couldn't see Anya. Tom had said the same. None of her friends could see her. Have I become like Anya? Hans and I. Lily whispered. Her voice was so tiny it was swallowed by the wind. Is anyone there? No one heard her. The crowd surged forward, their bodies passing through hers again and again. An old woman tripped ahead of her, her bag of belongings spilling across the stones. No one stopped to help. The crowd simply swerved around her, driven by a singular, desperate impulse. The undead calamity is coming. Viscount Andrew ordered everyone to run for Jade territory. Move, or we're all dead. The screams drilled into Lily's ears. The undead calamity. What was that? The instructors had never mentioned such a thing. Lily stood motionless as the tide of humanity washed through her. She felt no touch, no heat. She clutched the flower crown against her chest. It was the only thing in this world that felt solid. She began to walk. Where is the academy? She followed the layout of the city from memory, crossing street after unfamiliar street. She recognized the intersections, but the buildings were all wrong. There were no spacious, sunlit halls. No scrubbed, clean avenues. And there were no skeleton uncles to wave at her as she passed. Lily quickened her pace. She ran through a filthy marketplace where rotting vegetable leaves were being trampled into the muck. She crossed an empty plaza where the central fountain sat dry and choked with dust. Finally, she reached the coordinate where the Evernight Academy should have been. It was an empty lot. The land was overgrown with weeds and littered with broken wooden crates. There was no towering school building. No wide training field. And there was no great oak for Lily and Anya to sit under. Lily's eyes began to sting. Tears tracked down her face, falling onto her clothes. Hans and I. She sobbed, calling for the man who always scooped her up when she cried. No one answered. Just as her vision was beginning to blur, she spotted a familiar silhouette. A faded gray dress. Long, raven-black hair. The girl was standing a short distance away, at the edge of the clearing, watching the panicking crowd with a vacant, hollow expression. Lily sprinted toward her. Lily reached Anya and tried to grab her hand. Again, her fingers found no purchase. Anya gave no sign of recognition. Her eyes were fixed on the street, but they seemed to be looking through Lily at the empty air behind her. Anya, it's me. It's Lily. She waved her hands frantically in front of Anya's face. Can you see me? Anya turned and merged into the crowd, following the flow of people toward the city gates. Lily blinked, stunned, before scrambling to follow. The press of bodies grew tighter. Everyone was funneling toward the same exit, the great gate of Iron Fortress. Lily trailed behind Anya, passing through the chests and shoulders of dozens of people. She tried to catch Anya's hand over and over, only to grasp at shadows. Lily's voice broke into a whimper. Why won't you talk to me? Anya walked just ahead of her, so close, yet infinitely far away. Together they passed through the towering gates. Outside was a muddy dirt road choked with refugees. The wails of children, the barks of soldiers, and the sound of wheels sinking into the mire created a wall of noise. Lily instinctively looked back. The ramparts of Iron Fortress were packed with knights in shining armor. She saw a man in a particularly magnificent suit of plate standing at the highest point of the wall, shouting something to the people below. The wind was too fierce, his words were lost to her. Who is that? Lily squinted, but the distance was too great to see his face. Why are these people running away? Anya kept moving, her steps mechanical and rhythmic. Lily bit her lip and chased after her. No one heard. Wait for me. Still, silence was her only reply. Lily ran until her chest burned with every breath. Finally, she managed to pull alongside Anya again. Anya's face was a blank slate, her eyes fixed solely on the road ahead. The crowd surged. Anya surged with them. And Lily, clutching her flower crown, followed her only friend into the unknown. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn, just remove the hyphen symbol, to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 107. Chapter 107. To be seen 1421 words. Chapter 107. To be seen. The road had no end. A dull, heavy ache throbbed in Lily's legs. The crowd, too, seemed to stretch into infinity. One after another, total strangers flickered like ghosts through Lily's frame. She couldn't feel them, but she knew they were there, their frantic energy washing through her existence. Her stomach let out a hollow growl. She was so very hungry. Anya was just a short distance ahead. She wore that same faded gray dress, her raven hair spilling over her shoulders as she moved with the mechanical rhythm of the displaced. Lily called out to her. Anya didn't hear. Lily reached for her. Her fingers found only empty air. Lily felt a crushing weight of exhaustion. She didn't want to walk anymore. She stopped in the middle of the road and reached into her pocket, pulling out the flower crown. It was the one they had woven together in the secluded garden. The petals were wilted now, drooping and bruised. She looked at the crown and remembered the garden. Back then, Anya could see her. With a small, hopeful gesture, Lily placed the wilted crown upon her own head. Ahead of her, Anya stumbled as if she had tripped over an invisible snare. She came to a halt and instinctively turned around, her eyes searching the chaotic tide of people behind her. And then, Anya's gaze stopped. Amidst the blur of panicked adults, a single little girl stood alone. She wore a flower crown that looked as though it were seconds away from falling apart. Lily's heart gave a frantic skip. She whispered. Anya walked back toward her. Step by slow step, she maneuvered around the people charging past. She stopped directly in front of Lily. She stared at the flower crown, then up at Lily's face. Are you alone too? Anya's voice was a tiny rasp. Lily nodded vigorously, tears pricking her eyes. You can see me. A look of profound confusion clouded Anya's features. How do you know my name? You told me. In the garden. We promised to be best friends forever. Lily explained, her words tumbling out in a rush. Anya's expression grew more vacant. She scrutinized Lily, her mind clearly dredging through her memories for a spark of recognition, only to find nothing but smoke. Finally, Anya shook her head. I don't know you. The smile on Lily's face died. We were only apart for a little while. Just then, Lily's stomach let out another ill-timed roar. It was loud enough to be heard over the shuffling of feet. Anya's eyes drifted to Lily's midsection. She hesitated, then reached into a small cloth pouch at her side. She withdrew a hunk of bread that looked as hard as a stone. She snapped it in two, and handed the larger piece to Lily. Here, Anya said. Lily took the bread. She brought it to her lips and bit down with all her might. It was incredibly tough, tasting faintly of vinegar and dust. But she forced herself to swallow it. The hollow ache in her gut eased just a fraction. It tastes bad, Anya. Anya watched her, unsure of what to say. She looked down at the smaller piece in her own hand, her final ration. I'm sorry, it's all I have. Anya pointed toward a large boulder by the side of the road. The two girls moved to the rock and sat down, turning their backs to the river of refugees. Anya, I'm so glad you can see me again, Lily said, repeating herself. I called for you earlier, but you wouldn't answer. I'm sorry, Anya whispered. I didn't see you before. It was only when I turned back just now that I saw you standing there all by yourself. Lily touched the crown on her head. Was it because of this? Anya shook her head. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Lily cheered, her spirits lifting. You can see me now. We're friends again. Lily took another large bite of the sour bread and asked through a full mouth, Anya, where are we? Why are the houses so broken, and why is everyone running? This is the Iron Fortress territory, Anya replied. The undead are coming. Everyone has to flee. The undead? You mean the skeluncles? They're really nice. They help Hans and I move heavy things, and they always wave at us. Anya's face twisted into an expression of pure bewilderment. They're great. Haven't you seen them? Lily began to gesture with her hands. They're tall and white and they go click-clack when they walk. They even wave when they see us. Anya stared at Lily, her voice failing her. She felt certain the girl before her had been driven mad by the terror. Skeletons being nice. Anya's voice was so soft she might have been asking herself. Of course. Look like this. Lily raised her hand and performed a stiff, mechanical wave. They even teach classes. The teacher who taught us about plants. He's a skeleton. The piece of bread slipped from Anya's hand, hitting the dirt. She didn't even notice. She just stared. The teacher is a skeleton. He knows so many things. His voice sounds a bit funny, though. Lily giggled at the thought. Anya leaned down, silently retrieving the dusted bread and brushing it off. She decided it was best not to argue with the broken girl about the nature of monsters. The Iron Fortress you talk about? Anya whispered. It sounds wonderful. It's the best place ever. Lily chirped. Hans and I's apple pies are the best in the whole world. When we get back, I'll make him bake one for you. Who is Hans? Hans is Hans. He's the hero of Sunflower House. Sunflower House. That's our home. Miguel Oniakan, Tom, Amy, we all live there together. Anya listened in silence. She was convinced that this girl in her clean dress and flower crown was a phantom born of a beautiful dream. How could such a place exist in Iron Fortress? How could the dead ever be kind to the living? I'd like to go to that academy, Anya said, a sliver of longing entering her voice. Just for one lesson. Lily said proudly, slapping her chest. When we get back, I'll take you. The lessons are so much fun. I even know how to write. Lily looked at Anya. Anya, why are you all alone? Anya looked down at her bread. Because Papa stayed behind to fight the undead. Fight them? He's on the wall back there. Anya pointed toward the horizon, where the city's outline had shrunk to a tiny speck. He told me to run fast and find a man with a big beard. Did you find him? Anya shook her head. There are too many people. I can't find anyone. It's okay. Lily took Anya's hand. You have me now. We're best friends. Lily had a sudden realization. I can teach you how to write. Lily hopped down from the rock and found a small twig. She knelt in the dirt, drawing strokes with careful, intense concentration. Anya, that's your name. Anya crouched beside her, staring at the two words in the mud. That is me. Lily puffed out her chest. I study really hard. The teacher even praised me. Lily handed the twig to Anya. Anya took the twig, hesitating for a second. Beside Lily's neat handwriting, she began to draw. She moved slowly, her hand shaky but determined. Finally, two wobbly, caterpillar-like symbols appeared in the dirt. Anya, you're a genius. Lily clapped her hands happily. Anya looked at the dirt and for the first time, a small, genuine smile touched her lips. Does that academy really exist? Of course it does. I would never lie to my best friend. Anya looked at the surging crowd in the distance, then at the darkening sky. We have to move, Lily. Or we'll lose them. Lily nodded, stuffing the last of the bread into her mouth. The two girls stood up, hand in hand, and stepped back into the river of shadows, following the tide of the desperate. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol, to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 108. Chapter 108. Anya 1626 words. Chapter 108. Anya. The road was long. Lily and Anya walked for what felt like an eternity, hand in hand, trailing behind the seemingly endless line of refugees. Lily's stomach let out another roar. I'm hungry. Lily rubbed her tummy, her steps slowing. Anya didn't speak. She simply tightened her grip on Lily's hand, her own palm cold and clammy. A few more miles passed. Anya, Lily whispered. I really miss Hans and I. Anya stopped walking. She turned to look at Lily. Her lips were as bloodless as her face. In this world, there might not be a man like the Hans you speak of. There is. Lily insisted with the stubborn certainty of a child. Hans and I is the hero of Sunflower House. He's our father. Anya fell silent. She assumed Lily was simply so starved that she had begun to hallucinate a better life. Over the past few days, Lily had taught Anya many things. She taught her the songs of Sunflower House. Mr. Sun is grinning wide, flowers bow from side to side. Lily would sing and spin Anya around by the hands. Anya was a slow learner, Her voice was a tiny, frail thing that couldn't keep up with Lily's tempo. But she sang along anyway. Lily also taught her how to write more words. Using a twig in the dirt, she scrawled, Hans, Miguel, Sunflower House. This is Hans and I, this is Big Brother Miguel, and this is our home. Anya would crouch in the dirt, tracing over Lily's strokes with her finger, stroke by stroke, as if trying to memorize the shape of a dream. At night, they slept in the tall grass by the roadside like all the others. Anya pulled a crumpled scrap of parchment and a tiny nub of charcoal from her pocket. By the silver light of the moon, she began to write. Lily leaned in to peek. Anya, what are you writing? Anya immediately hid the paper behind her back. I won't show you. We're best friends. Lily pouted. Because we are best friends, Anya whispered, tucking the paper carefully back into her pocket. You can't see it yet. Is it a letter? To someone very important. Lily wanted to ask more, but Anya had already closed her eyes, feigning a deep sleep. They had run out of things to eat. The half-cracker Anya had shared was a distant memory. The people around them had no food to spare. Every refugee clutched their bags to their chests with the territorial desperation of the dying. Lily felt the hollow ache in her gut, a hunger so deep she no longer had the energy to sing. But Anya was worse. Anya's gait became a staggering wobble. One afternoon, as they walked through the biting wind, Anya simply collapsed. Lily let out a shriek. Anya, what's wrong? She shook Anya's shoulders frantically. Anya's eyes fluttered open. Her breathing was so shallow it barely stirred the air. I'm so tired. You're just sleepy, right? It's okay. We'll rest right here. Anya didn't reply. Lily scrambled to her feet. She saw a woman walking toward them carrying a water skin. Lily ran over, reaching out to grab the woman's skirt, but her hand passed through the fabric as if it were a mist. My friend can't walk anymore. Can you just give her a sip of water? The woman paused, looking toward the spot where Anya lay on the ground. In the woman's eyes was an expression Lily couldn't comprehend, a mixture of exhaustion and a cold, hollow pity. After a heartbeat, the woman shook her head and quickened her pace, walking away. Lily didn't give up. She ran toward a man driving an ox cart. My friend is sick. Can she just sit in the back for a little while? The man didn't even look at her. He cracked his whip, and the cart rattled past. Lily stood in the middle of the road as refugee after refugee shuffled past her. No one stopped. Occasionally, a traveler would glance at the small girl lying in the dirt, only to lower their head and walk faster. Lily ran back to Anya's side. She tried to pull her up, but she was too small, and Anya's body felt like a heavy weight. Lily began to cry, the tears hot against the freezing wind. Why won't they help us? Lily's tears splashed onto Anya's face. Anya slowly opened her eyes. Don't cry. But you're sick. And they're all being mean. Anya reached up, intending to wipe Lily's eyes, but her hand fell back to the dirt halfway through the gesture. Her voice was no louder than a mosquito's hum. I'm just so hungry. Lily sat on the ground, pulling Anya's head into her lap. Anya, don't sleep. I'll tell you a story. The story about the goblins that Hans and I told us. At the mention of goblins, Anya offered a weak, strange smile. The skeleton teacher, does he really wave at you? Lily sobbed. He even gives us star candies when we're good. Anya's smile widened, though it lacked any strength. That sounds nice, the Iron Fortress, you know. Night fell. The crowd had mostly thinned out, leaving the road desolate and cold. Anya's breathing grew fainter with every passing second. She reached into her pocket and withdrew the letter she had refused to show Lily. She touched her own head, searching for something. My flower crown, it's gone. Lily quickly removed the crown from her own head. It was wilted and brown, most of the petals having fallen off. It's here, Anya. Right here. Anya looked at the crown. Using the very last of her strength, she tore the woven circle in half. She pressed one half into Lily's palm. Then, she pressed the letter into Lily's other hand. For you too. As Anya's life flickered at the edge of the void, a sudden clarity seemed to fill her eyes. It was you. Anya whispered, her voice carrying a strange sense of relief, as if a great weight had been lifted. It's time for you to go back. Lily didn't hear her. She was screaming into the night, Hans and I. Anya didn't speak again. Her hand went limp. Lily watched in horror as her own body began to turn translucent. Lily screamed. She tried to grab Anya's hand, but her fingers passed through the girl's skin. She tried to hug her, but she was embracing nothing but cold air. I don't want to go. Anya, wake up. The world began to spin and blur. Anya's face, the muddy road, the distant silhouette of the city, it all merged into a chaotic vortex of color. Lily cried and screamed, but it was futile. Her world went black. The real world. Hans's heart was hammering so hard it felt like it would burst through his ribs. Have you found her? Not yet, Chairman. A guild associate ran up, gasping for air. We've scoured the South City. Keep looking. Check the sewers. Tear the city apart if you have to. Hans's voice was ragged and hoarse. Miguel was right beside him, his eyes bloodshot. It's my fault. If I had just believed her, if I hadn't let go of her hand. The entire Evernight Academy, and half of Iron Fortress, was in motion. The city guard had sealed the gates, inspecting every outgoing carriage. Merchants, skeleton soldiers, and students were spread across the city like a vast net. Over here. A voice rang out from the direction of the academy's side gate. It was Scarlet. Hans and Miguel sprinted toward her. She was standing near the secluded garden. She looked bewildered. She had just checked this spot minutes ago and seen nothing. But now, beneath the ancient oak tree, a skeleton knight in full plate armor was kneeling on one knee, perfectly motionless. And before him, a tiny figure lay curled against the trunk of the tree. Miguel was the first to reach her. Hans was a heartbeat behind. Lily lay there as if in a deep slumber. Tear tracks were still visible on her cheeks, and her small brow was furrowed in distress. Hans knelt, his hand shaking as he checked her breathing. She's alive. The strength left Hans's body, and he slumped onto the grass. Thank the spirits, thank the spirits. Miguel carefully lifted Lily into his arms. Look at her hands. Hans looked. In Lily's small, tight fists, she clutched two things. One was half of a wilted, dried flower crown. The other was a crumpled, yellowed piece of parchment. Hans took the paper, slowly and delicately smoothing it out. The writing was shaky and done in charcoal, pressed so hard it had nearly torn the surface. It was the handwriting of a child. Thank you for finding me. If life has a cycle, let us be best friends in the next one. There was no signature at the bottom. Hans stared at the words, then at the half-crown in Lily's hand. He lifted his head, looking at the trunk of the tree. There, etched into the bark with a sharp stone, the words remained, Lily and Anya, best friends. The wind sighed through the garden, the leaves whispering a dry, hollow secret. Hans stood up, taking Lily from Miguel's arms. He held the small, sobbing girl tight against his chest. Let's go home, he whispered. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 109. Chapter 109. Interference. 1479 words. Chapter 109. Interference. The next day. Iron Fortress, Commercial District. In front of the Succubus Dreams storefront, a skeleton cavalryman was doing his absolute best to express his profound dissatisfaction. He let out a continuous, rattling string of gauze. Scarlet wore a bright, rehearsed smile, trying to de-escalate the situation. Honored guest. Might I ask what specifically was unsatisfactory about our premium service last night? The cavalryman stopped his clicking. He reached into the leather pouch at his waist and withdrew a small chalkboard and a piece of chalk. He began scrawling across the surface with mechanical speed. When finished, he thrust the board under Scarlet's nose. My request was to be a centurion of the fearless vanguard, leading a charge of 100 knights. That was the request we received. And we executed it to your exact specifications. Scarlet replied with a sharp, professional nod. The skeleton cavalryman stared at her in a long, hollow silence. He looked down, erased the board with his sleeve, and wrote a new line. He slammed the board onto the counter with a loud thwack. Then why did I dream I was leading a charge of 100 chickens wearing miniature plate armor? I have attended the academy. I know what fraud looks like. Scarlet's smile turned to stone. She whipped her head around, looking at Kula, who was currently crouched in the corner counting copper coins. Kula jumped, spilling a handful of coppers across the floor. It wasn't me. Mona was the weaver on duty for that client. A muffled, sleepy voice drifted from beneath the counter. Roasted chicken, don't run. Scarlet delivered a sharp kick to the underside of the counter. Mona crawled out from beneath the wood, let out a massive yawn, and rubbed her eyes. Chairwoman, what is it? I was just dreaming about a giant drumstick. What did you put in this guest's dream last night? Scarlet pointed a trembling finger at the skeletal soldier. A centurion, Mona replied matter-of-factly. And 100 subordinates. Then what's with the chickens? Oh, that. Mona squinted as she recalled the details. Yesterday, I saw a skeleton calling himself Papa to a baby chick. He looked so happy. I figured adding some cute poultry would enhance the user experience, so I flavored the dream with them. The skeleton cavalryman tilted his skull to the side. Scarlet felt her blood pressure reaching critical levels. Do you have any idea what this does to our professional reputation? What's the big deal? Mona yawned again. It was still 100 subordinates. Chickens are fast, and their morale during the charge was actually quite impressive. That isn't the point. Chloe, who had been silent until now, leaned in and offered a soft imitation, cheep cheep cheep. Eris immediately turned her face to the wall, her shoulders shaking in a suppressed fit of laughter. The skeleton cavalryman stared at the group of chaotic succubi for a long time. Scarlet hurriedly turned back, squeezing out another smile. A technical glitch. Purely a minor unforeseen error during a standard adjustment. To compensate you, we shall refund 50% of your fee. The skeleton knight gave a slow shake of his skull. Scarlet's heart sank. Our first one-star review. Then, the knight reached into his armor and pulled out several silver coins, placing them on the table. Scarlet blinked. The knight erased his board and wrote a final instruction, this time, I wish Tio lead a siege comprised of 100 fire-breathing sheep. Scarlet stared at the words, seriously wondering if she was experiencing a fatigue-induced hallucination. Meanwhile, Kula had already snatched the silver coins with predatory speed. No problem, boss. Mission guaranteed. The skeleton cavalryman gave a satisfied nod and marched away. Scarlet stood with her hands on her hips, addressing her partners with unearned pride. Do you see? That is the power of our brand. We always deliver the unexpected. Mona nodded. Can I put 100 swimming pigs in the next one? Shut up, Mona. On the other side of town, Kaido was walking toward the central plaza. He spotted the drama at the succubus shop from a distance, and wisely decided to take the long way around. Greed's reports had mentioned those 5, claiming they had mercantile potential. Kaido was starting to think greed's definition of potential was flawed. His destination was the most crowded stall in the plaza, the Call of Evernight. The queue for the stall snaked around the plaza twice, stretching out of sight. Both humans and undead were gripped by the fever of the event. A few opportunistic merchants had tried to copy the gacha model, but they lacked the cultural context of the empire. Their carvings looked more like eldritch totems than beloved leaders. More importantly, they weren't official license partners, so the undead refused to acknowledge them. Their stalls were empty save for a few human children playing with the discarded wood. The undead, however, were standing in line with their necks craned, staring intensely at the 8 wooden statues on Hans's counter. Kaido's likeness sat in the center, flanked by the 7 generals. Whoever Hans had hired for the job was a master, the detail was exquisite. Kaido joined the very end of the line, keeping his cloak pulled low. He listened to the 2 skeleton knights ahead of him. "I'm getting the master's statue today. If I miss, I'll settle for general wrath." "Forget it," the other knight replied flatly. "I've been in this line for 3 days. I haven't seen a single person pull the sovereign. I suspect the box is empty." Kaido looked at the gargantuan lottery box and nodded in silent, bitter agreement. "Then why are you still in line?" the first knight asked. The soul fire in the second knight's sockets flared with religious intensity. "Loyalty requires a trial." The line moved with agonizing slowness. Each undead would step up with an expression of frantic hope, pay their coin, and yank the lever. They would then retrieve a blank wooden tag and wander away, looking utterly soul-crushed. Occasionally, someone would draw a sigil for one of the generals, sparking a wave of envious murmurs through the crowd, which only served to harden the resolve of those still waiting. Finally, it was Kaido's turn. He disguised his voice, keeping his hood low. "1 pull." He slammed his final 10 copper coins onto the table. He took a deep breath, placing his bony hand on the lever. "This is it. The RNG has to flip now. I am the sovereign. The chosen one. How can a mere box defeat a king?" He pulled. Kaido looked down. A small, blank wooden tag completely devoid of any sigil sat mockingly in the tray. Kaido's frame stiffened. The surrounding skeletons seemed to cast looks of pity his way. He felt his soul fire grow uncomfortably hot. He silently retrieved the "thanks for playing" tag, dropped it in the bin, and slunk away to the side of the road. He patted his pockets. The great king of Evernight was officially bankrupt. Just then, he saw Hans strolling out of a nearby shop, humming a tune and carrying 2 heavy, clinking bags of gold. To Kaido, Hans's smile was an act of treason. "That's my money." He thought about having Hans seized and interrogated. He thought about auditing his soul. But then he looked back at the box of conviction, and the pious skeletons waiting their turn. This is a battle of dignity. I will pull my own statue through the legitimate mechanics of the game. Kaido squeezed his fists. He looked at the darkening sky. That's enough for today. Tomorrow, after I get my administrative allowance from greed, we settle this. Kaido vanished into the shadows of the alley, his back looking lonely yet resolute. A true hero never flees from the grind. Meanwhile, Avarice's laboratory. Skill Avarice was staring at a row of petri dishes containing suspended soul fire, his brow furrowed. Topic: Feasibility analysis of retaining key memories and emotional links post-conversion. The project was stalled. The peeling and reweaving of souls and memories was 10,000 times more complex than he had anticipated. His medical production was automated now, leaving him with an abundance of time to pursue his true interests, which only made the frustration of the current wall more grating. Just then, he received a pulse through the soul link. It was Lust. "What are your instructions?" "The master has issued a decree. A fascinating assignment regarding space-time interference. I find myself in need of your specific expertise. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 110. Chapter 110. The Commission. 1162 words. Chapter 110. The Commission. Inside Succubus Dreams. Kula lay flat on her back on the floorboards, stomach facing the ceiling, rhythmically and pathetically patting her midsection. Chairwoman. I think I'm dying of hunger again. You finished 3 meat pies and half a roasted chicken less than an hour ago, Scarlett replied, her chin resting heavily on her arms atop the counter. She didn't even have the energy to lift her head. The electric thrill of opening their own shop had been thoroughly ground into dust by the sheer weight of the workload. Last night, the 5 of them had worked through the dawn, weaving customized fantasies for 17 different clients. This is unsustainable, Scarlett muttered, her eyes tracking the thick stack of new order forms on the counter. She forced herself to sit upright, the movement making her head swim with dizziness. We are critically understaffed. We must expand our operations. On the sofa, Mona rolled over and buried her face into a cushion, her voice muffled and distant. Where are we supposed to find help? It's not like we know any other succubi. Actually, we know one, Eris, who had been silent until now, remarked. 4 pairs of eyes snapped toward her. Danica, Eris said, the name hanging in the air. The girl who was taken in by that human priest in the town of Orlando. Kula's eyes ignited instantly. She performed a perfect carp leap from the floor to a sitting position. The Danica who knows how to cook. Scarlett slammed her palm onto the counter, her spirit returning in a flash. Think about it. Danica must be living in constant terror. A succubus living in a chapel in the middle of the theocracy. It's like a sheep sleeping in a wolf's den. We're going to rescue our sister, Scarlett declared. And she can cook for us, Kula added with frantic excitement. And she can cook for us. Scarlett nodded vigorously, before her expression sobered. However, venturing into the theocracy is a suicide mission. The moment we leave the borders of the Evernight Empire, the way those humans look at us changes. We'd be back in shackles before we hit the first checkpoint. The room fell into a heavy silence. The memory of being sold as merchandise was still a raw wound for all of them. We need an escort, Scarlett decided. Mercenaries? Chloe whispered tentatively. No, Eris cut her off immediately. Human mercenaries are untrustworthy. Who's to say they won't have a change of heart halfway and sell us back into slavery? We cannot risk it. Then who is left? The Shadow Guard. One of the 7 legions of the Evernight Empire, the Shadow Guard answered directly to General Sloth. They were a unit of undead specializing in assassination, infiltration, and high-level stealth. More importantly, they were the only official military unit within the Empire authorized to accept external contracts. But they had one universally recognized drawback: they were extortionately expensive. Shadow Guard Headquarters. Scarlett took a deep breath and knocked on the heavy, obsidian-colored door. It slid open soundlessly, revealing an interior of absolute, lightless void. Business, a voice drifted from the dark, devoid of any discernible emotion. We wish to post a high-priority escort commission, Scarlett said, summoning every scrap of her courage. The 5 succubi shared a hesitant glance before filing into the darkness one by one. The door clicked shut behind them with an ominous finality. A single magical lamp flickered to life, illuminating a stone desk and a skeleton sitting behind it. Objective. Destination. Remuneration, the skeletal clerk said, not even looking up from his ledger. Escort us to the town of Orlando in the Holy Empire of Gustico, ensure our safety during a retrieval mission, and escort us back to Iron Fortress, Scarlett said, trying to keep her voice steady. The reward: 2 gold crowns. This was their entire operational budget. Every copper they had earned since opening. The skeleton's quill paused mid-stroke. Risk assessment, high. Requires cross-border operations within a territory actively hostile toward necrotic and demi-human entities. The skeleton lifted its head, its hollow gaze fixing on them. Standard escort parameters for this route require a Tier 3 skeleton assassin. The commission for a one-way trip is 2 gold crowns. Round trip, 4 gold crowns. Scarlet's heart hit the floor. We only have 2. Then the request shall be posted to the internal soul link as a discounted contract. We shall see if any unit is willing to accept a substandard reward. The skeleton lowered its head, scrawling the requirements onto a parchment. Request posted. You may wait or you may leave. With that, the clerk ignored them entirely, returning to his paperwork as if they had simply ceased to exist. The succubi stood in an awkward huddle. Almost no one in Iron Fortress hired the Shadow Guard. They were too expensive, and the Empire was too safe. Usually, these budget requests sat in the link until the poster gave up in despair. At that exact moment, Skillsloth, Tier 5 Shadow Demon, and one of the 7 great generals, was currently lying in a state of total, undignified collapse on the floor of his private quarters. He was destitute. Every single coin he owned had been fed into Hans's Call of Evernight lottery stall in the plaza. He had pulled the statue of gluttony. He had pulled the statue of pride. He had even pulled his own lazy-style, limited edition statue. But the sovereign's statue, the likeness of Master Kaito, refused to drop. Sloth was beyond frustrated. He had begun to suspect that the human merchant, Hans, hadn't even put the master's sigil in the box. He wanted to keep pulling until he proved it, but his pockets were empty. Just then, a notification flickered within his soul link. Discounted contract, escort mission destination, Orlando, Holy Empire of Gustico reward, 2 gold crowns. Sloth's consciousness swept over the details. His first instinct was to close the notification and go back to staring at the ceiling. 2 gold crowns. 1 gold crown was 100 silver. 1 silver was 100 copper. 1 pull at the stall cost 10 copper. 1 gold was 10,000 copper. 2 gold was 20,000 copper. 2,000 pulls. 2,000 more chances. The sovereign has to drop in 2,000 pulls, right? What if I'm only 2,000 pulls away from the jackpot? Once the thought took root, it became an irresistible obsession. A quick trip to the theocracy in exchange for 2,000 more tickets to Gotcha Hell. This trade, actually, isn't bad. Sloth shifted into an even more decadent, slouched position and let out a long, rattling sigh of defeat. Contract accepted. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn, just remove the hyphen symbol, to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 111. Chapter 111. The Pope. 1300 words. Chapter 111. The Pope. Scarlet stared at the skeleton behind the desk, its fingers moving in a mechanical blur as it processed paperwork. She wanted to ask for an update, but the words felt like they were stuck in her throat. Beside her, Kula's stomach let out an ill-timed, hollow roar. The skeleton didn't pause. It picked up a document, slammed a seal down, moved it to the next pile, and repeated the cycle. Finally, Scarlet couldn't take the silence anymore. "Excuse me, is there any news?" The skeleton didn't look up. "Wait with patience. Or cancel the commission." Scarlet bit her lip and went silent. Their entire life savings, 2 gold crowns, had already been submitted as an advance. If no one accepted the contract, the money would be refunded, but their plan to save their sister would turn to ash. Time bled away. The atmosphere in the lightless room became increasingly oppressive. Mona had already fallen asleep against Eris's shoulder, letting out rhythmic, tiny snores. Just as Scarlet felt hope beginning to flicker out, the skeleton stopped moving. It tilted its skull, staring at the foreconscious succubi. It picked up their mission form and slammed a chibi skull seal onto the parchment. Discounted contract, accepted. It was accepted. Scarlet gasped, unable to believe her ears. The skeleton scrawled a few characters on a fresh sheet of bone parchment and slid the agreement across the table. The contract is now binding. Tomorrow at dawn, assemble outside the east gate. Your escort will manifest of its own accord. Who took it? Can we meet him? Access denied. Your clearance is insufficient, the clerk replied, returning to its endless mountain of bureaucracy. Per the agreement, the escort shall reveal themselves only when necessary. At all other times, you are to ignore their existence. With that, the skeleton ceased all sound. The 5 succubi shared a look of bewildered joy before slowly filing out of the Shadow Guard headquarters. The heavy door clicked shut behind them. We did it. Kula cheered, nearly tackling Scarlet in a hug. We're gonna eat. We're gonna save her. Finally, some progress. Chloe let out a sigh of relief. Stay sharp, Eris warned, her eyes narrowing. You get what you pay for. A discount escort is a risk. Who cares? Scarlet waved a hand dismissively. As long as it's a subordinate of that personage, there won't be a problem. That's the credit of the Empire talking. Let's get back and pack. Inside the succubus apartment. I told you, no smoked meat. Scarlet yelled, trying to wrestle an oil paper bundle from Kula's grip. This is a rescue mission, not a picnic. It's emergency rations. What if I starve on the road? Kula shrieked, hugging the meat with the strength of a dying woman. In the corner, Mona was stuffing her favorite pillow into a backpack, yawning. I need to be able to nap, even in the theocracy. Eris was meticulously checking a nondescript dagger, testing the edge with her thumb, while Chloe stuffed various flavored star candies into every available pocket. The next day, dawn. Outside the east gate of Iron Fortress, a biting wind swept across the stone. The 5 succubi, wrapped tightly in thick wool cloaks, stood huddling together and stomping their feet to keep the blood flowing. The gates were open, and the morning flow of merchant caravans and pedestrians cast curious glances at the cluster of horned girls. Minutes turned into an hour. The sun had crested the horizon, yet the promised escort was nowhere to be found. Did we get scammed? Kula whispered, her stomach beginning its morning protest. No, Scarlet said firmly, though her eyes betrayed her doubt. Maybe he overslept. Mona suggested. Just as their patience reached its limit, a voice rang out without warning. It didn't come from any specific direction, it felt as though the sound had crawled directly out of their own shadows. Target confirmed. Succubi, 5 units. The girls jumped, clutching each other in a terrified huddle as they scanned the empty clearing. There was no one there. Who's there? Your escort, the voice replied, laced with a sleepy, decadent laziness. I am already within your shadows. Scarlet looked down. Her shadow, stretched long by the morning sun, looked perfectly ordinary. Per the agreement, I shall intervene only when a lethal threat beyond your capabilities manifests. At all other times, assume I am absent. The voice paused. Move out. With that, the presence vanished. The girls stood in a daze. That's our guard? Kula asked, pointing at the dirt. Mona nodded blearily. A bit sketchy. Let's go, Eris said, taking the first step. Regardless, we've already paid. There's no turning back now. Scarlet gritted her teeth and followed. She prayed those 2 gold coins weren't just a donation to the wind. The Holy Empire of Gustico, the Holy City. Inside the great Cathedral of Rostarn, murals of the Genesis stretched across the vaulted dome. The Pope, clad in robes of pure white and gold filigree, sat upon his throne. His face was a mask of unreadable stone. Below him, 12 cardinals stood in a rigid, solemn vigil. One elderly cardinal stepped forward, bowing low. Your Holiness, the rite of divine punishment has ended in failure. The result was already known to everyone in the room. They had mobilized the collective faith accumulated by the Empire over centuries, attempting to invoke a divine strike to wipe the undead Empire from the map. The result had been a minor energy storm over Evernight, and a massive wave of mental trauma for the participating priests. However, the Cardinal continued, his tone shifting. We did not come away entirely empty-handed. At the moment the ritual collapsed, we captured a thread of power leaking from a temporal rift. He opened his hand. A sphere of flickering, pale light hovered above his palm. The space surrounding it distorted with a subtle, nauseating ripple. This is the power of time, the Pope's voice echoed through the hall. Yes, Your Holiness. According to our analysis, this energy is sufficient to support a one-way transmission. We can send two souls back into the past. A graveyard silence filled the cathedral. To reverse time. To strike at the root of the error. The price. The absolute annihilation of the two souls, the Cardinal replied. They will be erased from all timelines. No reincarnation. No afterlife. To change destiny, a total sacrifice is required. Furthermore, the energy is too weak to carry anything beyond the second tier of power. Long and heavy. We require 2 volunteers, a cardinal known for his fanaticism remarked. 2 warriors possessed of the purest faith, willing to offer everything including their very existence for the sake of the Empire. They cannot be holy knights, nor high-ranking clergy, another added. Their disappearance would cause too much friction. We need 2 unremarkable souls. All eyes converged on the Pope. He closed his eyes as if seeking counsel from the heavens. Finally, he reopened them. Their objective: to return to the past, locate the sovereign of Evernight, and terminate him while he is at his weakest. The Pope rose from his throne, descending the steps. He approached the sphere of temporal energy, reaching out to brush its cold surface. Search among the death row inmates of the Inquisition. Search among the desperate ranks of the adventurers. Find those driven mad by their own piety. The Pope's voice filled every corner of the sanctuary. In the name of the Spirit, we shall correct this broken world. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 112, The Inspection. 1612 words. Chapter 112, The Inspection. The town of Orlando, high noon. Danica emerged from the kitchen carrying a tray of freshly baked bread, a light dusting of flour still clinging to her cheek. Sister Cecilia, lunch is served. Cecilia was currently sprawled across a stone bench, gnawing on an apple while she pored over a trashy romance novel with intense focus. She didn't even lift her head at Danica's voice. Just leave it on the table. I'll get to it in a minute. Where is Father Anchi? Who knows where that bastard crawled off to this time, Cecilia muttered, taking a massive bite of the apple. Probably back at the tavern wasting our coppers. The words had barely left her mouth when the chapel doors were slammed open with a violent crash. Anchi burst inside, his face pale, and his expression grimmer than a funeral shroud. Cecilia jumped, her apple rolling across the floor. What is wrong with you? Why are you screaming? The Inquisition from the Holy Capital, they're here. Anchi sprinted toward them, his breath coming in ragged hitches. 11 Templars. Fully armed. They're already at the town square. The tray in Danica's hands tilted precariously. Cecilia bolted upright, her novel falling into the dirt with a soft thud. I just got word from my contact, Anchi said, beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead. Apparently, too many clergy and residents have been defecting to the Evernight Empire. The Holy Council is livid. They've dispatched purge inquiries to every border town to root out heresy. Cecilia whipped her head toward Danica. The young succubus stood rooted to the spot, her entire frame shivering. What do we do? The basement. Anchi barked, his voice sharp with decision. Danica, get to the basement. There is no time. Anchi seized Danica by the wrist and dragged her toward the rear of the chapel. Cecilia scrambled after them. The entrance to the chapel's cellar was hidden in a shadowed corner of the prayer hall, beneath a nondescript rug. Anchi heaved a heavy stone slab upward, revealing a set of lightless, narrow stairs. Get down there. Danica bit her lip, gathered her skirts, and vanished into the darkness of the cellar. Wait, food. I'll find a way to get it to you. Anchi hissed. Now, stay silent. Do not move. Do not make a sound until I come for you after they leave. The stone slab dropped back into place. Danica was entombed in the dark. She heard the frantic patter of Anchi and Cecilia's footsteps receding, followed by the heavy creak of the prayer hall door closing. Silence reclaimed the dark. Danica leaned against the cold stone wall and slid to a crouch, her heart hammering against her ribs like a trapped bird. Don't be afraid. It will be all right. It has to be all right. The chapel main hall. Anchi and Cecilia stood by the entrance, waiting for the storm to break. Cecilia's palms were slick with sweat. What if they find the cellar? They won't, Anchi said, straightening his priestly robes with trembling fingers. The Inquisition is looking for ghouls and bone men. They won't tear apart a prayer hall without cause. Are you certain? I'm not certain of anything, Anchi whispered, taking a deep breath. But we have to gamble our souls on this. Footsteps approached from the street. Cecilia's body went rigid. The chapel doors were shoved open once more. The sunlight was blotted out as 11 towering silhouettes cast long, oppressive shadows across the floor. A squad of fully armed Templars marched inside. Leading them was a man of imposing stature, clad in silver-white plate armor engraved with the Holy Sun emblem of Gustico. A Tier 4 paladin. Behind him, 10 Tier 3 Templars stood in 2 disciplined rows, their hands resting habitually on the hilts of their claymores. Anchi stepped forward immediately, offering a standard sign of blessing. Welcome, messengers of the Holy Capital. May the light of the Great Spirit forever guide your path. The paladin scanned Anchi with a cold, analytical gaze. He did not return the blessing. Are you the father in charge of this parish? I am Anchi, the presiding father of the Orlando Chapel. Sister, Cecilia added, curtsying quickly. The paladin gave a curt nod. I am Sir Ross. By the decree of the Council of Cardinals, I am conducting a purge inquiry of the town of Orlando for traces of heresy and necrotic influence. His voice was a flat, clinical drone. You will cooperate with our investigation. Of course, Anchi said, his voice a mask of oily obedience. How may we assist you, Sir Knight? Ross didn't answer. He simply waved a gauntlet hand to the knights behind him. Search the chapel. Every corner. The 10 Templars fanned out instantly, their boots echoing like thunder through the stone halls. Anchi and Cecilia stood like statues, daring not to move. Cecilia felt her heart in her throat as she stole a glance toward the prayer hall. The door was shut tight. Do not go in there. The search lasted for what felt like an eternity. Eventually, the Templars regrouped in the hall, reporting to Ross. Commander, no traces of heresy found. No necrotic OD detected. The interior meets liturgical standards. Hearing the report, Ross's demeanor softened by a microscopic degree. He turned to Anchi, offering a perfunctory sign of blessing. Has anyone in this town recently journeyed to the Evernight Empire? Anchi shook his head. No, Sir Knight. Orlando is a quiet town. Our people are pious and simple, they would never venture into such a blighted land. Is that so? Ross narrowed his eyes. Then why have I received reports that this chapel hosted a wandering minstrel from the east? Anchi's heart gave a violent lurch. He forced his face to remain a mask of calm. Ah, there was such a man. But he was merely passing through. He spun a few tall tales and departed shortly after. We did not entertain his blasphemy, in fact, we offered him a stern rebuke before he left. Ross remained silent for several seconds, weighing the lie. Very well. He turned back to his men. We shall beleat here for the night to rest. As you command, sir. Ross looked back at Anchi. Ensure our quarters are prepared, father. Naturally, Anchi nodded frantically. We shall arrange the finest rooms for you and your subordinates. The Templars began to unburden themselves. They stacked their gear in the corner of the hall, some began to polish their blades, while others inspected their armor for rust. Cecilia leaned into Anchi, her voice a terrified whisper. They're staying the night. It seems so, Anchi whispered back. She's down there. No food, no water. I'll handle it. You go prepare dinner. Act natural. Do not let your hands shake. Cecilia gritted her teeth and turned toward the kitchen. Night fell. The chapel hall was illuminated by the flickering glow of dozens of candles. The Templars sat in a circle, eating the stew Cecilia had prepared. Sir Ross sat in the center, a bowl of hot broth and several crusts of bread before him. He ate slowly, his every movement disciplined. Anchi sat opposite him, acting as the host. Sir Ross, if I may ask, how many inquiry squads have been dispatched? 12, Ross replied, setting his spoon down. We are covering every inch of the border provinces. Such a massive undertaking. The threat of the Evernight Empire is more severe than you can comprehend, Ross said, looking Anchi in the eye. Many have been blinded by the sweet lies of the dead, betraying their faith and the spirits. Our duty is to find these heretics and purify their souls. Anchi felt his palms go damp again. If a heretic is found, what is the protocol? Ross's expression didn't change. The stake. Anchi swallowed hard. Once the meal was finished and the knights began their watch rotation, Ross retired to his room. Anchi waited until the hall was quiet before slipping toward the prayer hall. He ensured no one was watching before nudging the stone slab open. He didn't speak. He simply reached into his robes, pulled out a cloth-wrapped loaf of bread and a water skin, and shoved them into the darkness. In the shadows, a small hand reached up, silently accepting the supplies. Anchi slid the slab back into place and exited the room. In the corridor, a Templar was passing by. Father Anchi. Not resting yet? Ah, I was just finishing my evening devotions, Anchi said with a natural smile. A habit of mine before sleep. To pray for the spirit's protection. A pious man, the knight nodded. I won't disturb you. Good night. Good night. Anchi watched the knight walk away before finally returning to his own room. He shut the door, leaned his back against the wood, and let out a breath that sounded like a sob. Too close. In the basement. Danica sat in the absolute dark, taking tiny, desperate bites of the dry bread. The Templars were directly above her head. If even one of them grew suspicious, if even one of them decided to check the hall again. Danica squeezed her eyes shut, curling into a tight ball. Just survive the night. Just survive until dawn. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 113. Chapter 113, Jamie. 1303 words. Chapter 113, Jamie. The next morning, Sir Ross and his Templars began their door-to-door inquiry. Father Anchi accompanied them the entire way, a practiced, benevolent smile fixed on his face as he introduced each townsman. Old Tom the blacksmith, a piously devoted soul who never missed a Sunday mass. Auntie Mary from the bakery, her loaves were the pride of Orlando, and her donations to the chapel were regular as the tides. Peter the shepherd, whose flock had miraculously survived last year's blight, purely through the grace of the Holy Spirit. Ross listened to these introductions, nodding rhythmically. The inspection was proceeding with boring, clinical efficiency. No one had journeyed to the Evernight Empire. No one had consorted with the dead. No one had uttered a syllable of heresy. Anshi's heart began to slowly descend from his throat. It's almost over. We've passed the trial. Just as Ross was preparing to bid Anshi farewell at the street corner, a group of children came running around the bend. Let's go to the chapel and find Sister Danica. She said she'd teach us how to bake starbread today. Sister Danica is the best. The children's voices were bright and piercing in the morning air. Anshi's smile froze, turning into a brittle mask. Sir Ross stopped mid-stride. He turned around slowly, his gaze locking onto Anshi. The other Templars shifted their weight, fanning out until Anshi was centered in a ring of cold steel. Father Anshi, Ross said, his voice a flat, dangerous calm. Who is Danica? Anshi's mind became a whirlwind. An explanation. At this distance, with those eyes on him, any fabrication would be a death sentence. To be caught in a lie by the Inquisition was to invite immediate purification. Anshi kept his mouth shut. He didn't say a word. Ross stared at him for several seconds before turning toward the children. Children, come here. Ross knelt, bringing his eyes level with theirs. He wore a smile of manufactured warmth. This Sister Danica you mentioned, who is she? The children looked at each other, then began to compete for the chance to speak. She's the sister at the chapel. She tells us the best stories. She makes the tastiest candies. And she plays hide and seek with us. Ross kept his smile in place. And what does she do during the day? She sits in the confessional and listens to everyone. She scrubs the floors. And she's a really good cook. Ross nodded slowly. She sounds like an exemplary sister. The children nodded vigorously. Sister Danica is the greatest. Ross stood up, his face hardening as he turned back to Anshi. The father's face was now ashen. Father Anshi, Ross said, stepping into the priest's personal space. A nun so beloved by the children, so integrated into the town, and yet, during our census this morning, not a single adult mentioned her name. Why is that? Anshi's jaw worked but no sound came out. As a presiding father, Ross continued, you have the authority to appoint novices or even full sisters without reporting to the capital. But you went through a great deal of effort to strike her existence from the town's collective testimony. Ross's hand rested on the hilt of his claymore. Tell me, who exactly is Danica? Anshi gritted his teeth. It's over. I've failed. Ross turned back to the children for one final inquiry. Children, one last thing. Has Sister Danica done anything strange recently? The children tilted their heads, thinking hard. No, not really. She's always been nice. Ross began to frown, losing interest. But then, a little girl piped up. I remember. Last time we played hide and seek, Sister Danica took a really, really long time to find Jamie. That's right. A boy added. She usually finds us fast, but she was gone with Jamie for ages. And when they finally came back, Jamie looked like he'd seen a ghost, but he was really happy. Ross's eyes narrowed into slits. Ross turned to his men. Bring the boy named Jamie to me. Immediately. Understood. 2 Templars broke off and sprinted into the town. Anshi felt his soul wither. Of all the children in Orlando, it had to be the one with the biggest mouth in the province. At that moment, Jamie was being held by the ear by his mother. You brat. How many times do I have to tell you to keep your mouth shut? She screamed, her face flushed with fury. Auntie Mary came by today. She said you told half the town her flour is cut with bean meal. Her business is in the gutter because of your loose tongue. Jamie kept his head down, tears pooling in his eyes. I didn't mean to. You never mean to. She raised her hand to deliver a swat, but the front gate was kicked open. 2 fully armed Templars marched into the yard. Jamie's mother froze, her anger replaced by a sudden, chilling dread. My lords, how may we serve the church? We are taking this child to see Commander Ross, the Templar said, pointing a gauntlet finger at Jamie. The mother's face went pale. What has he done? Just a few questions. The Templar didn't wait for a reply, seizing Jamie by the arm. Jamie was hauled out of the yard. He looked back at his mother, seeing the sheer terror on her face, and for the first time, his own resolve began to waver. The prayer hall. Jamie was thrust before Sir Ross. The paladin knelt, staring into the red-rimmed eyes of the small boy. Your name is Jamie. Jamie gave a shaky nod. Don't be afraid. I only have a few questions for you, Ross said, his voice a honeyed poison. You know Sister Danica, don't you? Jamie nodded again. Is she kind to you? Yes, Jamie whispered. Then tell me, during that game of hide-and-seek, what happened? Why did it take her so long to find you? Jamie looked up at Ross. Then his eyes drifted to Father Anchi, who was standing nearby, drenched in a cold sweat. Jamie remembered that afternoon. The sunlight through the leaves. The snagged branch. The fallen habit. Sister Danica's panicked, beautiful face. And the pinky promise they had shared. It was his and Sister Danica's most precious treasure. Jamie's mouth opened. Ross waited with predatory patience. A tear rolled down Jamie's cheek. I don't know. You don't know? Ross's tone lost its warmth, turning sharp. Child, to lie to the Inquisition is a sin against the spirits. The great dragon is watching you. I really don't know. Jamie stammered, his voice climbing in pitch. I was just hidden really well. It took her a long time to find the spot. That's all. Ross leaned in, his eyes boring into Jamie's. Jamie stared back, his vision blurring with tears, but he didn't look away. The silence stretched, heavy and suffocating. I will ask you one final time, Ross hissed. What did you see? Tell the truth, and you remain a good child of the faith. If you continue to hide the truth, you are an accomplice to heresy. You and your entire family will be fed to the holy flames for purification. Ross's roar echoed through the prayer hall. Jamie's body shook so hard his teeth rattled, but he squeezed his eyes shut and shook his head with a frantic, desperate violence. Just then crash. The heavy stone slab in the corner of the room was violently thrust upward from below. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 114. Chapter 114. Manifestation 1325 words. Chapter 114. Manifestation. When Danica stepped out of the basement, dust still clung to the hem of her simple dress. She stood before Sir Ross and offered a deep, humble bow. I am the one you seek. I am Danica. Her voice was soft, barely a whisper, yet in the stifling silence of the prayer hall, it rang with absolute clarity in everyone's ears. Ross gave a curt wave of his hand. Return the child to his home. A Templar stepped forward, seizing Jamie's hand. As the boy was dragged toward the exit, he twisted his head back, his eyes searching for her. Danica offered him a small, fragile smile, and a tiny wave exactly as she did every afternoon, when she saw him off at the chapel gates. Jamie's tears broke free again, hot and silent. Father Anchi stood by the altar, watching the scene through a haze of numb despair. He let out a long, shuddering sigh. It's over. Everything is gone. Remove the habit, Ross's voice cut through Anshi's spiral. Danica did not hesitate. She reached up, slowly unwinding the white linen from her head. Her long, dark hair cascaded down her shoulders, shimmering faintly in the beams of light piercing the stained glass. Beneath the hair, two small, elegant, curved horns were revealed. A succubus. Ross stared at the horns, his face a mask of iron-cold indifference. Father Anshi and Sister Cecilia, they were under my charm, Danica lied, her voice remaining impossibly calm. They were mere puppets to my whims. They knew nothing of my nature. I beg of you, do not punish them for my sins. Anshi's jaw tightened. He wanted to scream a denial, to tell the paladin the truth, but the words died in his throat, choked by the weight of the girl's sacrifice. Ross caught the flickering micro-expression on the father's face. He repeated, his tone dripping with a razor-sharp sarcasm. Father Anshi, do you expect me to believe such a convenient narrative? Anshi remained silent, staring at the floor. Ross turned back to Danica. In ordinary times, perhaps I would have looked the other way for the sake of the parish's peace, Ross said, his hand resting on his sword hilt. But the world has changed. The dead rise in the east, and the empire will no longer tolerate the presence of the impure. The father and the sister shall be spared the pyre, but you are beyond the reach of mercy. Ross signaled his men. Place Father Anshi and Sister Cecilia under house arrest. Confine them to their quarters until further notice. As for the succubus, Ross stepped into Danica's personal space. I shall escort her to the oubliette myself. Two Templars stepped forward, flanking Anshi. Sister Cecilia burst into the hall at that moment, skidding to a halt as she took in the scene. What is happening? She shrieked, her voice thin with panic. Sister Cecilia, Anshi turned to her, offering a weary, broken smile. We've been found out. Before she could process the words, two Templars seized her by the arms. She began to thrash with a frantic, desperate energy. I am a sister of the faith. How dare you lay hands on me? She screamed. She did nothing. She only. The guard smothered her cries with a heavy hand and dragged her out of the hall. Anshi was not treated with such violence, he was simply guided toward his room by two silent guards. He paused, casting one final, haunted look at Danica. Danica met his gaze, wearing the same gentle smile she had worn since the day she arrived. Father Anshi, thank you for everything. For the home, and for the kindness. Anshi wanted to explain his silence, to tell her he was sorry, but he couldn't find the strength. He was pushed forward, disappearing into the shadows of the corridor. Soon, only Ross and Danica remained in the prayer hall. Ross reached into the spatial pouch at his belt and withdrew a set of heavy, cold iron manacles. Your hands, he commanded. Danica complied, extending her wrists. Ross locked the chains with a practiced, metallic clack. Ross held the end of the chain, leading Danica toward the small dungeon at the rear of the chapel. It was a miserable stone cell, barely a few meters square, with walls of weeping granite. He shoved her inside. Danica found her footing and turned to face him. My lord, may I ask one question? Ross didn't answer, but he didn't close the door. What will happen to Jamie? Ross paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Yes, Danica nodded. Will he be implicated? Will he suffer for keeping my secret? Ross remained silent for several beats. He is a child. He understands nothing of heresy. Danica let out a breath of pure relief. Then I am content. Ross studied her, his brow furrowing. You're concerned for him. Of course, Danica smiled. Jamie is a very sweet boy. Ross stared at her for a long time, as if trying to reconcile her nature with her words. Do you realize what awaits you? The pyre, she replied simply. Ross's voice was as cold as the stone. In 3 days, I will ignite the flame in the town square before the eyes of all. You will be reduced to ash. Danica lowered her head. I understand. Ross turned to leave. Wait, Danica called out. What now? Could you leave me a light? I've always been a little afraid of the dark. Ross stared at her, the silence stretching. Then, he reached for an oil lamp on the wall, lit it, and placed it in the corner of the cell. Thank you. Ross said nothing more. He walked out and slammed the heavy iron door shut. The sound of the key turning in the lock echoed like a death knell. Danica sat on the frozen floor, watching the tiny, flickering flame of the lamp. She hugged her knees, burying her face in her arms. She didn't cry. She simply sat there in the quiet. Outside, she heard Ross giving orders to the Templars. Maintain a constant watch. No one approaches this cell without my direct authorization. Understood, Commander. The footsteps faded into the distance. Silence reclaimed the dungeon. Danica looked at the lamp, the flame dancing with every draft. 3 days, huh? She whispered to the shadows. Well, I suppose it's not too long to wait. Late that night. Inside the chapel, in Father Anshi's room, the priest sat at his desk, staring at a copy of the Holy Scriptures of Rostarn. He wasn't praying. He wasn't even reading. He simply flipped the pages mechanically, one by one. From the beginning to the end, then back to the start. In the room next door, Cecilia was face down on her bed, her head buried under a pillow. On the floor beside her lay a cushion she had gripped so hard it had burst, scattering white fluff across the room. She was currently biting down on a second pillow, her teeth clenched to suppress a roar of helpless fury. And in the dungeon, Danica leaned against the wall, watching the oil lamp as it began to sputter and die. I really should have stolen a sip of that vintage wine Anshi hides under the donation box, she murmured to herself. She pulled her knees tighter to her chest and added, even though he always swore it was a sacred offering for the spirits. Outside the door, the Templar on watch let out a yawn and shifted his weight, his armor clinking in the darkness. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn, just remove the hyphen symbol, to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 115, The Wayward Lamb 1344 words. Chapter 115, The Wayward Lamb. 3 days later. In the town of Orlando, there were no bells this morning. No morning prayers. Only a heavy, suffocating silence hung in the frigid air. Scarlet and her group, cloaked in heavy hoods and heads bowed low, moved within the frantic, shuffling crowd. They had arrived late last night, intending to slip into the chapel under the cover of darkness, only to find it ringed by Templars. It was a fortress of silver steel. What's happening? Kula whispered, tugging on Scarlet's sleeve. Why is everyone running to the square? It feels like a festival, but everyone looks like they're going to a funeral. Eris's voice drifted from the other side, something is wrong. Horribly wrong. Nearby, townsfolk gathered in small, huddled groups. They spoke in hushed, jagged whispers, but fragments of their terror drifted to the succubi's ears. Are they truly going to burn the girl from the chapel? She was a good soul. When I threw out my back, she was the one who helped me home. She's a succubus. A creature of the abyss. They exist only to seduce the righteous and invite calamity. But she never did a single wicked thing. She only ever helped us. Scarlet exchanged a look with her sisters. They followed the flow of the crowd toward the central plaza. The square was a sea of people. A massive circle had been formed, leaving a wide, empty space in the center. In the exact midpoint of that space stood a towering wooden stake in the shape of a cross. At its base sat a pile of dry kindling and straw, drenched in oil. Danica was bound to the stake. She wore a clean, white prisoner's shift, her hair combed back with heartbreaking care. Beneath the hair, the two small, black horns were stark and unmistakable under the morning sun. Scarlet's heart sank into her stomach. Kula's eyes went wide, her hands flying to cover her mouth. "They're going to..." Kula whimpered. "Our dinner." Chloe elbowed her sharply in the ribs before she could finish the thought. Scarlet paid them no mind. Her gaze was locked on the silver figure standing before the pyre. The Inquisitor of the Holy Capital. A tier 4 paladin. Ross stepped forward, his voice projected with the weight of a decree. The name rang through every alleyway of the square. "Before you undergo the ritual of purification, have you any final words for the spirits?" Danica lifted her head. She looked at Ross, then scanned the faces of the townsfolk. Her eyes searched the crowd as if looking for a specific face. Finally, she gave a slow, gentle shake of her head. She remembered the days of being sold as merchandise. She remembered the cold iron and the numb, endless journey. Her time in Orlando had been a stolen dream. Now, it was time to wake up. Perhaps this was the only destination ever intended for a creature like her. Danica closed her eyes. "I have nothing to say. Proceed with haste." Her voice was a calm flat line, devoid of fear or regret. Ross nodded, offering no further plea. He took a step back and addressed the crowd. "According to the Holy Codex, before a heretic is purified by the flame, the faithful may use the stones of the earth to wash away the filth she has brought to this land." He paused, waiting for the first rock to fly. 1 second. 2 seconds. 10 seconds. The square was terrifyingly quiet. No one moved. No one reached for a stone. In the crowd, little Jamie gripped his mother's skirt so hard his knuckles were white. Tears pooled in his eyes. His mother pulled him into a fierce embrace, turning her head away, unable to bear the sight. The blacksmith who had received Danica's bread bowed his head. The elderly woman who had listened to Danica's stories made the sign of the cross in silence. Ross watched this, his expression remaining a mask of stone. He offered no lecture, no rebuke. He simply turned and accepted a flaming torch from a subordinate. "Since no hand will be raised, I shall act as the proxy for holy retribution." Ross raised the torch, beginning his stride toward the kindling. Scarlet could no longer contain herself. She shoved past the person in front of her, ready to lunge into the circle. In that exact moment a sudden, violent intervention. A blade of piercing light manifested out of thin air, whistling through the sky before slamming into the ground between Ross and the stake. Dirt and gravel erupted into the air, carving a half-meter-deep trench in the stone. Ross skidded back, raising an arm to shield his eyes from the spray. The torch fell, extinguished in the dirt. A figure burst from the crowd with a reckless, unrefined speed. It was Cecilia. She delivered a sharp, snapping kick to a Templar who tried to intercept her, sending him tumbling. She skidded to a halt in front of the stake, her presence as a Tier 3 warrior exploding outward without restraint. She shielded Danica with her body, crossing her arms defiantly. "I went through a hell of a lot of trouble to find the perfect partner," Cecilia snarled. "I'm not letting you torch her just because you're bored." The crowd stared, dumbfounded. The usually graceful, albeit lazy, sister was a monster. Ross didn't look at the raging Cecilia. His gaze bypassed the chaos, locking onto the rear of the crowd. There, Father Anchi was slowly walking forward. He wasn't wearing his spotless, eternal priestly robes. He wore only a simple white shirt and black trousers. He looked like an ordinary civilian. Upon his palms, the fading embers of the holy art he had just discharged still shimmered. 1 hour earlier. Inside his room, Anchi had stood by the window. His eyes didn't see the horizon. He saw Danica busy in the kitchen. He saw Cecilia sprawled on a bench eating an apple. He saw the three of them bickering in the narthex. Anchi sighed. He set down the holy scriptures of Rostarn. He walked to his wardrobe and stripped off the robes that defined his life and his status. He folded them with meticulous care and placed them on the bed, giving the fabric a final, lingering pat. Anchi walked to the door. He whispered a sequence of runes toward the gap. A sphere of soft, hypnotic light seeped through the crack. There was a dull sound of shifting weight from the corridor. He waited 5 seconds, then pulled the door open. The 2 Templars guarding him were slumped against the wall, lost in a magical slumber. Anchi ghosted past them, making no sound. He reached Cecilia's room. He didn't knock, he shoved the door open. The room was a wreck, white fluff from a burst pillow covering the floor like snow. Cecilia was face down on the bed, her shoulders shaking with suppressed sobs. Anchi walked over, yanked the pillow from beneath her head, and tossed it aside. "Why are you making that face?" Cecilia lifted her head, her face a mask of tears and raw fury. "Mind your business. Let me rot in peace." Anchi ignored the scream. He simply extended his hand toward her. "Sister Cecilia, it seems a devoted lamb has wandered away from our chapel." Cecilia stared at the outstretched hand, her breath hitching. Anchi offered a small, knowing smile. "Would you care to accompany me to bring her home?" Cecilia looked at his face, that annoying, punchable face she saw every day. She sniffled, wiped her eyes, and gripped his hand as she stood up. "Of course, Father Anchi," she whispered. "Let's go bring our wayward lamb home." 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 116. Chapter 116, Conflict. 1717 words. Chapter 116, Conflict. Sir Ross looked down at Anchi, his voice carrying the weight of a judge passing sentence. "Father Anchi, do you have any inkling of the gravity of your actions?" Anchi stepped forward, his pace neither hurried nor hesitant, coming to a halt directly before the paladin. "I believe that is a question better suited for you, Inquisitor Ross," Anchi replied. His voice wasn't loud, but it resonated through the silent square with undeniable authority. "Abduction, false accusation, and the attempted execution of a devoted believer of the spirits. Which of these sins do you think is insufficient to secure your place in the Great Cascade?" Anchi raised a trembling finger, pointing it directly at Ross's nose. "Since you still deign to call me father, then I, in my capacity as the presiding father of Orlando, shall issue a judgment." Anchi's tone shifted, becoming solemn and rhythmic, as if he were officiating a high mass. "You, Ross, are a blasphemer and a heretic. You are the one in need of purification." A collective gasp went through the Templars standing behind Ross. A Tier 3 priest from a backwater border town was declaring an Inquisitor of the Holy Capital a heretic. For the first time, Ross's face broke its mask. A flicker of genuine, insulted fury crossed his features. "You are seeking a very painful death," Ross whispered. While the 2 men faced off, Sister Cecilia had already reached the stake. She looked at the heavy ropes binding Danica, and let out a sharp curse. Since when did they start making hemp this sturdy? The next second, she gripped the cords with both hands. Her back arched, her muscles bulging beneath her habit as she channeled her battle aura. The thick ropes were shredded as if they were made of silk. Danica's body went limp, falling into Cecilia's arms. Cecilia braced her, ensuring the girl remained upright. The remaining townsfolk in the plaza finally snapped out of their stupor. A priest and a sister were openly defying an inquisitor. This wasn't just a squabble, it was a declaration of war against the church. Panic erupted. People scattered in every direction, leaving the square empty in a matter of seconds. Soon, only 5 hooded figures remained in the center of the plaza alongside the rebels. The 8 Templars moved with practiced efficiency. They fanned out, locking into a standard tactical seal formation, surrounding Anchi, Cecilia, Danica, and the 5 suspicious strangers. They drew their claymores, the steel singing as it blocked every avenue of retreat. The 5 hooded figures shared a glance. The one at the head. Scarlet let out a resigned sigh and yanked back her hood, exposing her elegant black horns. She scratched her cheek with an awkward, embarrassed grin. "Sorry to bother you during your..." She gestured toward Danica. "This succubus is a valued employee of our shop. Would you mind handing her over?" Beside her, Kula nodded frantically, her eyes gleaming with a primal hunger for roasted poultry. Ross shifted his gaze from Anchi to the newcomers, Scarlet, Kula, Mona, Eris, and Chloe. Plus the one at the stake. 6 succubi in total. Ross's eyes went flat. The Holy Codex states, succubi are creatures of the abyss, spawned from the filth of mortal desire. Their mere existence is a desecration of the Great Spirit's creation. Ross leveled his longsword at Scarlet. "It appears the purification list requires an immediate update." "What a pain," Scarlet muttered. Then she flashed Ross a sharp, jagged grin. "But don't think a succubus dreams, has spent all this time just eating chicken." The moment the words left her lips, Ross's world distorted. A deafening roar tore through the sky, vibrating the very stone beneath his feet. A gargantuan shadow blotted out the sun. Ross looked up. A hideous black dragon had pierced through the cloud layer, its golden vertical pupils locking onto the Inquisitor. As its jaw unhinged, a swirling vortex of dragon breath gathered in its throat. Succubus racial illusion, Ross analyzed instantly. But the illusion was so vivid, the psychological pressure so immense, that even his Tier 4 instincts forced his muscles to pull taut. Anchi clapped his hands together and pulled them apart, a sphere of blinding radiance condensing in his palms. Holy bolt! Without a second of hesitation, he launched the projectile straight for Ross's head. Ross sensed the threat. He ignored the dragon above and swung his blade in a backhand arc, striking the light with surgical precision. The light detonated. The shockwave forced Ross back half a step, leaving a charred, black mark on the flat of his blade. "Amusing," Ross murmured. The battle exploded. Cecilia moved like a runaway juggernaut, lunging at Ross with a flying kick. Ross sidestepped with effortless grace. Cecilia's foot missed, slamming into the stone pavement and cratering the rock, sending chips flying. Ross didn't even look. He spun with a whip-like roundhouse kick, his boot connecting with Cecilia's bracing arm. The sound of bone snapping echoed clearly. Cecilia let out a grunt of pain as she was sent tumbling across the plaza. Ross didn't pursue. His target was clear. He charged for Anchi. The priest retreated, his lips moving in a frantic, high-speed chant for his next spell. Scarlet screamed at her sisters, "Don't just stand there. Get in the game." Mona, catching the fever of the moment, threw her hands wide. 100 chickens night parade. Suddenly, hundreds of baby chicks all wearing miniature helmets and tiny suits of plate armor appeared out of thin air. Chirping with a shrill, warlike intensity, they surged across the square like a fuzzy yellow ocean, swarming the 8 Templars. The Knights' formation wavered for a microsecond. One Templar instinctively hacked at the threat, only for his blade to pass through the illusion, nearly taking his comrade's leg off. "The golden windfall!" Kula shouted, her eyes glowing. A rain of gold coins began to fall from the sky. Despite knowing it was fake, the sheer visual impact of thousands of glinting coins caused several knights to falter in their stride. "The potion!" Scarlet yelled, tossing a small vial to Cecilia as the sister scrambled up from the dirt. It was the diluted emerald's respite from Iron Fortress. Cecilia caught it, yanked the cork with her teeth, and downed it in one gulp. She slammed her fractured arm against the stone to force the bone back into alignment, let out a roar of defiance, and charged back in. Eris and Chloe began weaving even more illusions. Dozens of phantoms of Anchi and Cecilia erupted from the shadows, lunging at Ross from every angle. The plaza was a theater of the absurd. The air was filled with chirping chickens, clinking gold, and the cries of phantom warriors. Anchi stood at the eye of the storm, discharging holy arts like a frantic artillery battery. Light bolts, chains of radiance, and blades of energy were hurled without regard for his mana reserves. He was the only long-range threat and thus, Ross's primary objective. Ross ignored the phantoms. He ignored the chirping chickens at his heels. A thin, golden film of battle aura coated his skin, acting as a filter that rendered the illusions inert. He cut through the chaos with singular intent. Cecilia swung a heavy wooden cross like a club at Ross's back. Without turning, Ross raised his left hand, a shield of pure holy light manifesting instantly. The wood shattered into splinters against the barrier. Ross didn't spare her a glance. He blurred into a white afterimage, appearing directly in front of Anchi. Anchi's pupils shrank. He barely managed to conjure a basic shield of light. The shield shattered like glass. Ross struck not with the blade, but with the heavy pommel of his sword, slamming it into Anchi's chest. Anchi felt as though he had been hit by a charging crockets. His body was launched backward, tracing a long parabola through the air before slamming into the stone 50 feet away. He spat a fountain of blood, painting the cobbles red. Anchi struggled to rise, but the agony in his chest made even a shallow breath a monumental effort. His mana was spiraling out of control. Cecilia shrieked. Her eyes were blood-red with fury. She charged at Ross, her fists clenched and her guard abandoned. You bastard! Ross spared her a cold, dismissive glance before walking toward the fallen priest, raising his sword high. This time, the blade ignited with a piercing, holy light. The 8 Templars stepped forward in unison. Having adapted to the succubi's tricks, they efficiently separated the group. 2 knights tied down the raging Cecilia. The other 6 suppressed the 5 succubi and the wounded Danica. The circle tightened. Scarlet watched the dying Anchi, the suicide charge of Cecilia, and the encroaching wall of steel. Her mind raced at a fever pitch. We can't fight them. We can't run. Is this where it ends? Scarlet gritted her teeth. She looked at the sky and screamed with the full strength of her lungs, "You lazy piece of trash we hired. If you don't show up in 3 seconds, we're filing for a full refund. And you're getting a 1-star review." The scream echoed through the square. Ross paused for a fraction of a second, his gaze following Scarlet's eyes toward the rooftops. The roof of the chapel was empty. There was nothing there but the cold winter wind. Ross allowed a mocking sneer to touch his lips. A desperate delusion, he whispered. He raised his sword once more, preparing to end Father Anchi. Just then a shadow appeared behind Ross without a sound, without a ripple, and without a warning. No one saw how it happened. From within that shadow, 2 pale finger bones emerged. They reached out and gently effortlessly clamped onto Ross's blade just as it began its descent. Ross's entire body went rigid. He felt as though he wasn't holding a sword, but was trying to lift an unmovable mountain. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 117. Chapter 117, Sloth. 1538 words. Chapter 117. Sloth. Ross acted with instantaneous precision, releasing his sword hilt and using the momentum of his spin to launch a whip-like roundhouse kick at the shadow's head. The wind of the strike whistled through the air, but it connected with nothing. Landing back on the pavement, his boots clicked against the stone as he skidded back several meters. His gaze remained fixed on the mass of darkness slowly detaching itself from the ground. A shadow demon. Skillsloth watched the human, his voice carrying a note of playful mockery. There are no prizes for this quiz. Ross didn't waste another syllable on banter. He barked a command to the Templars behind him. Sacred Relic Aegis. The 8 Tier 3 Templars moved with practiced speed, forming a perfect circular battle array with Ross at its center. Sanctified light erupted from their armor, weaving together to form a shimmering, translucent dome. Sloth watched the display, making no move to intercept. Just as a heads up, I'm actually quite strong. You should probably run while you still have legs. I'm too lazy to chase you. Ross ignored the provocation. He raised both hands toward the heavens, his voice turning solemn and resonant. O holy light! Shield your humble servants once more. I offer up these unworthy souls in exchange for the power to purge the filth of this world. The 8 Templars dropped to one knee simultaneously, driving their swords into the ground. The holy light radiating from them began to hemorrhage at a visible rate, flowing like liquid mercury into Ross's body. On the other side of the plaza, Scarlet had just finished jamming a healing potion into Anshi's mouth. Seeing the ritual, she screamed toward Sloth, "Stop them. That's a lifelink sacrifice." Ross caught the scream, and allowed a cruel smirk to cross his face. "Now you wish to intervene. Repent for your arrogance, heretic." Sloth let out a long yawn, appearing entirely bored by the spectacular light show. "It'll probably be fine. You're actually remarkably weak, after all." The words reached every ear in the plaza. It was the spark that ignited Ross's fury. The next second, the light surrounding the 8 Templars flickered and died. They collapsed into the dirt, their bodies looking like desiccated husks, as if the very marrow of their lives had been siphoned away. In contrast, Ross's body exploded with a radiance like a second sun. The sheer pressure of the holy manna distorted the air around him, and the stone tiles beneath his boots cracked and buckled under the weight of his presence. Temporary Tier 5. At the cost of 8 lives, he had attained power capable of leveling a provincial capital. A mere creature of the dark dares to mock the glory of the spirits. Ross roared. He could feel the godlike power coursing through his veins, a dangerous delusion of omnipotence. Receive purification. Ross vanished. A microsecond later, he was in Sloth's face. A blade woven from pure, condensed holy light descended in a vertical cleave. Sloth simply took one slow, deliberate step to the left. The massive blade of light struck empty air, carving a bottomless trench into the plaza floor, the scorched edges hissing with green smoke. Too slow, Sloth's voice whispered directly into Ross's ear. Ross spun with a backhand sweep, the light blade tracing a wide arc of death. Sloth leaned back, his body bending at an impossible angle to let the strike pass an inch from his ribs. Ross didn't stop. He became a white whirlwind, a blurred cyclone of countless strikes that completely enveloped Sloth. Every swing was infused with battle aura and holy light, capable of shattering mountains. The sharp, rapid staccato of impacts echoed through the square. Using only his hands, flicking with a finger, tapping with a palm, or clamping the blade between 2 finger bones, Sloth neutralized every single drop of the storm. From the sidelines, Anshi and Cecilia watched with dropped jaws. Cecilia looked at the battle, then down at her own newly healed arm. She realized her previous fight had been nothing more than children playing in a sandbox. Anshi looked at Danica, then at the smug, proud face of Scarlet. "If you had this kind of backing, why didn't you mention it earlier?" Danica offered no answer, her eyes wide with shock as she stared at her sisters. "Are these truly the same succubi I knew?" Scarlet crossed her arms, wearing a just-as-planned expression as she boasted to Kula and Mona. "I told you hiring the Shadow Guard was the right move. If we'd gone with human mercenaries, our ashes would be blowing in the wind by now." Kula nodded vigorously, her mind elsewhere. "I suppose this means we can keep eating that delicious roasted chicken." In the center of the field, Ross was beginning to panic. Every strike he threw was countered with effortless ease. The look in the shadow's sockets wasn't one of malice, it was the look one gave a dancing monkey. Pure, absolute contempt. To a paladin of the church, the sensation was more agonizing than a lethal wound. "Since you're putting in so much effort," Sloth remarked, "I suppose I should show you a fraction of what a general of the master can do." He extended a single finger bone toward the charging Ross, and gave a light tap. Ross felt an irresistible, gargantuan force transfer through the tip of his blade. The light sword shattered instantly into a million glittering motes. Sloth blurred forward, his boot connecting squarely with Ross's midsection. the paladin was sent hurtling backward, spinning through the air. He forced his body to stabilize, throwing out a massive, crescent-shaped blade of light before he even hit the ground. The projectile whistled through the air, aimed for Sloth's head. Sloth gave a casual wave of his hand. The wave of light strong enough to slice a city wall in half burst like a soap bubble, vanishing without a sound. For the first time since the fight began, Ross felt like a toddler trying to challenge a giant. Every attack was a joke. Every move was a mistake. Exhausted and battered, Ross stood before Sloth. The holy light surrounding him had grown dim, the borrowed power was hemorrhaging. The shame of being mocked, the humiliation of being toys, and the terror of being utterly outclassed merged into a singular, frantic scream. You are now an enemy of the entire holy empire of Gustico. Ross shrieked like a beaten cur. There is nowhere on this continent for you to hide. You have nowhere left to run. Sloth heard the words and threw his head back, letting out a burst of exaggerated, manic laughter. Ha 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 ha. Who said anything about running? Where would we even go? And why would we ever need to flee? The laughter died. The expression on Sloth's face, if a shadow could be said to have one, turned into a mask of absolute, icy indifference. The game is over. The next instant the sky above the town of Orlando turned into a void of pure, unadulterated darkness. Time and space felt as though they had solidified into a single point. Ross found himself standing in a vacuum. He could see no one. He could feel nothing. A primal, cosmic terror seized his heart. Where are you? Show yourself. He discharged the last of his holy mana in a frantic burst, desperate to illuminate the void. But the light was like a pebble dropped into a bottomless ocean. It was swallowed by the dark without leaving a ripple. He screamed the names of his battle arts, trying to use the sound to anchor his sanity. Protect me. Just then, he felt it. Ross looked up. High above the dome of the endless darkness, a pair of eyes slowly opened. They were eyes that defied description, gargantuan, hollow, and devoid of any human emotion. It was as if a god were staring down at an ant. Under that gaze, Ross's courage and his faith disintegrated. He wanted to run. The thought had barely formed when his consciousness suddenly felt light, weightless. He looked down and saw a headless body clad in familiar silver-white armor, still standing in a combat pose. That was my body. That was his final thought. The sky snapped back to its natural color. The warm morning sun spilled over the plaza once more. Anchi, Cecilia, and the succubi stared in frozen silence at the center of the square. Ross's headless corpse stood for several seconds before collapsing heavily into the dirt. Blood painted the stone red. From darkness back to light, only seconds had passed. What had occurred in that span of time? No one could say. Sloth let out a massive, jaw-cracking yawn and stretched his limbs. I'm dead tired. I can finally go back and pull the gotcha now. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 118. Chapter 118. The Lamb's 1578 words. Chapter 118. The Lamb's sunlight flooded back into the town square of Orlando. In the morning light, Skillsloth's silhouette appeared almost translucent. He spared a brief, indifferent glance at the headless corpse of Sir Ross, and the 8 desiccated husks of the other Templars. He gave no special reaction. To him, it was no different than stepping on a few annoying bugs that had wandered into his path. Then, he let out a massive, bone-rattling yawn, his voice thick with post-exertion lethargy. Scarlet watched the scene, her mind still struggling to process the absolute, all-consuming darkness that had swallowed the world just moments ago. She opened her mouth to say something, perhaps a "thank you," or a "you're terrifyingly strong." But Sloth gave her no opening. His frame dipped low, sinking directly into his own shadow, and vanished. He left behind a square filled with wreckage and a group of people staring at nothing. He just left? Kula asked, pointing at the spot where the shadow had dissolved. He didn't even ask us for a snack as a thank you gift. Scarlet massaged her temples, feeling a headache brewing. He's strong enough, sure, but that customer service attitude is. No parting words, no professional courtesy. He took the money, did the job, and ghosted. The efficiency was almost insulting. Father Anchi struggled to a sitting position. The potion Scarlet had forced down his throat was taking hold. The agonizing pressure in his chest was receding into a dull ache. He looked at the carnage in the square, then at the spot where the shadow demon had vanished, falling into a state of stunned silence. Sister Cecilia walked over, checking Anchi's injuries before glancing at the succubus squad. Finally, her gaze settled on Danica, whom she had just rescued from the pyre. A graveyard silence sat over the plaza. The townsfolk had long since fled to their homes. Now, only this mismatched group remained. Anchi coughed twice, spitting a glob of blood-streaked phlegm onto the stone. He patted the dust from his dirted shirt and stood up, his balance somewhat precarious. Cecilia immediately reached out to steady him. Anchi brushed her hand away, walking step by heavy step toward the shattered remains of the wooden stake. He stared at the splintered timber for a long time. Then, he turned to Cecilia, his face wearing an unprecedented, hollow calm. It's time to go. Cecilia blinked, understanding his meaning instantly. Where to? I don't know. Anchi gave a slow shake of his head, his gaze sweeping over the destroyed square and the distant, sunlit spire of the chapel. But we can't stay in the theocracy. Not after this. Openly defying an inquisitor of the Holy Capital and slaughtering a squad of Templars. This transcended simple heresy. They were now high-value fugitives. There was no sanctuary left for them in the Holy Empire of Gustico. And Danica? Cecilia asked, looking toward the girl. Danica was currently the center of a succubus huddle. Kula was pinching Danica's arm, muttering about how she'd wasted away and needed proper fattening up. Mona had rested her head against Danica's back, mumbling about how the illusion work had exhausted her, and that she needed a nap. Eris and Chloe were peppering her with questions about her life, right down to how many meals she ate a day. Danica looked overwhelmed by the sudden influx of kin, but the deep-seated anxiety she had carried for months seemed to be evaporating. Anchi watched the scene, the corner of his mouth twitching into a wry, bitter smile. She's going home. Yes, Cecilia agreed, her expression softening into one of relief. The wayward lamb found her flock. I suppose that means us unfit shepherds should start our own wandering. Their conversation was quiet, but Danica caught the words. She whipped her head around, seeing Anchi and Cecilia standing side by side. The morning sun stretched their shadows long across the stone. They looked terribly alone. Danica felt a sharp pang in her chest. She shoved past her sisters and ran toward them. Father Anchi. Sister Cecilia. Kula shouted from behind, Danica. Where are you going? We haven't even decided what our first meal back is going to be. Anchi and Cecilia stopped and turned. Danica reached them but skidded to a halt. She lowered her head, staring at her toes, her hands frantically wringing the hem of her prisoner's shift. 1,000 words of gratitude, apology, and reluctance were jammed in her throat. Cecilia let out a sigh, stepped forward, and ruffled Danica's hair. Go on, you little dummy, Cecilia said, her voice uncharacteristically gentle. I know you were always smiling while you were here, but I could see what was hiding beneath it. Living without your own kind, fearing for your life every single second, it must have been exhausting. Danica's shoulders began to quiver. She buried her face deeper. Anchi walked over, his movements somewhat rough as he tilted Danica's chin up, forcing her to look at him. What are you looking at the dirt for? His tone had returned to its usual, annoying cadence. Did you forget that mindless bravery you showed when we first met? Anchi stared into her eyes, each word measured and heavy. Sister Danica, I want you to remember something. Not everyone can be a chosen believer of the spirits, but that doesn't stop them from doing what is right. Anshi poked his own chest with a finger. Pity or piety, it's not about the robes you wear. It's about what's in here. Danika's tears finally overflowed, tracking through the grime on her cheeks. Just then, a tentative, speculative voice drifted from the side. Actually, you two might want to consider coming back to Iron Fortress with us. Anshi and Cecilia both looked toward the source. Scarlet was scratching her head, looking a bit awkward. I heard the Iron Fortress Medical Center is looking to recruit clergy, Scarlet said. If you don't have anywhere specific in mind, why not come see the capital? The facilities are impressive. Anshi and Cecilia stared at her, dumbfounded. An undead empire recruiting priests and nuns to be doctors. It sounded even more absurd than a succubus working in a chapel. Anshi's face was a mask of skepticism. Are you sure you aren't just looking to strap us to an operating table and study how holy light works from the inside out? Of course not. Scarlet protested. That personage is merciful and generous. Our empire's social benefits are the highest on the continent. Anshi and Cecilia went silent. They had heard the rumors, both the horrific and the miraculous. But the reality was that they were out of options. Moving to an empire of the dead and monsters sounded like madness, but staying meant a one-way trip to the stake. Anshi looked at Cecilia. Cecilia looked back. She shrugged. Whatever. As long as there's a roof and a bed, I'm in. Anshi looked at Danika. She was watching them with the hopeful, pleading eyes of an abandoned puppy. Anshi let out a long, resigned breath. Before leaving, Anshi insisted on returning to the chapel one last time. Scarlet and the others, not trusting him to go alone, followed in a noisy, multicolored procession. The chapel was empty, save for the whistling wind through the eaves. Anshi moved with practiced ease to the donation box. He fished out his keys and popped the sturdy lock. He dumped the meager collection of silver and copper coins into his pockets, the clinking sound filling the silent hall. Then, he reached into a hidden compartment in the box and withdrew a bottle of wine with a faded, dusty label. And that is? Cecilia asked, eyeing the bottle. A sacred tribute for the Great Spirit, Anshi replied without batting an eye as he tucked the wine into his robes. I'm worried the next father sent from the capital won't be pious enough and might embezzle it. I've decided to keep it safe for the spirits personally. Cecilia rolled her eyes, too tired to call him out. With the tributes secured, they officially began their journey. The party of 8 marched grandly out of Orlando. 6 succubi, a renegade priest, and a violent nun. It was a sight so bizarre that the few townspeople brave enough to peek out their windows could only stare in shock. As they reached the edge of town, Danika looked back. Beneath the great oak at the entrance, a small figure was hiding behind the trunk, waving his arm with frantic energy. It was Jamie. Danika smiled and raised her hand, waving back. Then, she turned her head and hurried to catch up with the bickering group ahead. Scarlet. I'm starving. When are we eating? Shut up, Kula. You just finished a loaf of bread. Do you consume energy just by moving your jaw? But walking takes mana. And mana needs calories. My stomach is staging a coup. Don't you dare fall asleep while walking. If you pass out, we're dragging you like a sack of grain. Father Anshi, can I have a sip of that wine? It looks expensive. Absolutely not. This is a divine offering. Mortals are forbidden from touching it. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 119. Chapter 119. The Holy City. 1658 words. Chapter 119. The Holy City. The Adventurers Guild, the Holy Capital. Behold the Holy City. The starting point of our legend. Nick stood with his chin held high, staring at the quest board with stars in his eyes. I can feel it, Bruce. The gears of fate have finally begun to turn for me. Bruce the kobold used a paw to cover his snout, his dog ears drooping as he fought back a wave of nausea from the crowded hall. The only thing I feel is 50 different varieties of advanced foot rot. Nick, can we please just find a job and get out of here? I'm worried my sense of smell is going to be permanently decommissioned if we stay another minute. You dreamless mutt. This is the scent of the strong. Nick slapped Bruce on the shoulder with righteous fervor before turning his attention back to the board. He stood on his tiptoes, straining to read the bottom rows. Cleaning giant rats out of the sewers. 50 coppers. An insult. A direct violation of an adventurer's dignity. Finding a lost house cat, reward is 1 voucher for a free barbecue platter. Well, that's actually a tempting proposition. Bruce grabbed Nick's head and physically craned it away from the barbecue voucher. Nick, we spent almost everything getting to the capital. We have 37 coppers left. I think the sewer rat job sounds like a magnificent career move right now. Absolutely not. Nick declared, striking a heroic pose. My blade was forged to slay great dragons and topple demon kings. It was not meant to perform emergency abdominal surgery on rodents. Remember, Bruce, we are future heroes. We do not bow for a mere 5 pecks of rice. We don't even have a single peck of rice, Nick. As the man and the dogman bickered over their impending starvation, Nick's gaze was suddenly snagged by a commission at the very top of the board. It was pinned so high that most people didn't even bother to look up. Client, the Holy Church. Objective, to be discussed in person. Requirements, Tier 1 to Tier 2. Pure heart. No criminal record. Remuneration, 1,000 gold crowns. 1,000. Nick read the number aloud, syllable by agonizing syllable. He rubbed his eyes and checked again. A 1, followed by 3 glorious, beautiful zeros. Nick's breathing hitched, his face flushing a violent shade of crimson. It was as if he had just seen the most beautiful goddess in the world undressing before him. We're rich. He shook the kobold's shoulders with manic intensity. This is the guidance of destiny. Bruce followed Nick's pointing finger. When he saw the reward and the absurdly low requirements, his fur stood on end. He grabbed Nick by the collar and dragged him into a quiet corner, his voice dropping to a panicked whisper. Are you insane, Nick? Look at those requirements. Tier 1 or 2. For 1,000 gold. That's not a commission. That's a donation. That's shut up and take care of your family money for a man about to die. What do you know? Nick replied with a fanatical glint in his eye. This only proves the sanctity and grandeur of the mission. Only those chosen by fate, like us, are worthy of such a challenge. Bruce tried to be the voice of reason. Think about it. What kind of job requires a pair of bottom-tier rookies but pays enough to buy a castle? It means the people who go are dead men walking, and the church doesn't want to waste high-ranking assets on a suicide run. Nick's voice rang with infectious bravado. An adventurer who fears risk is no adventurer at all. Bruce, do you really want to spend the rest of your life wrestling rats in a sewer? The two wrestled in the corner for a while. Eventually, driven by the promise of daily barbecue and double servings of high-end ale and the cold reality that this was their only escape from poverty, Bruce buckled. Under the judgmental stares of the surrounding veterans who looked at them like they were lambs walking into a butcher shop, the two approached the counter and tore off the form. The guild receptionist stared at the paper in their hands. Are you too quite certain you wish to accept this? Absolutely. Nick puffed out his chest. We were born for this. The receptionist let out a weary sigh and slammed the confirmation seal onto the parchment. Proceed to the side chapel of the Grand Cathedral. Someone will receive you there. May the Holy Spirit have mercy on your souls. When Nick and Bruce stood before the doors of the side chapel, Bruce's resolve faltered once more. The place was too quiet, too clean. Even the air smelled of a sanctified incense that felt entirely at odds with their travel-stained clothes and lingering sewer aroma. "Nick, maybe we should just go back and scrub the drains. We're about to meet the client." Manifest some dignity befitting a partner of a great hero. Nick adjusted his stained tunic, straightened his back, and marched inside. Waiting for them wasn't a mere priest or a deacon. It was an elderly man clad in flowing white robes with gold trim. A cardinal. The moment Bruce recognized the rank, his only thought was, "My life is forfeit." However, the cardinal was surprisingly affable. He wore a warm, grandfatherly smile that put them at ease. "Children, please sit. Do not be restrained." He personally poured them tea. The fragrance of the leaves was the most exquisite thing Bruce had ever smelled. To accept such a daunting burden, on behalf of the Church, and all the subjects of the Holy Spirit, I thank you. Nick's ego inflated instantly. He lifted the teacup, mimicking the refined way he remembered Reinhard drinking. "The bishop is too kind. Fighting for justice is a duty no adventurer should shirk." The cardinal nodded with satisfaction, his eyes scanning the pair. One possessed eyes full of unrealistic fantasies, a pure fool. The other looked cautious but was clearly just as easily led. The cardinal began with small talk, asking about their origins and their journey. When he heard they were orphans who had reached the capital through wit and bravery, his smile grew even more sincere. Two truly pitiful yet honorable souls. He let out a sigh and placed a heavy leather pouch on the table. "Here are 100 gold crowns. Consider it an advance. Regardless of the outcome, this belongs to you." Nick's eyes glazed over at the sight of the gold. Bruce, however, felt as if that bag were a red-hot iron. "Lord Cardinal." Bruce summoned his courage. "Could you tell us exactly what the mission entails?" The cardinal's expression turned somber. "Children, have you heard of the Evernight Empire?" Nick nodded. "Of course. A vile kingdom of the dead." "Precisely." The cardinal's voice dropped to a low resonance. "This empire is expanding at a rate the world cannot sustain. Its monarch, the monster who styles himself the sovereign of Evernight, possesses an authority beyond our comprehension." He paused, weighing his next words. "We have utilized a forbidden relic to capture a sliver of temporal mana. This power is sufficient to send two souls back into the past." "Send us to the past?" Nick blinked. Bruce nearly slid off his chair. "Time travel." Nick's face exploded with radiant light. "Just like the heroes of legend." "Yes," the cardinal confirmed. "Your mission is to return to the era before the sovereign ascended. Find him when he is at his most vulnerable, and then—" The cardinal's eyes went sharp and cold. "Terminate him." A suffocating silence filled the room. Bruce felt his heart stop. Was this a joke? To travel back in time and assassinate a future demon king? Why would they entrust this to two iron-rank nobodies? Bruce asked, his voice trembling. The cardinal looked at him with profound intensity. "Because you are pure. This task does not require overwhelming force, it requires the kind of courage and luck that only the unmarked possess. If a high-ranking powerhouse were to travel back, the ripple in causality would be catastrophic. You are ripples in a pond. The timeline will barely notice you." He turned back to Nick, his voice dripping with sincerity. "We know nothing of the sovereign's past, only that he is likely an undead lord, a skeleton with a mind of its own. The era you will land in is uncertain, it could be 10 years ago, or 100. Your task is to find the skeleton that is different from the rest and end it." The cardinal stood up, spreading his arms wide. "This is your chance to save the world, children. Your names will be carved into the eternal murals of this cathedral, revered for 10,000 years." Nick was completely sold. Saving the world. Names on a mural. It was the life he had always dreamed of. "I'll do it," Nick roared, leaping to his feet and slamming a fist into his chest. "For justice. For the world. Lord Cardinal, entrust this glorious burden to me." Bruce squeezed his eyes shut in despair. At this moment, he really just wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into, or perhaps run back out and beg for the sewer rat job. The Cardinal offered a smile of profound relief. He stepped forward and patted Nick on the shoulder. "Good boy. I knew the flame of sanctity burned within you. Fear not, the Church would not send its heroes into battle empty-handed. We shall provide you with equipment and certain safeguards for your journey." 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 120, Research and Parallel Dimensions. 1285 words. Chapter 120, Research and Parallel Dimensions. Iron Fortress, Succubus Dreams. The threshold of the shop was nearly worn smooth by the sheer volume of foot traffic. Scarlett stood behind the counter, her ears ringing with a constant cacophony. The queue outside stretched from one end of the commercial district to the other, rounded a corner, and still showed no sign of ending. They were all succubi. They came from every shadowed corner of the continent, refugees from dingy back alleys and remote, fearful villages where they had barely survived through layers of deception and disguise. Now, word had spread of an empire ruled by an undead monarch where their kind could walk openly in the sunlight, protected by law. Scarlett shouted until her throat was raw. "Form a line. One at a time. If you're new, head to the Logistics Bureau first to register your residency." A timid-looking young succubus nervously handed over her identification. "Chairwoman, is it true? Can we really live here?" "Of course." Scarlett took the tag, giving it a cursory glance. "But follow the rules. You are residents now, not citizens. Pay your residency fees on time, or the Punishment Legion will personally toss you out." In the current Evernight Empire, the ratio was stark. Roughly only 1 in 10 residents managed to secure full citizenship. And another thing. Scarlett slammed a pamphlet onto the counter. No private solicitations during work hours. No inserting personal agendas into a client's dream. Read the employee handbook. Memorize it. In the corner, Kula was hunched over a chest overflowing with copper and silver, whispering like a crazed cultist. Roasted chicken, so much chicken, honey-glazed thighs, herb-crusted wings. Beneath the counter, Mona was curled around a pillow, snoring loudly, a puddle of drool forming on the floorboards. Danica walked up to Scarlett, whispering, "There are too many. We don't need this many staff members in one shop. Besides, a skeleton guard from the Punishment Legion just stopped by. He said we're causing a massive traffic jam in the district. That's the second verbal warning this morning." Scarlett massaged her temples, flipping through her ledger. She looked at the crowd of hungry kin outside, then slammed her palm on the desk. "I've got it." "Got what?" Kula's ears perked up instantly, her eyes gleaming as she looked up from the mountain of coins. Scarlett ignored her, yanking a crude map of the Empire from the wall. Her finger traced the borders. The Evernight Empire isn't just Iron Fortress. Confidence surged in her voice. "Sisters, we cannot limit our vision to one city. Every new recruit who passes the evaluation will be dispatched. Jade Territory, Leaf City, you will go forth and establish branch offices of Succubus Dreams. The Valley Base, Arcane Legion Laboratory." Skill avarice and skill lust were currently locked in a heated debate, hovering over a brand new, experimental teleportation array. Impossible. The theoretical foundation of reverse spacetime is fundamentally flawed. Avarice tapped his skull with a bony finger, his soul fire pulsing with irritation. Every calculation results in an infinite variable. It's a dead end. Lust, currently maintaining her human girl form, countered with her hands on her hips. That's because you view time as a straight line. Why can't it be a plane? We don't need to travel back, we only need to fold. We identify the coordinate of the past and fold the current space until the points touch. To illustrate her point, she snapped her fingers. A translucent sheet of mana appeared, representing the fabric of space. One end was labeled now, the other then. An invisible force bent the sheet until the two labels were pressed together. General, you've lost your mind. Avarice roared, waving a hand to dispel the illusion. That would shred the entire spatial structure of the continent. Forget the past, you'd compress the present into a non-existent singularity. Just then, the door creaked open. Kaido walked in. Kaido was in a remarkably good mood. After a morning of unsuccessful fishing, he'd wandered over to the gacha stall in the plaza. He'd decided to do a single pull just to test the air. And he'd hit the jackpot. A limited edition Skill Pride statue. Kaido was currently cradling the rare trophy with both hands, admiring the craftsmanship from every angle as he walked. How's the research coming along? Kaido asked, his voice light with expectation. He intended to leave the statue in the lab to see if its presence would grant his hard-working children a bit of his luck. The argument between the two liches died instantly. They turned in unison, seeing Kaido and then seeing the massive, uncontrolled array behind him that was beginning to fluctuate with wild colors. Not good. Master, get back. Their voices merged in a frantic, panicked scream. Get back. Kaido blinked. A ripple of energy, silent and invisible, erupted from the center of the malfunctioning array. There was no wind. Kaido felt the weight in his hands vanish. He looked down. The Skill Pride statue he had worked so hard to pull was dissolving. From the edges inward, it was turning into microscopic particles of dust. The particles hovered for a heartbeat before vanishing into the void. Kaido stared at his empty hands. The statue was gone. The invisible pulse swept through the rest of the lab. Magical runes on the walls, ceiling, and floor meant to stabilize space and provide power flickered violently and then snuffed out one by one. Silence returned to the room. Total, graveyard silence. Avarice and Lust stood like frozen statues, daring not to vibrate a single rib. Kaido slowly lifted his head. He looked at his two paralyzed subordinates. Then, his gaze drifted back to his empty palms. My statue, Kaido said. His voice was flat. Terribly, horribly flat. Avarice's jaw clicked and rattled. He wanted to offer an explanation, but his mind was a void. Seeing the lich's pathetic state, the flicker of Kaido's anger vanished as quickly as it had come. He let out a long, weary sigh and waved a hand. Whatever. It was just a toy. Tell me about the progress. Lust took a step forward, offering a deep, repentant bow. Master. We failed. We have discovered that returning to the past, within our own timeline, is a physical impossibility. Time possesses a self-correcting defense. Any attempt to reverse it is erased by the universe itself. Just like your statue. So Kaido summarized, your conclusion is, it can't be done. Not entirely, Avarice added, eager to redeem himself. While we cannot go back in our past, we discovered a different possibility. The energy from the failure wasn't deleted, it was repelled. It was pushed into a dimension we cannot normally observe. Based on the law of conservation of OD, Lust continued, her voice rising with excitement, we believe the backlash opened a corridor. A gateway to a parallel world. A world very similar to ours, but with a completely different flow of causality. The two liches began to finish each other's sentences, their enthusiasm building. They felt as though they had just unlocked the ultimate secret of the multiverse. Kaido watched his two mad scientists vibrate with excitement. He thought for a moment, his mind already drifting elsewhere. I think I'll try the river again. Maybe the fish will bite now. Carry on then, Kaido murmured. He turned and walked out of the lab, leaving the two eccentric liches to their multidimensional madness. He had a river to stalk. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 121. Chapter 121. The Return. 1206 words. Chapter 121. The Return. The deepest sanctum of the Holy Cathedral. Firelight illuminated the gargantuan space, casting long shadows against 12 massive stone pillars that supported the vaulted dome. Murals depicting the genesis of the Great Spirit covered the ceiling, while every pillar was meticulously carved with the epics of past saints. Before Nick and Bruce stood an elderly man radiating a heavy, divine presence. Pope Hubert, the supreme leader of the Holy Faith. I can feel it. Nick whispered, his voice trembling and a bit nasal from the overwhelming incense. My dream, it's finally becoming a reality. Bruce used a paw to cover his face, refusing to say a word. He just wanted to go back to the sewers. The Pope's gaze settled upon the May look that was simultaneously kind and crushingly majestic. Children, the Pope's voice resonated through the sanctum, every syllable ringing with crystalline authority. Lift your heads. Nick snapped his spine straight instantly. Bruce's fingers twitched, leaving a small gap between his claws for one eye to peek through and observe. The Pope looked at Nick, then at Bruce, his words carrying an infectious, soul-stirring power. Your courage shall become the first light of dawn to pierce the ever-night. Your names shall be etched alongside the saints of old upon the dome of this very temple, revered for 10,000 generations. Nick's eyes welled with hot tears. He dropped to one knee, slamming his right fist against his chest with a heavy thud. For the light. For the world. Bruce jumped a foot in the air at the sudden outburst. The Pope gave a satisfied nod, gesturing to the cardinals flanking him. Very well, children. Step upon the altar. The torrent of time awaits. Two white-robed priests stepped forward, guiding Nick and Bruce toward a massive circular array in the center of the hall. The array was etched in pure silver, with complex runes weaving and interlocking in a dizzying pattern. At the center hovered a fluctuating crystal, the captured sliver of temporal mana. Nick adjusted his collar, marching onto the array with the stride of a conqueror. Bruce watched his back, let out a weary sigh, and followed. They stood at the center. The Pope raised his golden scepter. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. The 12 cardinals raised their hands in unison, their voices rising in an ancient, guttural chant. We offer these pure souls as anchors in the void. We petition the miracle of retrograde to correct the broken threads of fate. The silver runes ignited one by one. A pillar of blinding white light erupted from the floor, swallowing the two of ones entirely. Bruce felt as though he had been tossed into a centrifuge spinning at terminal velocity. Up and down ceased to exist. Left and right were forgotten concepts. The sensation of time passing evaporated. All he could do was cling to Nick's leg with every ounce of his strength. Nick, meanwhile, stood with his arms wide and eyes closed, a look of pure ecstasy on his face as he bathed in the light of destiny. This is what it feels like to be a hero. Bruce heard nothing, saw nothing, and eventually squeezed his eyes shut. His final thought before losing consciousness was, the 100 gold crown advance. I think. I left it on the table. An unknown amount of time passed. A heavy impact. Bruce felt himself collide with something soft and damp, sending his senses spinning. He shook his head, crawling out of a pile of muck and rotting leaves, spitting out a mouthful of dirt. It was pitch black. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying timber. Nick, are you still in one piece? Bruce called out, his voice carrying far into the silent woods. Nick's voice drifted down from above, sounding oddly excited. I told you the sovereign's homeland would be different. Even the trees here grow upside down. Bruce squinted upward. A shaft of moonlight pierced through the canopy. Nick's foot was snagged in a thick, sturdy vine, leaving him dangling 10 feet in the air, swaying back and forth like a pendulum. I suspect that isn't the reason, Bruce sighed. He climbed the tree, and used his utility knife to saw through the vine. Nick fell headfirst, landing squarely in the same mud pit Bruce had just escaped. Nick pulled his head out, imitating Bruce by spitting out a mouthful of muck. Bruce, could you give me a heads up next time? I assumed heroic landings were supposed to be unconventional, Bruce replied dryly. The two propped each other up, standing to survey their surroundings. It was indeed a vast, ancient forest. We did it, Bruce. Nick checked his body, finding himself unharmed despite the grime. The fanaticism returned to his eyes. We've reached the past. The era when the Demon King is at his weakest. Now, we just find him, kill him, and we save the world. Bruce looked at Nick's mud-caked face, and decided to play the role of the bucket of cold water. And how, exactly, do we do that? By formulating a flawless assassination protocol, of course. Nick unbuckled a spatial pouch from his belt, and began rummaging through it. Look, Bruce. The church prepared us for everything. He pulled out a crystal vial filled with a shimmering, clear liquid. This is high-purity sanctified water. To the undead, this is the ultimate lethal toxin. Nick wore a look of self-proclaimed tactical genius. Phase 1, Terrain Reconnaissance. Bruce nodded, waiting for the rest. The Sovereign of Evernight is a sapient creature of the dark. He needs a base of operations. And where do creatures live? Near water. Nick crept toward a small stream, holding the vial with trembling care. We simply pour this into the river. When he gets thirsty and comes for a drink. Nick let out a series of high-pitched, villainous cackles. Mission accomplished. Bruce hummed along, letting out a few awkward cackles of his own to support his friend, but his smile suddenly died. Wait a minute, Nick. My plan is airtight. I remember the Cardinal's briefing. He said the Sovereign is an undead lord. A skeleton. Why the hell would a skeleton need to drink water? Nick's cackle froze mid-air. The silence of the forest returned, heavy and judging. The two stood a few paces apart, staring at each other in the moonlight. The atmosphere became astronomically awkward. Only the rustling of leaves broke the silence. After a long minute, Nick carefully tucked the vial back into his pack. He turned back to Bruce, his face a mask of deadly seriousness. I didn't expect the Sovereign's counterintelligence to be this advanced, Nick whispered. To think he's already made me fail once before we've even met. Bruce stared at him. I think that was just a us problem. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 122. Chapter 122. Found him. 1205 words. Chapter 122. Found him. Nick cleared his throat, trying to regain his composure. A true adventurer doesn't sweat the small details. The sound of a dry twig breaking echoed through the silent woods. Nick and Bruce stiffened instantly, their gazes snapping toward the source of the noise. It was a skeleton. It was the most ordinary, common, fragile-looking novice skeleton imaginable. The creature seemed to sense something as well. It stopped in its tracks and tilted its skull toward Nick and Bruce. It stared at them with empty, unblinking sockets. One human. One kobold. One skeleton. The three parties stood about 10 paces apart, locked in a bizarre forest standoff. Seeing the target, Nick and Bruce felt their nerves relax slightly. Thank the spirits it's just a low-tier scrub. It would have been a nightmare to run into the Sovereign or a high-rank beast in the middle of the night. Just as they assumed the skeleton would charge them mindlessly like any other low-level undead, the unexpected happened. The next second, the skeleton spun around on its bony heels and bolted. It ran away. The duo exchanged a look, a giant question mark appearing over both their heads. Holy sh**t. It can run. Nick was the first to react, his voice cracking. Bruce roared, "That's him. The intelligent skeleton. Don't let him get away." Unfortunately, a forest at night is the worst possible arena for a chase. Nick ran with too much desperation, catching his foot in a pit of leaves and face-planting into the dirt. Bruce was more agile, but even he found himself tripped up by gnarled roots. Meanwhile, that damned skeleton was faster than a rabbit. It navigated the terrain as if the forest were its own backyard, weaving through the thickets until it vanished into the lightless depths. Nick leaned against a tree, gasping for air, his face a mess of mud and grass. Wait a second, since when is the sovereign of Evernight such a track star? Bruce lay flat on the ground, refusing to move a single muscle. "We can't track him in the dark," he wheezed. "What's the move? We sleep. We find him tomorrow," Nick declared righteously as he dusted off his clothes. "It's too dark now. Even if we find him, we won't catch him." "Don't worry, Bruce. A necrotic ruler doesn't grow up overnight. It takes decades, maybe centuries for a lord to rise. 1 or 2 days won't make a difference." Bruce found the logic sound enough, so he gathered some dry wood and started a fire. "Get some sleep. I'll take the first watch." The next day, the two wandered the woods for hours. They encountered plenty of novice skeletons, but they were all mindless fodder that charged at anything with a heartbeat. Bruce pulverized them with single swipes of his claws. As twilight approached, dyeing the sky a bruised orange. "Nick, I'm starving." Bruce's stomach let out a thunderous growl. "Hold on, Bruce. A great adventurer never fears an empty stomach." Bruce grumbled back, "Do you think he left the forest already?" Nick froze, then smacked his own forehead. "Brilliant. He ran the moment he saw us yesterday, which means he's cautious. There's no way he'd just sit around waiting for us to find him again." The Mun and Dogman followed the forest trail, and managed to exit the woods just as the last of the light failed. In the distance, the silhouette of a settlement emerged, thin plumes of chimney smoke rising into the air. A village. Their spirits lifted. They spent a few coppers at the only tavern in town for a hot meal, and secured a cheap room at the inn. That night, they slept the sleep of the just. However, the next morning, they were jolted awake by a cacophony of shouting. "Pack the wagons. Don't dally. If you want to live, move. My wheat. I haven't finished the harvest." Nick and Bruce rubbed the sleep from their eyes and stepped outside to find the entire village in a state of frantic upheaval. Villagers were hauling overstuffed bags and herding livestock toward the town exit. "What's the status? Are bandits raiding?" Nick asked, catching the sleeve of a woman pushing a wheelbarrow. The woman spared the two strangers a frantic look. "What are you still doing here? An undead lord has appeared in the bone forest." "An undead lord?" Nick and Bruce exchanged a sharp glance. "He's back in the woods. The village chief says he'll be back soon to finish what he started. We're heading for Iron Fortress to seek asylum. Go now, or it's over." The woman didn't wait for a reply, scurrying off with her cart. Nick and Bruce stood rooted to the spot. Suddenly, Nick looked thoughtful. "So, Reinhardt's hometown has such a long and storied history." Bruce's lip twitched. "Is this really the time for a history lesson? What are we doing?" "We fulfill our mission, of course." Nick grinned. "If he's back in the woods, he just saved us the trouble of hunting him down. This time, we're going in for the legendary sandwich pincer maneuver. He isn't getting away again." Ignoring Bruce's groans of protest, Nick dragged him back toward the bone forest. The woods were unnervingly quiet. Even the insects had gone silent. They crept through the undergrowth, carefully parting a screen of bushes to peer into a clearing. And then, they saw him. A squad of 7 skeletons was marching in a perfect, disciplined line across the glade. Their movements were synchronized entirely, unlike the wild undead they had faced earlier. Just then, a wild skeleton wobbled into the clearing, trailing behind the squad. The squad stopped. The leader in the center remained still, but the other 6 spun around instantly and pounced on the newcomer. Bone swords and shields smashed into the wild skeleton. In a heartbeat, the poor creature was reduced to a pile of spare parts. Then, the lead skeleton, the one who hadn't moved, stepped forward. He simply raised a bony hand over the wreckage. The next second, the scattered bones began to squirm as if pulled by invisible threads, clicking back together with mechanical speed. The shattered skeleton stood back up, but now, the soul fire in its eyes burned significantly brighter. It took its place at the end of the line, matching the stride and posture of the others perfectly. Nick frantically rummaged through his spatial pouch, desperate for a weapon. He found a few healing potions and the half-empty vial of holy water. He wanted to charge and right then to go for a decapitation strike, while the target was distracted. But he looked at Bruce's grim expression, then at the disciplined squad and the monarch who could raise his kin with a wave of a hand. Nick dropped his voice to a bare whisper. "Let's wait. We strike when he's alone." Bruce nodded in silent, grim agreement. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 123. Chapter 123. Nick 1351 words. Chapter 123. Nick and Bruce lay flat in the undergrowth, as still as statues. The scent of damp earth crawled into their nostrils, and tiny insects scurried across Nick's back. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore, his body squirming in the tall grass. "Bruce, I can't feel my legs. They're completely numb." Bruce's voice drifted from beside him, heavy with exhaustion. "Do we leave now?" Nick rejected the idea instantly. "A deal's a deal. A qualified adventurer must possess the patience of a saint." Bruce went silent, choosing to conserve his remaining OD. Just then, Nick felt something sharp poke his waist. Thinking it was Bruce's elbow, he nudged back. "Quit it, I'm trying to focus." The texture was wrong. It was hard, cold, and entirely unfurry. A bizarre, dry sound erupted between them. Nick and Bruce froze, their necks turning with the mechanical stiffness of a rusted hinge. A wild skeleton had somehow crawled into the same thicket, and was lying right between them. It had either caught the scent of living flesh or simply found the bush to be an excellent spot for a nap. The skeleton tilted its skull, opened its jaw, and took a hearty bite out of Nick's forearm. Nick jerked his arm back, the entire thicket shaking violently as leaves rustled and branches snapped. In the clearing, the skeletal legion stopped as one. Over 100 pairs of empty sockets swiveled toward the bushes. Standing atop a rock, the sovereign Kaido gazed toward their hiding spot. The next second, Kaido's bony hand swept downward. 100 skeletons lunged forward, charging toward the thicket with terrifying speed. Nijirandeo. Nick barely finished the scream before Bruce was already a blurred streak of fur. The two tumbled out of the bushes and sprinted into the lightless forest. The wild skeleton that had bitten Nick stood there dazed, seemingly unable to process the chaos it had triggered. A moment later, the skeletal army trampled over it, reducing the creature to a pile of white dust. Nick glanced back as he ran. Unbelievable. They don't even spare their own kind. That wasn't its kind. Bruce roared back, not slowing down. A bone arrow hissed past Bruce's ear, embedding itself into a tree trunk ahead, the fletching still vibrating. Nick missed a step, tripping over a gnarled root and plunging forward. Bruce didn't hesitate. He seized Nick by the collar, hauling him back to his feet in one fluid motion and dragging him onward. The rhythmic clack-clack of pursuing bones never faded, hanging doggedly at their heels. They ran until their lungs burned, eventually tumbling down a steep embankment in the darkness. It was enough to finally lose the pursuit. Drenched in mud, with twigs and rotting leaves matted in their hair and clothes, they crawled out of the forest like wretched ghosts. They fled back to Bone Village. The settlement was eerily quiet, most of the residents had already fled. They stumbled into the local tavern. The proprietor was idly wiping a mug, his expression drained and listless. Nick collapsed at a table, shouting with the last of his breath, "Barkeeper! 2 of your largest steaks. And a massive flagon of ale." The man didn't look up. He continued his slow, methodical wiping as if the room were empty. Nick shouted again. Still nothing. Bruce frowned, stepped forward and slammed a paw onto the counter. The barkeeper jumped as if a ghost had appeared, his eyes wide and vacant as they settled on the duo. "Travelers. When did you walk in?" Bruce stared into the man's hollow eyes. Realization struck him like a physical blow. Their presence in this world was eroding. Bit by bit, their existence was being scrubbed from reality. Soon, they would be phantoms that no one could see or touch, a forgotten dream, a gust of wind in an empty street. After a silent, tasteless meal, the two walked through the empty streets. The setting sun stretched their shadows into long, thin needles. "Nick, let's give up." Bruce stopped and turned, looking at Nick with a desperate intensity. "While there are still people who can see us, while we can still taste the meat, let's just find a corner and settle down. Killing the Sovereign, it's impossible. We can't even get within 10 paces of him. Maybe Great Adventurers was just a story for better men than us." Nick looked at Bruce. The usual goofy grin was gone. He was silent for so long that Bruce thought he had finally broken. "Bruce," Nick said, "some things aren't worth doing because you see hope. You do them, and then the hope appears." Nick's face slowly returned to that familiar, slightly idiotic smile. "A very powerful guy once told me, not everyone can be a great adventurer, but a great adventurer can come from anywhere." Bruce stared at him, unable to find a retort. Nick was usually a walking disaster, but in moments like this, his words carried the weight of a holy command. "One more time," Bruce sighed. "The last time." They returned to the Bone Forest. This time, destiny seemed to offer them a window. The skeleton army was busy in a clearing, functioning like a construction crew. Kaido was standing near a massive oak tree that had been hacked halfway through, issuing silent commands. A single skeleton was laboring away at the trunk. Nick saw the tree begin to teeter, and a light flared in his eyes. A gift from the spirits. He snatched up a rock the size of his fist and hurled it with every ounce of his strength. The stone traced a perfect arc, striking the notch in the trunk with a sharp crack. That tiny, external force was enough to shift the tree's center of gravity. The ancient oak groaned, beginning a slow, terminal descent aimed directly at the Sovereign. The wood-cutting skeleton didn't understand. It looked up at the falling canopy in a daze. Kaido, however, whipped his head around the instant the wood began to splinter. He bolted forward, narrowly escaping the lethal impact. The massive trunk slammed into the earth, shaking the entire forest floor. It landed squarely on the wood-cutting skeleton, pinning it beneath tons of timber. At the exact moment of impact, Nick felt a gargantuan, irresistible force seize his soul. Because he was a variable from a different timeline, and had directly interfered with a fundamental unit of this reality, the world was now self-correcting the error. The edges of Nick's body began to turn translucent, shimmering like a fading painting. A jagged, ink-black rift tore open in the space beside him, acting like a void gate that began to pull him inward with a frantic, howling hunger. Bruce had no idea what was happening. He lunged forward, grabbing Nick's left hand just as it began to dissolve into motes of light. "It's okay, Nick. I've got you. I'll find a way. Just hold on." Bruce shrieked, his voice breaking into sobs as he pulled with all his might. Nick looked at Bruce, the light in his eyes fading fast. "Next time, when we meet again." His voice became a stuttering, broken static, as if the signal were being cut. "We're still gonna be best friends for 10,000 years." Bruce nodded frantically, his tears soaking the grass. But the hand he held lost its physical mass. His fingers closed on nothing. Nick's entire body became a hollow outline of light before being sucked into the dark rift. The gap in space began to shrink, sealing the wound in reality. The world suddenly went silent. Bruce stared at the closing crack in the air. He didn't hesitate. With one final, desperate howl, he leaped forward, diving into the darkness that had swallowed his best friend. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 124. Chapter 124, Bruce 1927 words. Chapter 124, Bruce space buckled and warped within Bruce's consciousness. The very concept of time ceased to exist. There was no sound, no light, only the sickening, weightless sensation of an endless plunge into the abyss. After an eternity of falling, a violent impact jolted his spine. Bruce snapped his eyes open. He was surrounded by ancient, unfamiliar trees. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and aggressive vegetation. It was quiet. Too quiet. Bruce scrambled to his feet, howling the name into the depths of the woods. Only his own hollow echo returned, mocking him from the shadows. "You bastard! Answer me!" Bruce's voice grew louder, laced with a tremor he couldn't suppress. It rippled through the clearing, searching for a reply that never came. The noisy, chaotic voice that always filled the silence, the one that babbled after every disaster and let out that specific, idiotic laugh, was gone. Bruce stood alone, his dog ears drooping helplessly against his skull. He understood now. Nick was gone. Truly, utterly gone. He began to wander aimlessly through the forest, the dry leaves and twigs crunching beneath his paws like the breaking of brittle bones. He didn't know how long he walked, or where he was headed. Finally, Bruce slumped against the trunk of a massive oak. He didn't think. He didn't act. He simply stared into the void of the trees. After a long time, a memory flickered. Bruce reached into the leather pouch at his waist, his claws fumbling until they found a cold piece of metal. He pulled out a badge. It was a standard Iron Rank adventurer's badge, engraved with the simple sword and shield insignia of the guild. He remembered the day Nick had received it. The idiot had held it toward the sun as if it were a holy relic, bragging to every drunk in the tavern that he was now a great adventurer known across the continent. Later, that same idiot had shoved the badge into Bruce's hands, claiming he was too clumsy and worried about losing something so precious. Bruce stared at the badge. Then, using his claws, he began to dig a hole in the dirt beneath the tree. One stroke. Then another. His movements were steady, rhythmic. Soon, a shallow pit sat before him. Bruce placed the Iron Rank badge inside with a gentleness that bordered on reverence. He began to push the dirt back in, burying the only proof that his friend had ever existed. "Hey, old man. What are you doing?" A high-pitched, youthful voice cut through the silence. Bruce didn't stop. He continued to smooth the dirt, patting the small mound flat. A sharp, though weak, pain struck his shin. It was more of a nudge than a kick, a reminder of the living world. Bruce looked up. Standing there was a filth-covered child. The boy had his hands on his hips, looking at Bruce with an expression of unearned righteousness. "It's rude to ignore people." Bruce stared at the child, his voice a flat, unmoving calm. "I am burying the greatest adventurer this world has ever known." The boy's eyes sparkled at the word. Ignoring the dirt, he crouched down beside the kobold, using his small, grime-stained hands to help pat the mound. An adventurer. Old man, what's an adventurer? It sounds amazing. Bruce looked at the tiny pile of earth. He remained silent for a long moment before speaking. An adventurer is a hopeless breed of idiot. They are the kind of fools who will challenge a monster 10 times their strength for the sake of a few copper coins. They spend their lives formulating flawless plans that inevitably end in disaster, Bruce said, his voice steady, as if recounting a fairy tale that didn't belong to him. They can eat the foulest black bread as if it were a banquet. They can roar with laughter over a cup of sour ale while bragging about battles they barely survived. They are the sort of lunatics who would trust their back to a partner who is just as much of a disaster as they are. They share their last scrap of meat and dream of a future that is forever out of reach. Bruce's voice hitched and then failed. A single, scalding drop of liquid slid from his eye, vanishing into the fur of his paw. The boy tilted his head, unable to understand why the dogman had suddenly gone quiet. He stood up, wiping the mud onto his tattered trousers. I have to go, old man. If I'm out too late, I won't have a place to sleep. The child turned and sprinted into the woods. Bruce remained by the grave until the sun dipped below the horizon, and the first stars began to pierce the twilight. He stood up. He decided to find some meat. Nick always loved roasted meat. Bruce followed a trail out of the forest until a small village emerged in the distance. Thin plumes of smoke rose into the cooling air, the scent of human life. As he entered the village, he saw a familiar figure being physically tossed out of a doorway. It was the boy from the woods. You brat. How many times do I have to tell you? A moon roared from the doorway. If I catch you sleeping in my chicken coop again, I'll break your legs. The boy scrambled up. He didn't cry. He simply stuck his tongue out at the house and sat by the roadside, hugging his knees. Bruce watched him for a moment, let out a sigh, and walked over. I'm taking you to get some meat. The boy's head snapped up. His eyes, bright even in the dark, were filled with pure, trembling disbelief. Inside the village's only tavern, the oil lamps were dim, unable to chase the shadows from the corners. The boy was currently tearing into a massive, greasy slab of roasted pork with the ferocity of a starving hamster. His cheeks were bulging, his face slick with fat. The boy garbled through a mouthful of meat. This is the best thing I've ever eaten. Bruce said nothing. He simply pushed his own untouched plate toward the child. When the boy finally finished, he let out a thunderous burp and looked at Bruce with sparkling curiosity. Old man, are you an adventurer too? Bruce nodded. Was that greatest adventurer you talked about, were they your partner? My partner was the greatest adventurer in the world. The boy puffed out his chest, slapping his heart with a greasy hand. Then I'm going to be a great adventurer too. Even greater than your partner. That sentence, that specific, idiotic look of confidence synchronized perfectly with a ghost from Bruce's memory. Bruce looked at the child and for the first time, a genuine smile touched his muzzle. He reached out and ruffled the boy's messy hair. Remember this, kid. Not everyone can become a great adventurer. But a great adventurer can come from anywhere. When the meal ended, Bruce pressed his remaining coppers into the boy's hand. He ordered one final portion of meat to go and stepped out into the night. Back in the forest, Bruce placed the warm meat before the small mound of dirt. I met a brat today who reminded me of you. He says he wants to be a great adventurer. Ridiculous, isn't it? Ha 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 ha. Bruce's laughter grew faint, trailing off into the rustle of the leaves. He leaned his back against the oak and fell into a heavy, dreamless sleep. The next morning, an earth-shaking roar jolted Bruce awake. He lunged to his feet. In the distance, a Tier 1 Mabistan earth-cleaving bear the size of a small cottage was charging toward the village, its eyes burning a manic red. Bruce's first instinct was to turn and run. The fate of this village meant nothing to him. The fate of this world meant nothing to him. Nick was gone, the threads of his reality had already snapped. But an image flashed in his mind, a filthy boy eating roasted meat and shouting a dream to the heavens. Damn it all. Bruce cursed under his breath and took off, sprinting toward the village. When he arrived, the settlement was a theater of carnage. A sturdy-looking villager tried to stand his ground with a pitchfork, only to be swatted away by a paw the size of a shield. The men hit the ground and didn't move. The bear scanned the scattering crowd and locked onto a target. The villagers scrambled past the child, no one stopping to pull him away. The boy tripped over a stone, falling hard. He looked back to see the bear's unhinged jaw, ropes of saliva dripping from its fangs. He squeezed his eyes shut, waiting for the end. The pain didn't come. A blur of fur lunged from the side. Before the bear's paw could descend, Bruce tackled the beast, his claws sinking into its throat with a desperate, unreasonable ferocity. The bear roared in agony, its other set of claws raking across Bruce's back. Bruce didn't flinch. He let the steel-like talons tear deep furrows into his flesh, blood dyeing his fur crimson. He poured every ounce of his OD into his arms and twisted the beast's head. The sound of the neck snapping echoed through the village. The earth-cleaving bear slumped into the dirt, kicking up a cloud of dust. In that heartbeat, Bruce felt it. A gargantuan, irresistible force began to pull at his soul, the exact same sensation he had felt before Nick vanished. The world was self-correcting. He looked down to see his paws turning translucent, dissolving into motes of silver light. The boy scrambled up, staring at Bruce's fading form with horror and confusion. "Old man, what's happening to you?" Bruce felt his consciousness drifting away from this world. Even his voice began to sound like a fading echo. "I have to go now." The boy began to cry, stumbling toward Bruce. "My name is Nick." "What's your name? Where can I find you?" The name hit Bruce like a physical blow. He stood frozen. So that's how it is. The beginning started right here. Bruce laughed. He laughed until tears pricked his eyes, a deep, soul-felt realization washing over him. He looked at young Nick with a gaze of absolute clarity. "I'm just a passing adventurer." Bruce's voice was as light as the wind. He wanted to tell the boy never to become an adventurer, that it was a path that led only to ruin. But then he remembered Nick's first smile when they formed their party, and the way he had looked at the sun. He raised his fading hand and pointed at the boy under the morning light. "If you want to find me, then become the greatest adventurer the world has ever seen." As the words faded, Bruce's form shattered into a million points of light, vanishing into the dawn. Young Nick stood alone in the silence, tears still wet on his face. He squeezed his fist shut, staring at the empty air before him, and screamed with everything he had, "I will become the greatest adventurer in the world." 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 125. Chapter 125. Failure. 2027 words. Chapter 125. Failure. The deepest sanctum of the Holy Cathedral, the subterranean hall. The gargantuan circular array, once vibrant with the shimmer of silver mana, was now a dull, lightless husk. In the exact center of the geometry, the crystal that had hovered there let out a sharp, dry snap. A microscopic fissure snaked through the heart of the gem. Then a second. Like a spiderweb spinning itself in an instant, the fractures raced across the crystalline surface. A white-robed priest responsible for the array's maintenance let out a frantic cry. "Cardinal Hal! The crystal, it's shattering!" Cardinal Hal rushed to the edge of the circle, his balance nearly failing him in his haste. He stared, wide-eyed, at the gem. This was the captured authority of time. They had wrestled from a temporal rift their singular, final hope to rewrite the tragedy of the East. And now that hope was covered in cracks. Before the eyes of the gathered clergy, the crystal disintegrated. There was no explosion of energy, no violent discharge of mana. It simply collapsed into a pile of fine, snow-white powder, cascading from the air and scattering across the cold stone floor. Hal reached out instinctively, his fingers clawing at the empty air as if he could catch the falling dust. But his hand fell limp, trembling at his side. The link to those two souls, it has been severed completely. He closed his eyes. Absolute, irredeemable failure. All that remained was a heap of worthless silt. The Evernight Empire still sat like a leaden weight upon the continent, and its shadow would only continue to grow. Hal slowly opened his eyes, scanning the ashen faces of the priests around him. He waved a hand, his voice thick with a fatigue that felt like physical pain. "Return to your quarters. All of you." The priests, looking as though they had just been pardoned from the gallows, offered quick bows and fled the hall. Soon, only Hal remained. He stood alone in the cavernous, hollow silence, staring at the white powder on the floor. After a long time, he let out a shuddering sigh. The Pope's private study. The room held none of the austere, crushing weight of the theocracy's center of power. Instead, it was vibrant, pulsing with the scent of green growth. The setting sun bled through the arched windows, illuminating dust motes that danced in the quiet air. Along the windowsills and in the corners sat rows of ornate flower stands. Rare, nameless floras stretched their leaves under the orange light. Pope Hubert Kyoho, held a pair of delicate silver shears, methodically pruning the redundant leaves of a blue orchid. Clad in simple white robes, his hair fastidiously combed, he looked less like the leader of a religion and more like a grandfather tending to his garden. Cardinal Hal knelt on the carpet in the center of the room, his head bowed low. "Your Holiness. The project has failed. The captured temporal mana has been exhausted. We have lost all contact with the two adventurers sent into the past. And yet the Evernight Empire remains." Hal forced the words out in a single breath, then remained frozen, waiting for the judgment to fall. The room remained quiet. The only sound was the rhythmic snip-snip of the silver shears. Seconds bled into minutes. It took so long that Hal's knees began to go numb before the Pope finally spoke. A single syllable. A sound devoid of any discernible emotion. Hal blinked, cautiously lifting his head. The Pope remained with his back turned, his entire focus remained on his flowers. It was as if the report he had just heard was nothing more than a casual remark about the weather. "Your Holiness." Hal stammered, unsure of how to proceed. Hubert finally turned around. He set the shears down and took up a square of white linen, meticulously wiping each of his fingers. "It is of no consequence," the Pope said. His face was a placid lake, his voice so calm it was unnerving. "Return to your duties." It was merely. The Church had gambled its future on this madness. How could the man at the helm dismiss it as a mere trial? Hal opened his mouth to protest, but when he met the Pope's eyes as deep and unchanging as ancient wells, the words died in his throat. "Yes, Your Holiness." Hal rose slowly, offered a stiff bow, and retreated from the room with mechanical steps. Left alone, Pope Hubert picked up the silver shears once more. With a sharp click, he severed the most beautiful, vibrant blossom from the blue orchid. He brought the ghostly blue petals to his nose, inhaling the scent for a fleeting second. Then, holding the flower, he walked out of his study. Night had claimed the city. The grand cathedral, which hummed with the songs of the faithful by day, was now a vast, empty shell. Pale moonlight pierced through the stained glass dome, casting fractured, colorful shadows across the polished floor. Hubert walked alone through the sanctuary. His footsteps were light, yet they produced a haunting echo in the hollow space. Step by step, he walked until he reached the innermost sanctum. There, towering above him, stood the gargantuan statue of the Great Spirit Rostarn. The statue's face was a mask of cold compassion. Its gaze was lowered, looking down upon the tiny, insignificant world at its feet. In one hand it held the scepter of divine right, in the other, the holy codex of light. Bathed in the silver moonlight, the stone was so perfect it seemed as though it might breathe at any moment, as if it might finally speak, and unleash a judgment to purge the world of its sins. Hubert stood at the base of the pedestal. He looked up, staring into that flawless, eternal face. He stood motionless for a long time. The night wind whistled through the high gaps in the windows, making a low, mournful sound like a distant weeping. The Pope's mind drifted. He remembered a winter 130 years ago. He was a mere child then, and it was the first time he had been permitted to enter this hall. The snow had been heavy that day, blanketing the holy city in white. The cathedral had been freezing, the stone floor had made his toes go numb. He had stood in this exact spot, staring up at the statue. Back then, that stone face was his entire universe. "Child, what do you see?" a withered voice had asked from behind him. Young Hubert turned to see the old Pope, whose beard and hair were whiter than the snow outside. "Your Holiness, I am looking at Lord Rostarn," the boy had replied in a high, clear voice. "Do you think he is looking back at me?" The old Pope walked to his side, looking up as well. "Of course. He watches over every one of us. In his sight, we are all his children." "Then why doesn't he talk to me?" "Because," the old Pope had whispered, "the spirits protect the world through their silence." The young Hubert had nodded, not quite understanding. But he had memorized the words. The spirits protect the world through silence. The memory dissolved. Hubert was still at the statue's feet. 120 years had passed, and the stone had not shifted by a single grain. The silence remained unbroken. But the world was no longer the world of his youth. Hubert looked down at the blue orchid in his hand. The scent brought him back 60 years. He was a cardinal then, the right hand of the church. A plague known as the Black Throat had swept through the southern provinces. It was a cruel death. The throat would swell until the victim could no longer swallow, ending in a slow, agonizing suffocation. Hubert had led the relief efforts in the infected zone. He had seen hell. The villages were forests of fresh graves. The wheat rotted in the fields because there were no hands left to harvest. He had erected a temporary temple, leading the priests in prayer day and night. Holy water was poured onto the soil until the ground was mud. They sang the hymns until their voices were raspy and broken. But the people kept dying. A young priest had broken under the pressure. He had lunged at Hubert, seizing his robes and screaming, "Cardinal! We pray with every fiber of our souls. Why won't the spirits grant us a miracle? What did these people do to deserve this?" Hubert remembered pushing the men away. He had answered with the words of the Codex, "This is a trial for the world. We must endure and keep our faith." "A trial," the young man had laughed, a sound of pure despair. "I see only indifference. He doesn't care if we live or rot." The priest had stripped off his white robes that day and vanished into the world. As Hubert left the plague zone, he had spotted these blue orchids. They bloomed beside the trenches filled with corpses, and among the ash of burned villages. In that place of absolute hopelessness, only this flower continued to strive. Hubert had brought the flowers back and planted them in his study. He told himself it was a sign of hope left by the spirits, the final mercy after a trial. But now, looking at the flower, Hubert wondered if he had been wrong. Perhaps it wasn't hope at all. Perhaps it was just life, blind, stubborn, and primal. It had nothing to do with God. It had nothing to do with faith. It was just existence. The rise of the Evernight Empire. The failure of the divine punishment. The collapse of the temporal voyage. He had prayed. He had toiled. He had exhausted every resource at his disposal. And yet the silence remained. After an eternity, a voice whispered in the hall where only a god was supposed to be worshipped. "Lord Rostarn. Do you truly exist?" The hall remained terrifyingly quiet. Only the sighing wind and the indifferent moon answered him. The statue remained a statue, staring down with its cold, compassionate eyes at the tiny believer at its feet. Hubert let out a sudden, short laugh. It was a sharp, jarring sound in the empty cathedral. He reached out and placed the blue orchid gently onto the base of the statue. Then, the Pope turned his back. He did not look over his shoulder. Step by rhythmic step, he walked out of the temple he had guarded for a lifetime. He pushed open the heavy main doors and stepped into the night. The moonlight stretched his shadow long across the stones. He did not return to his bedchamber. He walked through the empty, silent streets of the holy city, until he reached a nondescript tower on the city's edge. It was the observatory, abandoned by the church decades ago. Hubert pushed open the dust-laden door and climbed the spiral stone stairs to the summit. There was no roof here, only a massive, rusted astrolabe pointing at the heavens. Hubert stood by the instrument, looking up at the night sky. The sea of stars glittered in the velvet blackness. Once he had looked at them and seen the eyes of the spirits, the lamps of heaven. Tonight, he saw only burning, distant memories. So, this is the true face of the world, he thought. Hubert found a clean patch of stone and sat down. He watched the stars from midnight until the first blush of dawn. When the first sliver of light touched the horizon, Pope Hubert stood up, dusting off his robes. It was time for him to do what a pope was meant to do. Not for God, but for men-20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 126. Chapter 126. The Evernight Cathedral. 1621 words. Chapter 126, The Evernight Cathedral. Iron Fortress, Plaza District. A brand new structure had risen in a corner of the plaza, the Evernight Cathedral. Inside the main hall, there were no icons of weeping saints or symbols of divine mercy. Instead, a gargantuan skeletal statue sat at the far end of the sanctuary. The statue had been modeled by Kaido himself. He sat in a throne pose, leaning his weight onto one hand while his chin rested upon his knuckles. Kaido claimed the posture made him look like a deep thinker contemplating the mysteries of the universe. In reality, he had just been spacing out when the sculptor started. Father Anshi stood by the statue's massive toe bones, a rag in one hand. He was rhythmically, if lazily, polishing the ankle of his new god. At his feet sat a heavy wooden crate packed with 100 vials that radiated a soft, pulsing green light. Emerald's Respite. Anshi had just retrieved this week's allocation from the Logistics Bureau. As the presiding head of the cathedral, his primary duties were now twofold: providing basic medical services to the residents of Iron Fortress and, in his free time, keeping this giant boneman statue dust-free. Anshi straightened his back, giving his spine a satisfying crack. He lifted a vial, squinting at the glowing liquid against the light. Slacking off again? A voice drifted from the entrance. Anshi didn't even bother turning around. He knew that voice. Sister Cecilia marched in, clutching a massive burlap sack that looked ready to burst. Over her other shoulder, she hauled an entire bag of flour. Her sack was overflowing with fresh greens and cuts of meat that were still slightly blood-streaked. A giant loaf of crusty bread poked out of the top like an uninvited guest. Danica trailed behind her, wobbling under the weight of 2 baskets filled to the brim with eggs and fresh milk. Anshi turned around, his face a mask of practiced indifference. I was merely offering a prayer to our new deity. Cecilia ignored him completely. She strode to a nearby bench and dumped her haul onto the wood with a heavy, reverberating thud. Cecilia collapsed onto the bench, rubbing her shoulders. She reached into the bag, ripped off a massive chunk of the bread, and shoved it into her mouth. Her cheeks puffed out instantly. I have to say, the prices here are insane. All of this for a measly 2 silver coins. Danica set her baskets down with a sigh of relief, wiping sweat from her brow. Unlike Cecilia, she didn't dive into the food immediately. Instead, she trotted over to the crate of green potions, her eyes wide with curiosity. Father Anshi, is this the medicine we'll be using from now on? That's the stuff. Emerald's respite, Anchi said, tossing a vial to her. If anyone shows up missing a limb or with a hole in their chest, you pour this down their throat. Anchi added with a note of bureaucratic severity, but remember the protocol. 1 free dose a month for citizens. Anything after that costs 1 silver coin per vial. And for non-citizens, he emphasized, raising a finger, no matter who they are, the price is 3 gold crowns. Not a copper less. Also for the resident tier, those with only the basic permits, you give them the diluted blue version in that other box over there. Don't mix them up. If you use the premium stock on a commoner, the difference comes out of your paycheck. Danica cradled the vial in her palms, her expression one of religious awe. It's incredible. I can feel a gentle pulse of life energy inside, it feels purer than the holy water from the capital. Suddenly, the chapel doors were kicked open with a violent bang. A figure blurred through the entrance, moving with a predatory speed toward the pile of food Cecilia had just unloaded. I smell it. The scent of flesh. Fresh sausages and pork belly. Kula lunged with a crazed, hunger-driven intensity, her hands clawing for the burlap bag. Beat it, you brat. Cecilia's reflexes were sharpened by years of brawling. She delivered a precise, snapping side kick to Kula's backside. Kula let out a shriek and went rolling across the floor, but she didn't let go of the bag. Cecilia scrambled after her, trying to wrestle her groceries back. That's our week's rations. The two went into a full-blown wrestling match on the floor. Kula yanked on the bag, screaming, "Finders keepers." Succubus Dreams is a top-tier corporate taxpayer in this empire. We contribute to the GDP. We have a right to citizen benefits. Benefits my foot. You snatched a whole roasted chicken from me last week. That was last week. Grudges over food expire after 24 hours. As the nun and the succubus rolled around the tiles, Scarlet strolled in. She stood with her arms crossed, watching the fight with a look of supreme boredom. Mona trailed behind her, yawning so wide her jaw nearly unhinged, her eyes half closed as she wobbled through the hall. Mona spotted a vacant bench, flopped onto it, and was snoring rhythmically within 3 seconds. Anchi watched the chaos, his temple beginning to throb. What do you people want now? Ever since Danica had quit the dream shop to return to the cathedral, this squad of succubi had treated the chapel as their personal mess hall, appearing like clockwork at every mealtime. Scarlet finally spoke. Nothing major. She glanced at Kula and Cecilia, who were currently trying to bite each other's arms, then at the sleeping Mona. It's just the business is booming. We have a lot of new sisters arriving from across the border, and the shop is reaching max capacity, Scarlet said calmly. I was wondering if they could bunk here. They can do chores. Cleaning, lifting heavy things, whatever you need. Anchi didn't hesitate. Absolutely not. I have Danica for that. I don't need a pack of dream-eating loiterers helping me polish a statue. Besides, how many sisters are we talking about? How can you be out of room already? Scarlet let out a sigh and pointed a thumb toward the chapel gates. See for yourself. Frowning, Anchi walked to the doorway. He looked outside. And then, he turned into stone. In the plaza outside the cathedral, a literal sea of succubi had gathered. They were everywhere, standing in groups, sitting on the fountain's edge, lounging in the shade. Some were checking their makeup in small mirrors. Others were playing a game of kickstone in a circle. A few were currently surrounding a confused orc fruit vendor, attempting to trade a synchronized, blowing kiss for a cart of apples, an offer the stern orc was currently rejecting with visible distress. There were at least 60 of them. Anchi slowly turned his head to look at Scarlet. His mouth opened but no sound came out. On the floor, Cecilia and Kula stopped fighting. They each held one end of the bread bag, staring at the door. Are all of those your sisters? Cecilia squeaked. Yup, Scarlet nodded, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Ever since word of the succubus dreams spread through the underworld, Sisters from all over the continent have been defecting to Evernight. You know how it is, the job market out there is quite hostile for our kind. Anchi finally found his voice, unleashing a roar that shook the rafters. So you just brought the whole coven to my doorstep. This is a cathedral. A sacred sanctuary. Not a halfway house for wayward demons. Scarlet blinked innocently. But it's not a church of Gustico anymore, is it? And didn't the great master say we should unite all available forces to build the empire? We are a very uniting force. Father Anchi closed his eyes, contemplating the fastest way to the nearest tavern. He wanted to drink until his memories of this day were erased. Scarlet took a step back, raising her hands in a mocking surrender. Don't give me that look. They're your problem now. In exchange, the guild will provide a monthly donation of 3 gold crowns to the cathedral fund. She then shouted to Kula, who was still playing tug-of-war with Cecilia, Kula, let go. We're leaving. We'll be back for dinner. Kula cast a longing look at the sack of groceries, then at Scarlet's stern face. She reluctantly released her grip. Cecilia immediately clutched the bag to her chest like it was a newborn child. Problem solved, Scarlet said, clapping her hands. We're busy at the shop. See you at sundown. She grabbed the sleeping Mona by the ankles and began dragging her toward the exit. Anchi bellowed. Scarlet didn't look back. As she dragged Mona's limp body through the crowd of succubi at the gate, her voice drifted back, oh, and prepare extra for dinner. We've got a big family now. The 60 succubi in the plaza all turned to look at Anchi. One of the bolder ones blew him a playful wink. Lord Priest, when can we come inside? The sun is absolute murder on my complexion. Anchi swayed on his feet. Danica rushed to steady him. Father Anchi. Are you all right? Anchi offered no reply. He looked at the massive statue of Kaido with its hand on its chin. He felt as though the empty eye sockets of the statue were staring back with a look of profound, mocking amusement. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol, to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 127. Chapter 127. The Elf 1763 words. Chapter 127. The Elves. The Elven Forest, Palace of the Tree of Life. Queen Alina sat upon a throne woven from living vines, listening to the monotonous drone of her intelligence officer. Sunlight filtered through the dense, layered canopy, casting shifting, dappled patterns across the floor. The air was thick with the heavy fragrance of pollen and morning dew. Normally, it was a view that would suit the soul. But Alina was currently fighting a headache that felt like a localized earthquake. So Alina began, rubbing her temples. The messenger from the Holy Empire is currently cooling his heels outside. Yes, Your Majesty, the officer replied, a young elf in a green cloak clutching a scroll of parchment. They are petitioning for a full military mobilization. They want a joint coalition to face the Evernight menace. Alina didn't answer immediately. Her fingers tapped a rhythmic, impatient staccato against the vine armrest. The Evernight Empire. A nation ruled by the dead. By all laws of logic, the elves should be the first to sign up for the crusade. Life and death were natural antitheses. But the world had stopped making sense months ago. What news from the Underdark? Alina asked abruptly. The officer blinked, clearly startled by the shift in topic. Well, Your Majesty, the subterranean districts have been in a state of upheaval lately. He unfurled his scroll, scanning the reports. Our scouts report a massive, unprecedented migration of the Drow Dark Elves. Migration? Alina arched a slender eyebrow. To where? The officer swallowed hard. According to our tracking, they are heading for the Evernight Empire. Silence pooled in the palace. Alina's fingers stopped tapping. Repeat that. The drow, they've defected to Evernight. The officer's voice had developed a distinct tremor. Word has reached them that the succubi are thriving there. They heard that in the undead empire, a dark skin can walk in the sun without being hunted. They heard they can own property and open businesses legally. They decided to see for themselves. Alina remained silent. She remembered the intelligence she had received weeks prior. The reports claimed that the Evernight Empire treated all races with a cold, mathematical equality. As long as you followed the code, you were granted legal status. Even succubi, a race usually hunted by slavers for sport, were living openly as merchants. Your Majesty, there is more, the officer added hesitantly. Some of our own, the fringe tribes on the forest borders, they've been asking questions about Evernight as well. Alina snapped her head up. The outcasts, the officer explained cautiously. The half-bloods, the exiles, those spurned by the pure society. They heard that the sovereign of Evernight doesn't care about bloodlines or past sins. They heard that in his world, only capability matters. They're tempted. Alina leaned back into the vines, closing her eyes. Her headache had just upgraded to a migraine. The Holy Empire wanted her to send her people to die. The drow were joining the skeletons. And now her own kin were starting to waver. What a mess. Tell the messenger to wait, she commanded. Tell him I require time to consult the spirits. As you command, Your Majesty. Once the officer had withdrawn, Alina stood and walked to the high window, looking out over the emerald sea of the forest. The elven forest was one of the oldest powers on the continent, guardians of nature, balancers of the world. But that balance was being shredded. The elves were arrogant. The purebloods looked down on the half-bloods. The surface dwellers looked down on the underdwellers. Alina had always found this obsession with pedigree to be nauseating. She had tried to change things in her youth, but every proposal had been shot down by the stale old geezers of the Elder Council, who hid behind the shield of tradition. And the result? The pureblood birth rate was in a terminal nosedive. The future of her race was a slow, elegant extinction. And now the mongrels they had spurned had found a better exit. A kingdom built by the dead actually understood governance better than a 10,000-year-old forest. The irony was enough to make her want to scream. Alina slumped back onto her throne and let out a long, weary exhale. Hubert, that little squirt. She thought of the current pope of the Holy Empire. A century ago, during her travels in the human lands, she had met him. Back then, Hubert was just a tiny acolyte trailing behind the previous pope. He used to turn as red as a tomato when she looked at him, unable to form a coherent sentence. Now, look at him all grown up and trying to organize a holy crusade. What a nuisance, she muttered. She reached into a small wicker basket hidden beside her throne, and pulled out a bottle of wine. It was a potent vintage made from the forest's sweetest sunberries. She had a private stash of several dozen. She popped the cork and took a heavy, undignified swig directly from the bottle. The warmth of the alcohol dulled the throbbing in her head. Alina let out a satisfied burp. Since becoming queen, her life had become a never-ending cycle of bureaucratic trash. Even drinking had to be done in secret, lest the elders lecture her on royal decorum. She was about to take another pull when the sounds of frantic footsteps echoed from the hall. The intelligence officer was back, looking even more panicked than before. Your Majesty. Emergency. Alina shoved the bottle behind her throne. What now? Did the sky fall? The holy messenger. He forced his way inside. Before the officer could finish, a middle-aged man in white and gold robes marched into the chamber. 2 fully armed Templars followed at his heels. The man wore an expression of aggressive righteousness, his chin held high. Queen Alina. I bring greetings from His Holiness, Pope Hubert. The man's voice was booming and resonant, echoing painfully in the hollow palace. Alina narrowed her eyes. I'm not deaf, you zealot. "Who authorized your entry?" she asked, her voice a flat, dangerous calm. "The light of the spirits does not wait for an audience," the messenger declared. "The necrotic plague is spreading across our continent. Every second we delay, innocent souls suffer under the shadow of the dead. We have no time for elven deliberation. Queen Alina. The Evernite Empire is the enemy of all life. Their very existence is a blasphemy against nature. As the guardians of the woods, will the elves truly sit idly by?" Alina stared at him, her gaze icy. "Listen, kid. War means death. Once the holy war begins, how many of my kin do you think will return to these trees?" The messenger didn't flinch. "For the sake of order and justice, sacrifice is a mandatory tithe. Their deaths will be their glory." Alina looked away, giving a dismissive wave of her hand. "Then you go collect that glory. The forest doesn't want it. And I don't care for it." The messenger trembled with fury. "Queen Alina. You are defying the divine will. You are enabling pure evil. You will pay for your short-sighted arrogance." With a violent snap of his sleeves, the man turned and stormed out, his knights in tow. Silence returned to the palace. The intelligence officer stood at the bottom of the dais, daring not to breathe. Alina shot him a glare. "What are you looking at? Don't you have work to do?" He bolted. Alina fished her bottle out and took another massive gulp. "A pack of idiots," she muttered. She wasn't sure if she meant the church or her own people. Moments later, 3 white-haired elven elders, leaning heavily on staves, shuffled into the room. The lead elder's beard was long enough to sweep the floor. "Your Majesty." The holy messenger, what was his business? The elder's voice was so slow and heavy it made Alina want to hibernate. "Oh, he just wanted us to send our children to die for his god," Alina said succinctly. The 3 elders exchanged a look. The leader cleared his throat. "The undead are the enemies of nature. Since ancient times, our race has been defined by our duty to protect life. We should respond to this crusade. It is a matter of continental security." "Well spoken," Alina said, giving a mocking little clap. "So you believe we should mobilize for war?" "Indeed," the elder replied with an air of absolute certainty. "Excellent." Alina smiled, though it didn't reach her eyes. "Then for this expedition, the 3 of you shall personally lead the vanguard. You've lived for centuries, your vast experience will surely guide our young warriors to a magnificent victory." The faces of the 3 elders froze instantly. "Your Majesty, our advanced age." "Nonsense," Alina chirped, her smile widening. "The actual fighting can be done by the youth. You 3 merely need to sit at the rear and provide your ancestral wisdom. Oh, and as a gesture of the forest's resolve, every direct descendant of the Elder Council must also enlist. They can serve as your personal honor guard." The elders recoiled. "Your Majesty. That is impossible. The future of our noble bloodlines cannot be squandered on a common battlefield." The smile vanished from Alina's face like a candle being snuffed. "A second ago you were drowning in dignity and duty. But the moment your own necks are on the line, the crusade is a squandering of resources." Alina stood up, walking down the steps to loom over them. "Someone else's child dies for glory, but yours are the future. You useless old fossils, what is left in your heads besides bloodline and tradition?" She pointed a finger at the palace gates. "Every one of you. Get out before I change my mind and hang you all from the branches as fertilizer." Seeing that Alina was in one of her murderous moods, the elders wisely chose not to provoke her further and shuffled out in a terrified huddle. The palace was finally quiet. Alina sat back on her throne, feeling more exhausted than if she had actually fought the crusade herself. She reached for her bottle, only to find it was empty. She tossed the bottle aside, her irritation peaking. Being queen is a total pain. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 128. Chapter 128. The Declaration of War. 1330 words. Chapter 128. The Declaration of War. 3 days later. The Holy Empire of Gustico, the Pope's study. The messenger knelt on one knee behind Hubert, beads of sweat sliding down his cheeks to soak into the plush carpet. Your Holiness, regarding the Elven Forest. Queen Alina has formally rejected our petition for aid. The messenger's voice trembled. He didn't dare lift his eyes to the Pope's face. Hubert, however, was focused on a small pair of silver shears, fastidiously pruning the leaves of a blue orchid on his windowsill. As expected, a redundant leaf fluttered to the floor. Hubert's voice was as calm as a morning mist, as if he were discussing a matter that had nothing to do with him. Alinanissima is the same as she ever was. The messenger went rigid. The century-old Pope was addressing the breathtakingly youthful elven queen as his elder sister. Hubert cast a brief look over his shoulder. Dismissed. Notify the archbishops of the various dioceses. Prepare for the crusade. By your command, Your Holiness. The messenger rose and backed out of the study. By the time the door clicked shut, his back was drenched in cold sweat. Left alone, Hubert walked to the window. Below, the people of the Holy City moved through the streets like tiny, industrious dots. Well, Hubert whispered, looking at the flower pot. At least you are still breathing. Regardless of the outcome, I have done my part. The following morning, the great bells of the Holy City began to toll. Every soul in the capital stopped their work, lifting their heads toward the grand cathedral. It was the call for a holy crusade, a sound that had not vibrated through the air for centuries. Countless messengers on galloping steeds burst from the city gates, hurtling toward the four corners of the continent. Each carried a parchment bearing the crimson wax seal of the Pope. The Holy Empire of Gustico has formally declared war upon the Evernite Empire. The news exploded across the land. The Dwarf Kingdom, Anvil City. Inside a gargantuan subterranean foundry, the air shimmered with oppressive heat. The Dwarf King, Barak, stood bare-chested, his corded muscles glistening with sweat. He swung a massive iron hammer, slamming it into a white-hot ingot again and again. Sparks erupted like dying stars. A dwarven guard scrambled into the chamber, nearly tripping over a stack of iron billets. Your Majesty. Grave news. The theocracy has declared a holy crusade against the Evernite Empire. Barak's hammer paused mid-air. They did what now? He turned, his braided beard swaying with the movement. Have those Bible-thumping zealots finally lost the last of their marbles? The guard nodded frantically. Yes, sire. They've sent a formal invitation to join the Alliance of Sanctity, to purge the undead. Barak snorted and slammed his hammer onto the stone floor with a boom that shook the entire mountain. The Alliance of Sanctity. He spat a glob of phlegm into the dirt. Has Hubert's brain been filled with molten slag? The guard shrank back, whispering cautiously, but Majesty, if we refuse, the church might. Barak's eyes flared. Might what? Those stick-figured priests can barely lift a hammer, let alone march on my mountains. Tell the couriers to keep a sharp eye out. I want to know exactly how the orcs and elves respond before I give those godbotherers a single scrap of my time. The Orc Alliance, the Gale Plains. Inside the largest hide tent of the camp, War Chief Grum sat upon a throne of beast skins, gnawing on a roasted leg of beef that still glistened with fat. An Orcish messenger knelt before him, his leather armor caked in the dust of the road. Great Chief, the Holy Empire has declared war. Grum tore a massive chunk of meat away with his tusks. What of it? The messenger swallowed hard, his stomach growling at the scent of the roast. They request our strongest warriors to join their crusade. Grum's chewing stopped. He tossed the bone onto a platter and stood up, his massive frame blotting out half the light in the tent. They want my warriors. To fight the dead. Grom's voice rose into a thunderous rumble. For the sake of humans who do nothing but sit around and sunbathe. He kicked over a nearby table, sending wine cups and meat platters flying. Go back to those white-robed weaklings. Tell them the Orc Alliance remains neutral. If they want a war, they can bleed for it themselves. Stop bothering me. The messenger scrambled out of the tent in a blur of panic. Grom sat back down, retrieved the bone, and took another savage bite. The Merchant Coalition, Freeport. The council hall was packed, the massive round table surrounded by the wealthiest men on the continent. Every person had a fresh intelligence report before them, the ink barely dry. Gentlemen, the theocracy has declared war, the speaker began. He was a portly man whose fingers were heavy with gemstone rings. The question is, which side do we back? A tall, gaunt merchant spoke up immediately. The Holy Empire, obviously. They represent order. They are the protectors of the status quo. A balding merchant across the table let out a sharp, mocking laugh. Status quo. Are you auditioning for a comedy troupe? We are merchants. We follow the gold. The bald man slammed the table. My caravan returned from Iron Fortress last month with triple the expected profit. You expect me to support a crusade against my best customers? Have you gone mad? The tall merchant turned red. If the church wins and we didn't take a side. And what if they lose? The bald man countered. What then? The hall devolved into a shouting match. Some supported the faith, others supported the dead, many argued for the safety of the fence. The speaker rapped his gavel on the wood. The room went still. Gentlemen, we are merchants, not warriors. In this war, it does not matter who wins, it only matters that we survive. Therefore we shall place bets on both sides. Publicly we support the crusade. We shall dispatch a token shipment of supplies to the Holy City. Subtly, however, we continue our trade with Evernight. That way, no matter who stands atop the heap of bodies at the end, we remain on top of the market. The hall was quiet for a few seconds. Then, a wave of knowing, greedy smiles spread across the room. Brilliant, mister. The Evernight Empire, the valley base. Kaido sat by the river, his eyes fixed on a bobber floating in the still water. A skeleton guard approached from behind. The Holy Empire of Gustico has formally declared war upon us. Kaido didn't look away from the water. The soul fire in the guard's sockets flickered with confusion. My lord, do we need to make preparations? Kaido reached into a bucket and tossed a handful of fish feed into the water. Preparations? We've caught quite a few unruly elements during the sweep lately, haven't we? Tell them, if they want to keep their lives, they go to the front. If they win this war for me, they earn their citizenship. It's a simple exchange. By your command. As the guard departed, Kaido watched the ripples in the water, murmuring to himself. A declaration of war, huh? I hope they're ready for the grind. The bobber twitched. In the various cities of the Evernight Empire, life continued with a noisy vibrancy. Merchants hawked their wares. Children raced through the streets. Succubi stood outside their shops, enticing customers into dreams. No one discussed the far-off declaration of war. Here, life simply went on. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 129. Chapter 129. The Penance Legion. 1754 words. Chapter 129. The Penance Legion. The sun had not yet crested the horizon, and the morning mist clung stubbornly to the earth. The central plaza of Iron Fortress was packed with a sea of living beings. The air was heavy with the thick, cloying scent of dozens of different races huddled together: orcs, humans, dwarves, drow. There were even several squads of goblins and lizard men. Every single one of them was draped in the same coarse, gray cloth of a prisoner's uniform. A string of numbers was embroidered in black thread over their hearts, their only remaining identity in this city. Some were yawning, others leaned against their neighbors to steal a few more moments of sleep. A few scanned the perimeter, with eyes full of hostility toward the other races. A centurion of the Extinction Legion marched to the front of the dais, his metal boots striking the stone with a resonant thud. The low buzz of the crowd died instantly. The mass of people went quiet, though their lines remained crooked and their postures slouched. There was no hint of discipline among them. The centurion's jaw clicked, seemingly preparing to bark a reprimand. However, he stopped mid-motion and respectfully took half a step back. A figure emerged from the shadows behind him. It was a skeletal wraith wreathed in the aura of the grave. Skill Envy stood there, the death energy swirling around him so thick it was visible to the naked eye. With every step he took, the temperature in the plaza seemed to plummet. His gaze started at the far left and began a slow, rhythmic sweep across every face, row by row. Finally, he spoke. His voice wasn't loud, but it vibrated with a resonance that drilled directly into the ears of every soul present. Your pasts, your identities, your crimes. I find them utterly tedious. From this heartbeat forward, you possess only one title. The Penance Legion. A graveyard silence followed. Though you are merely the dregs of the Evernight Empire, the merciful Master has deigned to grant you a single opportunity for redemption. I shall now lay before you the two paths to your future. Envy raised a hand, extending a single bony finger. First, survive the coming war. Those who remain standing when the dust settles shall receive full citizenship of the Evernight Empire. You will enjoy the absolute protection of imperial law. You will be assigned permanent housing and a job that provides a dignified life. Furthermore, you will receive a fixed monthly stipend of essential supplies. Your families and your kin shall receive immediate priority for citizenship based on the merit you carve out with your steel. In the crowd, the sound of heavy, greedy breathing began to rise. Citizenship. To the non-citizens living within the Empire's borders, that status was more than wealth, it was the right to exist without fear. It was the ladder to the paradise everyone whispered about. Envy extended a second finger. Second, perish in the coming war. Your bones shall become the foundation stones for the Empire's expansion, and your death will add a microscopic stroke to the Master's grand epic. In exchange, one direct family member or any single individual of your kin you designate will be granted citizenship immediately and without cost. The crowd erupted into a feverish commotion. Murmurs and arguments in a dozen different tongues rippled through the plaza. Trade one life for a family's future. To those on death row or with no way out, it was an exchange that carried a lethal, intoxicating attraction. I do not care how you choose, nor do I care for your thoughts, Envy stated coldly. But from this moment, your lives are no longer your own property. They belong to the Evernight Empire. They belong to the Supreme Sovereign. With those final words, Envy turned. His form merged back into the shadows of the dais, as if he had never been there at all. As the general vanished, squads of fully armed officers from the Extinction Legion stepped forward. A millenary commander scanned the crowd before shouting, "Distribute the gear." Heavy wooden crates were hauled onto the plaza, their lids pried open with violent force. Inside were the standardized kits produced by Paul's foundries, uniform iron breastplates, crude but sturdy leather bracers, and short swords with shields that still smelled of factory grease. The prisoners had no choice. Under the barks and whips of the skeletal officers, they formed lines to receive their gear. A dwarf picked up a short sword, weighed it, and curled his lip in disdain, muttering that he could forge a better blade in half an hour. He still buckled it to his waist. A massive orc pulled on a breastplate, grumbling as the straps restricted his movement, only for a skeletal officer to deliver a sharp kick to the back of his knee. The orc collapsed with a shriek, and the officer's bone foot remained pinned to his back until he stopped thrashing. The column began to move. Under the escort of the undead, this patchwork army left the plaza, marching through the streets toward the city gates. Residents who had woken early stood on the sidewalks to watch. They looked at the army of convicts with varying gazes, some with pity, others with contempt, but most with a profound sense of relief that they were not among the ranks of the penance. Outside the city, in a vast, cleared-out training field, the tens of thousands of convicts came to a halt. Envy stood atop a high ridge overlooking them, flanked by his silent officers. From now until you depart for the front, you have exactly 3 days. In these 3 days, you must learn only 3 things. First, how to grip your sword. Second, how to raise your shield. Third, how to stay alive when a blade is seeking your throat. In 3 days, you will be sent to the battlefield. Envy gave a curt wave. Dozens of skeleton snipers, acting as instructors, charged into the ranks of the convicts. The training began. A human youth named John was shaking so hard he couldn't keep a steady grip on his hilt. A skeletal instructor walked up to him without a word, seized his wrist, and twisted it with a violent, sickening crunch. Error demonstrated, the skeleton intoned. It tossed a vial of healing potion to the boy wailing on the ground, and moved to the next man. Its empty sockets scanned the line for the next failure. Elsewhere, a goblin complained that his shield was too heavy, and tried to slide it into the dirt. An instructor kicked him flat, and used the edge of the shield to strike the goblin's skull repeatedly until green blood smeared the stone. Only after being healed by a splash of emerald's respite, was the goblin forced back to his feet to continue. Cease that ridiculous dancing. There are no dance steps on the battlefield. Only phalanxes and death. If you break rank again, I will snap both your legs. The air was filled with roars, screams, and the sound of breaking bone. There was no gentle guidance here, only the most direct, violent correction. Envy watched from the ridge, his soul fire still. He didn't care for their survival, or their growth. He only needed fodder that knew how to charge in a designated direction, and use their corpses to pave the way for the true legions. The 3 days bled away in a haze of blood and sweat. On the first day, they learned to stand and obey. On the second, they learned to hold the line. They were organized into squads of 10, and forced to practice the shield wall. If one man faltered, the entire squad was punished. They were forced to spar with their comrades. The winners received bread and stew, while the losers drank cold water. On the third day, they learned to kill. Instructors summoned tens of thousands of skeleton soldiers, and ordered the Penance Legion to charge. Anyone who wavered or retreated was executed on the spot by the archers at the rear. By the end of the third night, the Penance Legion finally resembled an army. They had learned to stand straight, to grip their steel, and to react the instant a command was given. They had also learned a deeper level of terror, fear of the instructors, fear of death, and fear of the silent general watching from the ridge. Night fell on the third day. Envy appeared on the dais once more. Below him, the legion stood in dozens of perfect, silent squares. The moonlight reflected off their new armor in millions of cold, silver points. We move at dawn, Envy's voice drifted through the night air. Remember, your sins are washed away only by the blood of the enemy. With that, he turned and departed. In the ranks, a heavy silence reigned. Chris, a human soldier, looked down at his blade. He had been arrested for stealing Emerald's respite to sell on the black market. He had wanted to buy his sister a house of her own so she could be a citizen. I have to go back, he whispered. I have to survive. Naive brat, a gruff voice grunted beside him. You think a war zone is a playground for kids? Chris looked over at a stout dwarf named Block. Block had been arrested for accidental manslaughter during a drunken brawl at a tavern. Chris didn't get angry, he simply asked, and you, Block? You don't want to go home? The dwarf went still. He was silent for so long Chris thought he wouldn't answer. I have a son, Block said, staring at the dark horizon. I promised him I'd personally teach him how to forge his first axe. Chris said nothing more. Tomorrow, perhaps only one of them would return. Perhaps neither. High above on the walls of Iron Fortress, Envy looked down at his new tools. A millenary commander appeared behind him, bowing. "General, can we truly win a war with only these people?" Envy looked up at the fractured moon. "This is their only chance. And it is mine as well. I will prove to the master that I am not inferior to any other general." 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 130. Chapter 130. The Assault. 1598 words. Chapter 130. The Assault. Several days later. The camp of the Holy Empire's first expeditionary force stretched across the plains. Campfires flickered into life as the cooks lit the marching stoves, the heavy aroma of thick stew beginning to waft through the air as they prepared dinner for 30,000 men. Soldiers had stripped off their upper plate armor, swinging heavy wooden mallets to drive sharpened stakes into the earth. They were erecting a temporary perimeter of defensive works. The air was a cacophony of barking officers, the rhythmic thud-thud of wood meeting soil, and the laughter of men discussing how much bounty they would pocket once the campaign concluded. There was a palpable sense of relaxation, typical of an army that expected an easy victory. A young Templar sat on a log, fastidiously wiping his longsword. The polished steel reflected a face full of religious fervor and youthful zeal. Nearby, a militiaman tore off a hunk of bread, his tone light as he tried to boost the mood. "Hear the latest. The undead legion across the border is nothing but a bunch of rickety bone racks that can barely stand straight." The veteran beside him spat out a blade of grass, his expression laden with contempt. "A motley crew of dregs. They don't even have standardized gear. Give us a few days, and we'll kick them all back into the dirt where they belong." The young knight nodded, his grip tightening on his hilt. "For the glory of the spirits." Suddenly woo-woo-woo. A long, piercing blast of a horn tore through the twilight from the distant scout outposts. The sound was sharp, jagged, and carried the highest level alarm for an enemy raid. In an instant, every sound on the plain evaporated. The cook stirring the pot froze, the ladle still dripping, oblivious to the scalding broth splashing his hand. The soldier who had been hammering a stake held his mallet mid-swing, his posture rigid. The young Templar's mask of piety shifted instantly into a grim, hard line. 30,000 pairs of eyes turned toward the horizon, peering over the half-finished barricades. A black line. It appeared at the very edge of the setting sun, directly facing the camp. The line was thickening at a steady, unwavering speed, pressing forward like a coming tide of ink. "All units, battle stations. 3rd and 5th Mercenary Battalions get to the front." Officers drew their sabers, roaring with everything they had to chase away the mounting dread in their men's hearts. Soldiers scrambled for their discarded plate and steel. Mercenaries cursed as they were driven to the front lines by the flat of an officer's blade, forming a loose, ragged phalanx. The camp shifted from leisure to a state of extreme, vibrating tension. The scent of fear began to permeate the air. Cardinal Hal sat atop a pure white warhorse, having manifested at the head of the formation. Behind him stood the Templar Knights, the Empire's sharpest blades, and the physical extension of divine right. Each man was clad in full-plate armor engraved with the 3 holy swords, the silver metal reflecting the blood-red rays of the dying sun. They were the only units in the chaotic camp that remained perfectly, unervingly still. The approaching army halted. There were no war drums. No pre-battle taunts. A gargantuan legion stood silent upon the plain, looking like a solidified ocean of darkness. The wind swept across the expanse, kicking up dust and snapping the banners of both sides. The flag of the theocracy bore the radiant sun, fluttering fiercely. Opposite them, the enemy's banner was a field of absolute black, embroidered with silver thread. In the center of the black fabric was a small, strangely cute, chibi skull. Skeel Envy stood at the head of the Penance Legion. The pitch-black skeletal warhorse beneath him pawed at the grass, white mist erupting from its nostrils. Envy reached out a bony hand, giving the horse a sharp thwack on the skull. The beast went still instantly. Then, Envy wheeled his mount and rode forward alone, trotting into the no man's land between the two armies. The rhythmic clack of hooves against the earth was amplified by the silence, striking against the hearts of the human soldiers. A Templar beside Hal gripped his hilt. "Lord Cardinal, their commander has presented himself. Allow me to meet him." Hal raised a hand in a simple gesture of denial. The knight went silent, though his muscles remained coiled like a spring. Hal urged his own horse forward to meet the intruder. A priest in white and gold robes and a skeleton wreathed in the visible energy of the grave met in the center of the field. Hal felt no fear. As the mouthpiece of the spirits, the undead were his natural prey, filth to be purified. "Hal Cyrus, Cardinal of the Holy Empire of Gustico," he announced, his voice clear and resonant. He infused the words with mana, ensuring they reached the ears of every soldier in the vicinity. The skeletal general stared at him, 2 points of soul fire pulsing within his sockets. Skill Envy. First among the 7 generals of the Evernight Empire. First among 7. Hal's mind catalogued the information. So there are 6 more entities of this caliber at Tier 5. Envy gave Hal no further time to calculate. Having stated his name, the general simply turned his horse and rode back to his lines with mechanical efficiency. There were no further words, no testing of resolve, no diplomatic flourishes. It was as if he had merely been checking off a box on a list of procedures. Hal watched his back, returning to his own ranks in a pensive silence. 50,000 troops. All armored. Formation perfect. Discipline absolute. This is an elite force. But it is not their main strength. Hal reached the conclusion quickly. A power like the Odri Empire wouldn't surrender the entire East out of fear of a mere 50,000 man unit. Evernight was hiding something far more horrific. Therefore, the purpose of this army was clear: a probe. A show of force. They were using a secondary wing to test the resolve and capability of the crusade. That first among 7 claim wasn't a boast, it was a psychological strike meant to shake his conviction. Calm returned to Hal's heart. War was decided by steel and OD, not by titles. "Pass my orders," Hal commanded, his voice regaining the steady authority of a supreme commander. "The vanguard shall be comprised of the 3rd and 5th mercenary battalions. The 7th, 8th and 9th militia regiments will support the flanks. Order them to initiate a probing assault on the enemy lines." It was a textbook tactic. Use the mercenaries who fought for coin to exhaust the enemy's stamina and arrows, forcing them to reveal their tactical depth. Their lives would pave the way for the true assault of the regulars. "Lord Cardinal," a priest rode up, looking hesitant. "Should the Templars support them? The morale of the mercenaries is questionable." "Unnecessary," Hal waved him off. "We are outnumbered. The Templars must conserve their prana for the enemy's core. We shall endure several waves of attrition until our reinforcements arrive. That is our primary objective." "Understood." Soon, a force of 7,000 men detached from the Holy Empire's ranks. They were a mess of mismatched gear and loose formation. Driven forward by the flat of the overseer's blades, they trudged forward with a low, grumbling chorus of curses. Hal watched these sacrificial pawns, expecting the enemy to dispatch an equal force or perhaps open fire with archers. However, the impossible happened. The entire Black Legion across the field moved. Not a detachment. Not a wing. The whole 50,000 soldiers surged forward like a single, massive slab of black iron. There were no battle cries. No thundering drums. Only the terrifyingly synchronized sound of 100,000 feet hitting the dirt. The earth heaved under the weight of the collective march. Hal's pupils constricted. Are they insane? To commit their entire strength to a total assault in response to a mere probe? What kind of commander ignores every fundamental law of military strategy? Hal's gaze snapped toward the skeletal figure at the front. Envy had simply raised a bony hand and given a light, effortless flick forward. A command of absolute simplicity. Hal realized the truth then. This wasn't a probe. From the very first second, the enemy intended to fight a decisive war of annihilation. There was no time to adjust his deployment. The 7,000 men he had sent forward were now like seafoam crashing against a steel dam. They would be pulverized in seconds. He couldn't let 7,000 men be slaughtered. It would shatter the morale of his remaining force before the first drop of blood was spilled. More importantly, he could not show a single heartbeat of hesitation. That would be a betrayal of the spirits. All units, charge. Hal's voice, amplified by his mana, thundered across the plains. The command was received. The main body of the crusade, 20,000 regulars and 3,000 Templars, unleashed a deafening roar. For the spirits. Drums thundered. Horns shrieked. A sea of holy light ignited as the knights channeled their power, forming a radiant ocean of silver that surged forward to collide with the encroaching darkness. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 131. Chapter 131. The First Clash. 1644 words. Chapter 131. The First Clash. A heartbeat before the two oceans of steel collided. Within the charging ranks of the Penance Legion, thousands of slender drow, dark elves, skidded to a halt in perfect synchronization. In one fluid motion, they drew their longbows and knocked obsidian-tipped arrows. Thousands of bowstrings groaned as they were pulled to the ear. A drow officer barked. The vibration of the strings merged into a singular, low-frequency hum. Thousands of black shafts arced into the sky, blotting out the sun, and descending like a shroud of death over the theocracy's vanguard. Beneath the descending rain of iron, the mercenaries and militiamen of the theocracy turned ashen. They raised their shields by instinct, their bodies shivering with a terror that bypassed their training. "Hold the line," the officers bellowed from the center of the ranks, their voices cracking with the effort to maintain order. The arrow storm covered a massive area, its velocity high enough to whistle. Just as the mercenaries braced for the wet sound of tearing flesh at the very rear of the crusade, hundreds of women in black habits, the battle nuns, formed a tight ritual circle. They pressed their palms together and closed their eyes. A sanctified melody erupted from their throats, a wordless, ethereal song that wove together and rose toward the heavens. A gargantuan, translucent dome of golden light manifested instantly above the charging crusade. Runes of light flowed across its surface like liquid mercury. Thwip thwip thwip. The black arrow rain struck. But there was no sound of impact. Like moths diving into a furnace, the arrows dissolved into ash the moment they touched the barrier, vanishing into the wind. One volley. The golden aegis didn't so much as flicker. The drow officer watched the failed strike, her silver hair snapping in the wind. There was no surprise in her eyes, the volley had been a mere probe. She raised her hand and snapped it down. The drow stowed their bows and drew their blades, merging back into the roaring torrent of the charge. The two armies finally slammed together. The entire plain shuddered. The front-row mercenaries braced behind their shields, meeting the Penance Legion head-on. Wood and iron collided with the muffled thud of a landslide. Men were launched into the air by the sheer kinetic force, tumbling into the dirt only to be trampled into a red pulp by the surging crowd before they could even scream. Blades bit into shields, arms were severed along with the wood. The air became a spray of blood and high-pitched wails. A mercenary had just managed to gut an orc when a short sword threaded through his throat from the side. He stared, eyes bulging, gurgling through a fountain of red before collapsing into the muck. Chris gripped his hilt until his knuckles turned white, charging with the crowd. His heart was hammering against his ribs so hard he thought it would burst. The noise was absolute, a cacophony of metal on metal, and the shrieks of the dying. He saw nothing but the back of the moon in front of him. Suddenly, a theocracy soldier in standardized plate burst into his path. The man's face was a mask of religious mania, as he raised a long sword for a vertical cleave. Chris raised his shield by reflex. The impact sent a numb shock through his arm, forcing him back 2 steps. The soldier didn't pause, swinging again with a roar. Chris gritted his teeth and braced. This time, a jagged fissure appeared in his shield. The soldier grinned, raising the steel for a third strike, one that would surely split the shield and Chris's skull along with it. Just then, an axe head bit into the soldier's neck from the blind spot. The man's grin froze, his head lolling to the side as he slumped into the dirt. Chris turned to see Block standing there, his stout frame a solid anchor amidst the chaos. "Quit gawking," Block roared. "Push forward. If you don't kill, you die." Chris snapped out of it, snatching the fallen soldier's longsword. The battlefield was a whirlpool of carnage. There were no formations anymore, no commands, only the primal struggle for breath. The Penance Legion fought like demons, completely disregarding their own survival. Men with severed arms used their teeth, those with spilled entrails crawled forward, still trying to trip the enemy. This unreasonable ferocity struck a chord of pure horror into the theocracy's mercenaries. They were here for gold, not for an early grave. A mercenary watched his companion being literally torn in half by an orc, the entrails spraying across his face. Screaming, he threw down his sword and bolted for the rear. "No retreat," an officer screamed, cutting the deserter down from behind. But it was like trying to stop a flood with a handful of sand. More and more mercenaries began to back away, then turn and run. The militiamen, having zero combat experience, followed the lead of the professionals. The front line was disintegrating. Cardinal Hal watched the collapse from the rear, his face turning a dark, bruised shade of fury. "Knights Templar, cleanse this filth." 3,000 Templars spurred their mounts in unison. Their armor shimmered under the dying sun, and their blades ignited with a pale, cold holy light. They hit the battlefield like a white-hot scalpel cutting through rot. A penance orc had just felled a militiaman when a glowing blade pierced through his chest. He looked down at the wound in a daze before the light consumed him. Wherever the Templars passed, the convicts fell in heaps. The power gap was too wide. Every Templar was a Tier 3 powerhouse or higher, most of the Penance Legion were mere Tier 1 or 2 fodder. Chris saw a Templar charging toward him and turned to flee, but a man cannot outrun a warhorse. The knight closed the distance in a heartbeat, sword raised for the execution. Chris squeezed his eyes shut. The pain didn't come. Chris looked up to see Block bracing his axe against the knight's blade. "I said, don't run," Block roared, shoving the horse back with a heave of his powerful shoulders. He swung his axe at the knight, but the Templar merely sidestepped with an air of aristocratic contempt. The knight's wrist flicked, the blade darting toward Block's chest. Block couldn't dodge. He twisted his body, but the knight was too fast. The steel punched through Block's shoulder, the tip emerging through the back. Block let out a muffled grunt, but he didn't pull away. Instead, he reached out with his left hand, dead gripping the blade buried in his own flesh. The sharp edge sliced into his palm, but he ignored the blood, using his last scrap of strength to swing his axe at the knight's head. The Templar's expression finally changed. He hadn't expected a dwarf to be this unreasonable. He released his sword and threw himself from the saddle, narrowly avoiding the lethal arc of the axe. Block yanked the sword from his shoulder and tossed it aside, blood painting half his torso red. He roared at Chris, "Pick up your sword." Chris scrambled to comply, standing shoulder to shoulder with the dwarf. But the knight merely drew a backup short sword from his hip, moving with a calm, practiced grace. As Chris lunged, the knight swatted the blade aside with a simple flick, the vibration nearly shattering Chris's wrists. The knight then delivered a heavy boot to Chris's chest. Chris hit the ground hard, the wind knocked out of him, feeling his ribs buckle. He struggled to rise, but his body refused to move. The Templar stood over him, raising his blade. "For the spirits," the knight whispered, his voice a calm, terrifying flatline. Chris closed his eyes. He thought of his sister. He thought of the house he would never buy her. He thought of his promise to return. "I'm sorry." Sheeing. A sharp, whistling sound tore through the air. The knight sensed the danger and tried to roll, but he was a microsecond too slow. A bone arrow struck him with the force of a ballista bolt, vaporizing his upper torso in a spray of gore. Chris opened his eyes to see the Templar's lower half still standing, before it slowly toppled over. He looked back toward the Evernight lines. There, behind the Penance Legion, thousands of towering skeleton snipers had manifested. They held gargantuan bows of black bone. Every time they loosed, a Templar fell. Their arrows seemed possessed of a predatory intelligence, seeking out the high-tier knights in the melee. These were the elites of the Extinction Legion, all Tier 4. Cardinal Hal watched the arrival of the snipers, and his heart sank into his boots. Thousands of Tier 4 marksmen. It was a nightmare scenario. Even if the theocracy mobilized its entire National Guard, they couldn't muster that many high-ranking archers. The battle nuns were also targeted, but their personal guards Tier 4 paladins stepped forward, forming a shield wall that batted the arrows aside. The nuns didn't even open their eyes, their song shifted to a new, higher tempo. Suddenly, golden particles began to drift from the sky like falling snow, settling over the Crusades' ranks. As the light touched the men, their gashes knit together and their exhaustion evaporated. Even the terror in their hearts was forcibly purged, replaced by a renewed, fanatical zeal. Hal looked at the Tier 4 skeletons, then at his own butchered Templars. His face was a mask of grim finality. "Your Holiness, I fear we cannot wait for reinforcements. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn, just remove the hyphen symbol, to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 132, The Rejection. 1288 words. Chapter 132, The Rejection. Several days prior. Anvil City, the Dwarven Realm. King Barak of the Dwarves stood bare-chested, his torso a roadmap of jagged scars earned from centuries at the forge and on the front lines. He tilted his head back, draining a massive flagon of heavy ale in a single, sustained gulp. He used his beard braided into elaborate, gem-encrusted plaits to wipe the foam from his mouth. Ha 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 ha. Barak's laughter boomed through the gargantuan stone hall, the frequency high enough to make the great axes hanging on the walls hum in resonance. "Oh, Hubert. I never thought I'd see the day the great Pope of Gustico came crawling to my mountain for a favor." He slammed the heavy gold chalice onto the stone table. Ale splashed across the surface, staining the maps laid out there. Below the dais, Pope Hubert stood in silent, dignified patience. "Barak, this is not a war for a single human province," Hubert said softly. "This is a war for the living. When the last human city falls, do you truly believe Anvil City will remain an island of peace?" Barak set his jaw, wobbling slightly as he stepped down from his throne, a thick cloud of alcohol following him. He leaned into Hubert's face, close enough for the Pope to count the crumbs of bread caught in his beard braids. "Then I'll weld the mountain gates shut myself. I'll let those bone racks rot into dust in the wind before they scratch my doors." Barak snarled. "Dwarves fight for dwarves. We bleed for gold and steal not for your holy crusade." Hubert stared into Barak's bloodshot eyes for a long, heavy minute. He showed no anger. No disappointment. Finally, the Pope turned and walked toward the exit of the subterranean fortress. As Hubert's silhouette vanished into the darkness of the tunnels, the bravado on Barak's face slowly ebbed away. A white-bearded elder stepped from behind a stone pillar. "Majesty. Was it wise to refuse him so bluntly? With the speed the Evernight Empire is expanding, our borders might be next." Barak remained silent, his gaze fixed on the map where the black ink of Evernight was spreading. A rising empire was like a high-pressure furnace, it had to expand or explode. It didn't matter if the ruler was dead or alive, that was the instinct of power. Perhaps, Barak thought, we are simply waiting our turn. The Gale Plains, the Beastmen Union. Inside the great chieftain's pavilion, the largest hide tent in the Alliance, Warchief Grom sat upon a throne of behemoth bone. Beneath his feet lay the pristine pelt of a great bear. And so, I require the strength of the orcs, Hubert's voice echoed through the tent. Grom tore a massive strip of meat from a roasted leg, chewing with a rhythmic, wet sound. Fat dripped from his tusks and stained his chin. His gaze bypassed the Pope entirely, staring out at the rolling emerald sea of the plains through the tent flap. Strength. Grom's voice was a low, guttural rumble that vibrated in the chest. Hubert, do you remember what your people called us a century ago? Uncivilized beasts. Your holy light bathes your stone cities in warmth, while defining our ancestral home as a blighted wasteland. Your order consists of capturing my kin, and shipping them to the capital's arenas for the entertainment of your soft-handed nobles. Grom rose to his full, towering height, his shadow swallowing the light within the pavilion. He stepped toward Hubert, looking down with eyes like copper bells, filled with ancient mockery. When your civilization and those bone men have finished bleeding each other dry, the wolves of the plains will be more than happy to clean up the wreckage. Hubert bowed his head in silence and exited the tent. Grom watched him go before tossing the bone into a nearby brazier. The fire hissed, sparks dancing into the smoke hole. War Chief, an elderly shaman, whispered, emerging from the shadows. You let him go just like that. The undead, they are the enemy of all who possess breath and blood. Grom sat back down, crossing his massive arms over his chest. I am aware. But the old era must end, Grom muttered, his eyes turning toward the west. The new era, it belongs to the strong. The imperial capital, the Empire of Wallachia. The newly crowned Queen Alice stood upon the terrace overlooking the city, her simple gown fluttering in the night wind. Her golden hair was a stark contrast against the dark sky. Hubert stood 10 paces behind her. Your father in his time would never have looked away from such a threat, Hubert said. Alice turned around. The innocence of a princess was gone, replaced by the crushing weight of a monarch. Your Holiness. My father is dead. And currently, I am the ruler of this empire. She extended a hand, gesturing toward the myriad lights of the capital below them. My responsibility is to protect every single flame you see down there. It is not my duty to chase a distant justice or a phantom menace by tossing my people and my soldiers into a meat grinder that promises only a river of blood. Alice looked Hubert in the eye with a resolve that defied her youth. The Empire shall remain neutral. That is my decree. Hubert studied the girl. In her eyes, he saw the ghost of Audrey V, but he also saw a new, sharper edge that belonged to her alone. He knew that further words were a waste of breath. Hubert offered a perfect, courtly bow. Then he turned and departed. Alice watched his back until he vanished into the shadows of the corridor. The hand she used to grip the stone railing began to tremble. Master. Outlies emerged from the shadows, dropping to one knee. I am here, Your Majesty. Did I make the wrong choice? Alice's voice held a tremor she couldn't hide from him. Outlies did not lift his head. Your Majesty, we shall follow whichever path you choose to walk. That is our oath. Alice closed her eyes, falling silent. A golden griffin cut through the cloud layer, hurtling across the plains toward the eastern horizon. Hubert sat upon its back, the gale whipping his robes into a frantic rhythm. Behind him lay the dwarves who had mocked him. The orcs who had spurned him. The empire that had chosen its own skin over the world. The greatest powers on the continent had chosen to be spectators. But his face showed no trace of despair. Hubert reached out his hand, as if to grasp the rising sun. You do not understand, he whispered to the wind. You believe this is a war you can choose to ignore. You think high walls can stop a plague, or that hiding in a corner will let the storm pass you by. But you are wrong. Hubert's gaze hardened into flint. This is not a war for land. It is not a war for gold. It is a war for the right to exist. Since you choose to watch, then I shall be the one. I shall be the spark that ignites the first fire. With my life. With my everything. I will tell that king of the dead and this numb, sleeping world that the will of humanity has not yet been snuffed out. Hubert's gaze pierced the distance, looking toward the far horizon where a horrific slaughter was about to begin. Wait for me, he whispered. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 133. Chapter 133. The Unexpected Variable. 1340 for words. Chapter 133. The Unexpected Variable. The slaughter upon the plains raged on without reprieve. The discordant symphony of steel meeting bone, and flesh being torn apart echoed across the blood-soaked grass. Cardinal Hal's gaze pierced through the chaotic shifting of the front lines, locking onto the distant, grim silhouettes of the skeleton snipers. Those creatures functioned like high-precision siege engines. With every synchronized volley, a Templar was plucked from his saddle, as if by the hand of an angry god. The Tier 4 paladins were forced to remain with the battle nuns, their shield forming a desperate circle to protect the singers. They were pinned down, unable to intervene. Hal could no longer endure the sight of his elite forces being methodically dismantled. As the supreme commander of the crusade, he could not allow his trump card to be rendered obsolete by common arrow fire. He raised his golden scepter high, his voice erupting in a powerful, rhythmic chant. O spirits of the firmament! Loose your righteous fury and scour this filth from the earth. The golden sun emblem atop his scepter ignited. Sanctified OD swirled around Hal's frame, manifesting as visible ribbons of golden light that lashed at the air. He began to recite the ancient runes of the High Liturgy. Every syllable carried the weight of a decree, causing the very atmosphere to vibrate with holy resonance. High above, a gargantuan golden magic array began to knit itself together. Its diameter exceeded 100 meters, with intricate runes swirling within the geometry to form a landscape of divine judgment. Its focus was locked firmly onto the skeleton sniper's position. Tier 5 Holy Art, Sanctified Judgment, Heaven's Fall. Hal's roar echoed across the battlefield. Atop the high ridge, Skelenvy's soul fire pulsed with a violent, jagged intensity. He felt the surge of holy energy as clearly as a burn against his ribs. I cannot allow that man to finish his prayer. Envy snapped his bony hand upward. Behind him, dozens of ink-black spatial rifts tore open in the air. Within each crack, a concentrated, putrid tide of death mana swirled with hungry intent. Envy didn't hesitate, he flicked his hand forward. Dozens of massive bolts composed of raw necrotic energy screamed from the rifts, their trajectory aimed directly at Hal's heart. Wherever the arrows passed, the grass beneath withered instantly, turning to gray ash before the projectiles even struck. Sensing the lethal threat, Hal was forced to break his concentration. He severed the connection to the ritual. The gathered holy energy, now without a guide, dissipated into the air in a violent, sparkling mana storm. Hal slammed the butt of his scepter into the ground. Sacred Domain Barrier. A massive dome of golden radiance erupted before him, its surface shimmering with protective wards. The necrotic bolt slammed into the barrier in a rapid-fire staccato, triggering violent explosions of clashing energies. With every impact, the golden light rippled and buckled. Hal was forced back, his boots plowing deep furrows into the earth as the kinetic force threatened to crush his spine. Soldier against soldier. General against general. Envy granted Hal no quarter. More rifts opened in the sky, more black bolts hissed through the air. Hal was trapped in a cycle of absolute defense, pouring every drop of his focus into maintaining the barrier. He couldn't counter. He couldn't even shift his position. The frequency of Envy's assault accelerated. Hal felt as if he weren't supporting a shield, but trying to hold up a collapsing mountain. A hairline fracture appeared in the center of the gold. Then a second. The fissures raced across the dome like a spiderweb. The soul fire in Envy's sockets flickered with a triumphant light. He raised his hand one final time. The multiple rifts merged, swirling into a singular, gargantuan vortex of darkness. The jagged tip of a spear, vaster and more terrible than anything he had summoned before, began to emerge. It was a strike into which Envy had poured his entire reservoir of OD. A finisher to end the duel. Hal stared at the approaching shadow. He knew his barrier would shatter like glass. He was going to die here. But he did not retreat. He was a cardinal of Gustico, a proxy of the Great Spirit. He possessed a dignity that transcended the fear of the grave. Hal abandoned the barrier, letting the cracked dome dissolve into motes of light. He raised his scepter once more, channeling his remaining mana toward the distant snipers. He intended to trade his life to release one final, broken burst of heaven's fall. Just then a shadow swept over the field as a griffin cut through the clouds. Immediately following it, a pillar of magnificent, blinding white light descended from the heavens. The pillar manifested directly in front of Hal. Envy's black spear collided with the light. There was no explosion. The necrotic mass simply dissolved. It melted into nothingness as if it had never existed at all. The pillar of light did not stop there. It traversed the distance in a heartbeat, slamming directly into the ridge where Envy stood. Envy had no time to react. He was swallowed by the radiance and launched backward, his frame tumbling and skidding across the stone, plowing a long, jagged trench before slamming into a massive boulder. His obsidian bones were riddled with cracks, and thick clouds of black miasma began to hemorrhage from the fractures. The entire battlefield fell into an eerie, haunted silence. Every soldier, crusader and convict alike stopped their slaughter and looked toward the sky. Hal shielded his eyes from the lingering glare. He saw a figure descending slowly within the pillar of light. The robes were of white and gold silk, embroidered with the sun and the Holy Codex. Hal's lips trembled, but the name wouldn't come. Pope Hubert touched down softly upon the grass. He didn't look back at the wounded Hal, nor did he spare a glance at the battered undead general. He simply spread his arms wide. The next heartbeat, a wave of infinite, blinding holy light erupted from the Pope's center, sweeping across the entire plain. To the soldiers of the crusade, the light was a miracle. As it washed over them, their gashes knit together. Their stamina returned in a surging tide. The terror in their hearts was forcibly purged, replaced by a crystalline, fanatical resolve. They wept as they felt the grace of their God. To the undead, however, the light was the end of the world. Thousands of tear-for skeleton snipers began to scream in a silent, soul-shredding agony as the light touched them. Black smoke erupted from their joints. Their bones became brittle, purifying and disintegrating into fine heaps of black ash. Under the absolute suppression of the Pope's presence, even the Empire's undying attribute failed to trigger. In the span of a few breaths, the elite long-range unit that had decimated the Templars was wiped from existence. The other creatures of the Penance Legion, the orcs, drow, and goblins, were not purified, but they felt a crushing weight settle upon them. Their movements became sluggish, their strength bled away, and the very desire to fight was stripped from their souls. On the high ridge, Envy struggled to his feet. He looked at his broken frame. Under the pressure of the holy light, his regeneration was moving at a snail's pace. He looked at the field. His army was gone. For the first time since his naming, Envy's soul fire fluctuated with a chaotic, unreadable tremor. Intelligence failure. A catastrophic intelligence failure. The Pope of Gustico had ignored every law of political decorum to descend upon the battlefield in person. This was no longer a conventional war. I've failed, Envy realized. I've completely botched this. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 134. NV 1230 words Chapter 134, Envy. Every sound on the battlefield was swallowed by the blinding radiance. All eyes were fixed on that platinum and gold silhouette in the sky, and the scorched earth of the undead lines where a systematic purification was taking place. The skeleton snipers, who had been reaping Templar lives with mechanical cruelty moments ago, were now nothing but heaps of white dust. But then, the dust began to stir. The particles gathered and writhed, knitting themselves back into the shapes of ribcages and femurs. One by one, the snipers stood back up, their frames shaky and lopsided. Then, the holy light descended again. The bones returned to powder. And once again, they began to reassemble. The loop was endless. Watching this, the religious fervor on the faces of the crusaders began to wither, replaced by an unspeakable, hollow dread. Pope Hubert's gaze cut across the chaos, locking onto the skeletal general struggling to rise from the wreckage of the ridge. Envy's obsidian frame was a map of cracks. The soul fire in his sockets was so dim it threatened to gutter out entirely. And yet, he forced himself upright, wobbling like a newborn fawn made of glass. Hubert's expression was heavy. He had originally believed that the greatest threat posed by the Evernight Empire was its monarch, the one who could command such a vast legion, and bind multiple Tier 5 powerhouses to his will. He had assumed that ruler must be a Tier 6 entity, perhaps higher. But now his perspective shifted. The true horror wasn't the monarch. It was his army. An army that was fundamentally. Holy light could shatter their vessels, but it could not erase their record of existence. They returned from the void again and again. What does this mean? Hubert wondered. It meant that conventional warfare, the act of killing, was an exercise in futility. Slapping at shadows. Killing them provided no conclusion. Only a constant expenditure of Tier 6 mana could suppress their regeneration indefinitely. But Tier 6 powerhouses. How many existed on the entire continent? Before Hubert's ascension, the Holy Empire had none. The previous pope had peaked at the summit of Tier 5. For the first time, a chill of genuine concern traced down Hubert's spine. Suddenly, the skeletal general moved. There was no roar. No battle cry. Envy simply lifted his skull, locking his flickering soul fire onto Hubert in the distance. Then, under the crushing pressure of the light, he began a stumbling charge. His pace was slow, his balance precarious. But the sheer, unbending will behind the movement made the entire battlefield tremble in its shadow. Hubert slowly raised his hand, pointing a finger at the approaching specter. A beam of holy light, more concentrated than any previous strike, lanced through the air. There was no suspense. The moment the light touched Envy's frame, he was disintegrated, his bones exploding into a cloud of shrapnel. "It is over," Cardinal Hal and the Templars whispered. But a second later, the scattered shards were pulled together by an invisible gravity, converging with frantic speed. Less than 50 meters from Hubert, Envy's body reassembled once more. The cracks were deeper now, the soul fire even fainter, yet he didn't pause. The moment his feet touched the ice, he continued the charge. Hal's pupils constricted. Is that truly a monster?" Hubert didn't answer. He raised his hand again. The pillar of light swallowed Envy once more. He was reduced to dust. He reformed. He charged. His frame was shattered again and again. But with every reassembly, the distance between him and the Pope shrank. He moved like a madman who had forgotten the concept of pain or death itself. With every cycle, his body became more ravaged, yet his resolve became more manic. The calm majesty was gone from Hubert's face. Finally, Envy reached a distance of 10 meters. He raised a bony hand, a massive arrow of black necrotic energy condensing in the air before being launched at the Pope. The projectile slammed into a geometric barrier of golden light, dissipating into smoke without a sound. Envy didn't try to summon another arrow. His mana was at rock bottom. Instead, he coated his fists in the dregs of his OD, and began to hammer against the golden barrier. Every strike caused a ripple to pass through the holy shield, but the ripples faded instantly. The barrier remained unyielding. Hubert watched the frantic skeleton with a look of profound confusion. As a Tier 5 undead, the creature possessed high intelligence. It should have understood the futility. It should have retreated or sought a tactical opening. This mindless self-torture was beneath its rank. Hubert wondered. Why do you continue to strike? What are you thinking, monster? Inside Envy's consciousness, the world was turning black. Every pulse of holy light was sandpaper against his soul, grinding away at his core. He was tired. He wanted to stop reassembling. He wanted to let the void take him. But every time the urge to quit surfaced, 6 silhouettes appeared in his mind with agonizing clarity. Every single one of them occupied a place in the master's gaze. What about me? I, Envy, what am I? Just a common general who could be replaced by any high-tier centurion. Absolutely not. I envy them. I envy pride's uniqueness. I envy greed's wisdom. I envy lust's utility. I envy sloth's effortless grace. I envy wrath's raw power. I envy gluttony's sturdiness. I envy how they steal the master's attention. Therefore, I cannot fail. This war is my only chance. I will prove to that personage. I, Skill Envy, am the strongest of the 7. I am the one who is truly indispensable. His soul fire erupted in a violent, final flare. He threw a punch that carried the entirety of his existence. Hubert snapped out of his trance. He raised his hand, gathering his mana once more. But this time, he didn't use a pillar of light. He unleashed light's rejection, a repulsive shockwave that sent Envy spiraling backward. The skeleton tumbled through the air, crashing heavily into the frozen dirt. The cracks in his frame were now so dense he looked like a jigsaw puzzle held together by hope alone. His soul fire was a mere spark in the dark. Yet, his hand clawed at the dirt. Inch by inch, he began to drag himself up again. Hubert raised both hands, his palms open to the heavens. He had seen enough. I will see for myself if you are truly eternal, the Pope intoned, his voice echoing with the authority of a judge. Hubert began to chant. Ancient, sacred liturgical verses poured from his lips. Every syllable vibrated with the raw power of the beginning of the world. In the sky above, the gargantuan golden array manifested once more. But its scale was now terrifying, a sun-like geometry that blotted out the clouds. Runes flowed like fire, the radiance was blinding. It was no longer locked onto Envy alone. Its focus had expanded to cover every undead on the field. Holy art, eternal silence. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 135, Death and the Holy Light. 1390 words. Chapter 135, Death and the Holy Light. The golden magic array in the heavens had reached the absolute peak of its output. Sacred runes spun in a frantic blur, converging into a singular point of power capable of erasing mountain ranges from the map. Cardinal Hal gazed up at the silhouette of Pope Hubert, feeling the tremor of that divine might in his very marrow. His eyes shone with a fanatical, tearful worship. This was the proxy of the spirits. This was the pinnacle of the faith. Victory was a heartbeat away. However, a microsecond before that purifying radiance could descend, the firmament shattered. A jagged, irregular rift was torn into the sky directly above the golden array, as if an invisible hand had simply reached out and shredded the fabric of reality. There was no warning. A gargantuan eye, so vast it defied the perspective of any living creature to measure it, opened within the depths of the rift. It possessed no pupil, no focus, and certainly no emotion that could be understood by a mortal soul. It simply gazed downward. The moment it opened, a tide of death energy so dense it was physically tangible poured from the eye like a waterfall of ink. The holy light summoned by Hubert and the necrotic deluge from the eye collided, bifurcating the world into two distinct domains. Beneath the light, the Crusaders felt their wounds seal and their stamina surge. Beneath the gaze of the eye, however, the black dust of the fallen skeleton snipers began to writhe and pulse. The dust became bone. The bone became frames. In the blink of an eye, the thousands of marksmen of the Extinction Legion stood back up, perfectly intact and restored. Skill Envy felt the familiar, cold resonance of that power. The soul fire in his cracked sockets flared with a sudden, desperate hope. The Master. Behind him, a spatial gate rippled open. A solitary figure stepped through the distortion, walking with a measured, unhurried pace. The moment Kaido appeared, the cacophony of the battlefield died as if a switch had been flipped. Every unit of the Extinction Legion froze mid-motion. In perfect synchronization, they turned toward their sovereign and dropped to one knee, their skulls lowered in absolute submission. Envy watched Kaido approach, his soul fire flickering with a frantic mixture of shame and anxiety. Master, grant me one more chance. I will surely. Kaido didn't let him finish. He walked directly to the battered general, extending a bony hand to gently pat the jagged, cracked shoulder bone. You've done enough, Kaido said, his voice a calm, resonant hum. Leave the rest to me. Feeling the master's gentle gaze, the turmoil in Envy's soul settled into a deep, icy peace. He bowed his head low. As you command. Kaido took several paces forward, his empty sockets locking onto Hubert in the distance. The Pope stared back, his heart stuttering. He felt a pressure he had never encountered in over a century of life. He couldn't read the creature. On paper, the undead only radiated the aura of a Tier 5 entity, yet the threat it projected was more suffocating than any Tier 6 powerhouse he had ever faced. I cannot wait, Hubert realized. He raised his scepter again. This time, he bypassed the liturgy, condensing his entire reservoir of OD into a single point. A beam of judgment light, narrow and blinding, erupted from the scepter. It was a strike designed to pierce the heart of a mountain. The very space it traveled through groaned and vibrated. Facing a strike capable of crippling a Tier 6 god knight, Kaido simply stood his ground. He didn't flinch. He didn't defend. The pillar of light slammed into Kaido's chest. A massive mushroom cloud of golden energy and dust erupted in front of the undead lines. The explosion left a bottomless, smoking crater where the sovereign had stood. High above, the cosmic eye began to slowly close, its energy seemingly spent. But before the soldiers of the crusade could even draw a breath to cheer, the eye snapped open again. Wider than before. More terrible than before. This time, the eye's focus shifted to the ranks of the human army. Hubert's pupils shrank to pinpricks. Impossible. Behind him, the ranks of the crusade erupted into a chorus of agonizing screams. My flesh is rotting. Someone save me. Spirits, have mercy. Within the zone of the eye's gaze, every soldier not fully shielded by Hubert's personal light underwent a horrific metamorphosis. Their skin withered into gray parchment, peeling away to reveal the raw muscle beneath. A heartbeat later, the meat turned to ash, falling away to expose bleached, white bone. The entire process took less than 5 seconds. Tens of thousands of crusaders, along with the battle nuns in the rear, were forcibly rewritten into the undead. Only the 1,000 Templars surrounding the Pope remained human, protected by his desperate, focused aura. The newborn skeletons turned, their movements mechanical and smooth. They marched to the edge of the smoking crater where Kaido had been struck and, in one fluid motion, knelt in the dirt. The survivors of the Penance Legion followed suit, prostrating themselves before the pit. Cardinal Hal stared at the scene, his mind a void of white noise. The smoke cleared. Kaido stepped out from the center of the crater. His skeletal frame was pristine, bleached clean, and without a single scratch. The soul fire in his sockets burned with a manic, flickering intensity that whipped in the wind. Suddenly, dozens then hundreds of gargantuan teleportation arrays ignited across the firmament, blotting out the sun. A million-strong undead legion poured from the light like a tidal wave of bone and steel. The Punishment Legion, the Fearless Vanguard, the Arcane Legion. Kaido's full military might had arrived on the field. The 7 generals manifested behind Kaido, standing in a silent, predatory line. The pressure they radiated was absolute. Hubert stared at the infinite sea of bone. He looked at the generals, each now radiating a clear, unmistakable Tier 5 presence, and he finally understood the nature of the nightmare he had invited. This wasn't a raid. It was an undead calamity. Kaido's gaze locked onto Hubert. An authority of pure, unadulterated fury resonated within the mind of every living creature on the plane. Now then. Did you have a pleasant time, playing with my child? The moment the words resonated, Kaido's rage flooded the soul link, pouring into every skeletal unit on the field. Roar. A million undead howled in unison. The soul fire in their eyes turned a violent, berserker red. Their auras began to climb at a terrifying, exponential rate. Behind him, the 7 generals shattered the ceiling of their power, ascending into Tier 6. And Kaido himself, fueled by the peak of his indignation, felt the final shackles of his rank disintegrate. The bottleneck of Tier 5 was reduced to dust. As a Tier 6 ruler, Kaido gained a new evolution of his authority. Originally, only designated subordinates could raise the dead. Now, every single skeleton under his command possessed the ability to choose, to kill the enemy, or to rewrite them into a new brother-in-arms. Retreat. Hubert's voice broke, the calm facade finally replaced by raw, unshielded panic. Take the survivors. Retreat immediately. He received no reply. Beside him, Cardinal Hal and the final 1,000 Templars did not move back a single inch. They stared at the ocean of death before them, their faces devoid of fear. There was only a cold, crystalline resolve. Hal raised his scepter high. For the spirits. 1,000 Templars, without a heartbeat of hesitation, locked their shields and formed a standard lance wedge. For the spirits. Holy light ignited along their blades, flowing over their armor like liquid fire. They were the final pride of the Holy Empire. They were the sharpest edge of the faith. Hubert looked at them, his throat working, but no words came. He knew this was their choice. This was the final glory of a Templar. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 136. Chapter 136. The Alliance. 1375 words. Chapter 136. The Alliance. Kaido stood at the rear of the million-strong undead legion, the soul fire in his sockets burning with a cold, steady intensity. He watched the 1,000 points of light the doomed Templars charge toward his lines. They looked like moths throwing themselves into a global wildfire. Kaido didn't even issue a command. The frontline undead spontaneously raised their weapons, a mechanical wall of bone and steel waiting to swallow the light. Just then the earth began to shudder. The sound didn't come from the undead. It came from behind Hubert, from beyond the distant hills. The Pope whipped his head around. On the western horizon, a silver torrent appeared. It was the main body of the Theocracy's expeditionary force. 200,000 soldiers, facing the rising sun, thundered down the slopes. Their armor caught the morning light, merging into a flowing, liquid ocean of silver. Banners were a forest that blotted out the sky. The beating of drums, the shriek of horns, and the collective roar of 250,000 men merged into a sonic wave that made the very atmosphere vibrate. For the spirits. Cardinal Hal heard the thunder from behind. He looked back, seeing the silver sea, and his entire frame began to tremble with religious ecstasy. The reinforcements, they've arrived. He hoisted his scepter, his voice cracking with emotion. The morale of the 1,000 Templars ignited instantly. They were no longer a suicide squad. They were the tip of a spear. the vanguard of a 200,000-strong host. The silver flood quickly overtook the 1,000 points of light, enveloping them and merging into a singular, unstoppable blade of steel that plunged deep into the undead phalanx. Blood and shattered bone exploded upon impact. Human soldiers used broadswords to cleave skeletal skulls, only to have their chests shredded by the claws of a ghoul a heartbeat later. Templar hammers pulverized rows of the dead, only to be buried beneath a mountain of black bone spears. The meat grinder of war had officially begun to turn. Every second, hundreds of lives were snuffed out. Kaida watched the carnage, his soul fire showing zero ripple of emotion. 200,000. Still too few. He only needed to stand there. Soon enough, those 200,000 humans would simply become his newest recruits. However, the tides of causality shifted once more. On the far right flank of the battlefield, the very edge of the undead line, a earth-shaking boom erupted. The sound was rhythmic and heavy, as if a mountain-sized battering ram were striking the planet itself. A wall of massive steel tower shields smashed through the undead flank with the force of a tectonic shift. Tens of thousands of skeletons and ghouls were launched into the air by the impact, then trampled into the dirt beneath the weight of the advance. Behind the shield wall stood countless stout, barrel-chested figures. They were bare-chested, their corded muscles engraved with ancient, glowing runes. They swung heavy war axes and iron hammers. Every arc of their blades reaped a harvest of necrotic mist and bone. Rayoff. King Barak cleaved a vampire clean in half with a single swing, blood spraying across his face. He didn't even pause to wipe it, turning his gaze toward the distant pope, and letting out a booming laugh. A brave dwarf never sits idle while there's glory to be forged. Hubert stared at the blood-drenched dwarf king. Watching the dwarven legion methodically butcher the undead lines, a flicker of shock crossed the pope's weary face. How did he get here so fast? Before he could process the arrival, the rear of the battlefield flared with new light. Countless golden points of light leaped over the heads of the dwarven ranks. Those silhouettes were weightless, moving with a predatory, ethereal grace as they landed in the midst of the undead legion. They wore magnificent golden plate, and wielded slender, wickedly sharp longswords. Their movements weren't combat, they were a dance. Every spin, every thrust, was a masterpiece of lethal elegance. In the time it took to blink, dozens of undead had fallen to their blades. Behind them, even more elves drew their longbows. Arrows infused with the mana of the forest formed a canopy of emerald rain, precisely sniping the high-tier officers within the undead ranks. Queen Alina stood at the absolute rear of the elven lines. She didn't look at the carnage, she stared directly at Hubert in the distance, her lips curling into a smirk. A noble elf would never deign to hide behind a human's back. Hubert withdrew his gaze from Alina, his eyes scanning the widening chaos. Dwarves, they're all here. Just then, a roar wilder and more primal than anything heard before erupted from the absolute rear of the undead army. Whack! A green wave surged over the opposite horizon. They lacked the refined armor of the Empire, or the enchanted steel of the elves. They had only massive, bulging muscles and eyes burning with bloodlust. Like a pack of starving wolves, the orcs slammed into the back of the undead host. War Chief Grum literally kicked a skeleton knight off its horse, sending the creature and mount flying. His gargantuan axe carved a path through the sea of bone, creating a tide of calcium and necrotic OD. He hoisted his axe toward the bruised sky, howling, "ORCS fear and O war." The four most powerful ground-dwelling races of the continent had converged. From four different directions, they acted as gargantuan pincers, clamping down on the black ocean of death. And then, from the clouds, a series of high-pitched, predatory shrieks cut through the din. Everyone looked up. A shadow blotted out the sun. Tens of thousands of them. Astride each beast sat a knight clad in silver-white plate armor. At the head of the aerial legion, mounted upon a golden griffin of monstrous proportions, sat a young girl. She wore the radiant royal plate of her house, her golden hair whipping in the gale. Queen Alice drew the sword of kings. She offered no grand speech, no passionate plea. She simply leveled the tip of her blade at the heart of the undead army below. The royal knights behind her drew their steel in a single, metallic choir. Their voices shook the firmament, where the sovereign points, our souls follow. The Griffin Legion became a rain of silver lightning, diving toward the earth. Kaido remained stationary, his soul fire pulsing with a quiet, observant rhythm. He watched the enemies swarming from every point of the compass. He watched the griffins falling from the sky. He made no move to defend himself, knowing that in the end, numbers were just statistics to a king of the dead. But the 7 generals behind him were not so patient. The soul fire in their sockets began to vibrate with an intense, oscillating frequency. Absolute, unadulterated fury. These insects. These suicidal, blind insects. They dared to unite. They dared to challenge the majesty of their master. The generals took a single step forward in unison, the atmospheric pressure they projected turning the air around them into a physical weight. Kaido felt their intent and didn't stop them, merely watching with a clinical curiosity. On the other side, Barak, Alina, and Grom stepped from their respective ranks. Outlies dropped silently from the sky behind Alice, landing on the grass. Hubert rose into the air above the theocracy's lines, wreathed in light. 5 Tier 6 powerhouses. Their gazes crossed the chaotic battlefield, locking onto the 7 generals in a silent, high-altitude standoff. The entire field of war froze for a fleeting second under the weight of those 12 clashing auras. The next heartbeat, Barak hoisted his axe. Grom unleashed a war cry. Alina drew her bow to the ear. Outlies bared his holy sword. Hubert raised his scepter. Across from them, the 7 generals lunged. The total war for the fate of the continent had begun. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol, to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 137. Chapter 137. The opening salvo. 1323 words. Chapter 137. The opening salvo. The war truly began. Skill Envy raised a bony hand, his frame drifting backward as he instantly put hundreds of meters between himself and the front lines. Behind him, dozens of jagged spatial rifts tore open soundlessly. A preemptive strike. However, a streak of emerald light was faster than his malice. Queen Alina tapped her toe against the dirt, her body rising like a feather caught in a updraft. As she ascended, a gentle yet violent cyclone trailed in her wake, appending the thousands of soldiers caught in the crossfire below. The distance between her and Envy evaporated in a single breath. Envy snapped his raised hand forward. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Hundreds of spears forged from raw necrotic energy erupted from the rifts, a rain of death intended to saturate the airspace around the Elven Queen. Facing an assault capable of leveling a mountain peak, Alina did not retreat. She drew her longbow midair, the runes representing nature and life igniting along the wood-like brilliant stars. Countless green motes of light surged from the earth below, condensing into arrows of pure, flowing OD upon her string. She loosed. It was a storm of emerald against a deluge of ink. Every collision in the sky triggered an annihilation of energy that sent tremors through the atmosphere. Just then, a far more oppressive shadow loomed over Alina. Not good. Alina hissed, snapping her gaze upward. It was skill lust. Purple thunderclouds gathered above the Lich's head, while black flames and shards of dark ice swirled around her frame in a chaotic orbit. 3 fundamentally different destructive elements were fused into a singular, impossible magical construct. The next moment, a literal flood of elemental disaster poured down toward the Elven Queen. A solemn voice boomed through the sky. Your opponent is here. Pope Hubert had ascended into the high altitude, his scepter pointing forward. A barrier of solid, crystalline gold erupted from the air, an immovable aegis that intercepted the elemental flood. The magical tidal wave smashed against the golden dam, shattering into billions of sparkling motes. No matter how the inferno raged, the the golden wall remained as placid as a mountain lake. The duel of high magic turned the sky into a tapestry of split reality, one half a blinding noon, the other a suffocating midnight. On the ground, Skillsloth flickered through a series of magical explosions. Before he could even draw a breath, a massive shadow wreathed in the power to cleave mountains descended upon his skull. King Barak roared, his great axe tearing the air with a screeching, metallic howl. Sloth leaned back at a grotesque, unnatural angle, the blade passing so close it practically polished his nasal bone. He used the momentum to roll backward, skidding dozens of yards to create space. "Close one," Sloth murmured. "I almost had to exert effort." Barak's axe slammed into the earth, the impact cratering the stone, and sending up a wall of dust. He gave the shadow demon no room to breathe, his powerful legs acting like pistons as he launched himself forward like a cannonball. Sloth watched the charging dwarf king with a flicker of mockery in his eyes. A split second before Barak reached him, Sloth's form dissolved, merging directly into the shadow cast by the dwarf king himself. Barak froze, his momentum carrying him into empty air. The next second, a pitch-black hand reached out from the shadow beneath Barak's feet, clamping firmly onto his ankle. In one fluid motion, Sloth surged out of the darkness. He seized Barak by the leg, engaged his core, and swung the massive dwarf king in a full circle before slamming him face-first into the dirt with unreasonable force. A thunderous impact followed. Barak's head was driven deep into the ground, leaving only a thrashing, indignant body sticking out of the crater. Elsewhere, Skillwrath had mounted his skeletal steed, becoming a bolt of crimson lightning. He bypassed the main melee, charging directly for the floating pope. A violent, primal war cry erupted from the flank. War Chief Grom's gargantuan frame slammed into the side of the charge, his sheer mass forcibly veering Wrath off course. The skeletal horse let out a hollow shriek, as it was shoved sideways for 20 meters. Grom bared a row of yellowed tusks, his massive axe swinging in a wild, unrefined arc aimed at Wrath's skull. Wrath raised his lance to parry, and the resulting collision sent a shower of sparks across the field. The duel of raw, unbridled strength caused the very ground beneath them to subside. But the focal point of the entire battlefield was the silhouette clad in platinum and gold. The strongest hero, Outlies. He ignored the slaughter around him. He ignored the magical cataclysm in the sky. He ignored the low-tier undead charging his position. His eyes were fixed on a single target, the Lich, Lust. Wherever he walked, an invisible corridor seemed to open for him. Any undead that entered the vacuum of his aura was instantly ground into white powder by the mere pressure of his presence. He hadn't even drawn his sword. "Excuse me." The voice rang out, and in a single step, he had crossed 100 meters, closing in on the undead backline. Skill Gluttony let out a muffled roar, his mountain-sized body shifting to block Outlies' path. "You shall not pass." A shield of abyssal energy condensed before him. Outlies' expression turned grim, as his hand finally gripped the hilt at his waist. Just as the holy sword was about to clear the scabbard, a bolt of black lightning lanced in from his rear flank. Its velocity was equal to, perhaps even greater than, Outlies' own speed. Outlies didn't even turn his head. He drew his blade in a backhand arc, the steel meeting the strike with surgical precision. Holy sword met obsidian bone. The next instant, both figures vanished from the perception of the mortal soldiers. One white streak and one black streak began to weave through the ranks of both armies at terminal velocity. They clashed on the ground, the wind of their blades launching squads of soldiers into the air. They leaped into the sky, trading blows amidst the rain of magical fire. The entire battlefield had become their stage. Skillgreed flickered along the perimeter of the chaos. He moved like a ghost, refusing a head-on engagement. One moment he loosed a blood-red arrow to harass the chanting pope, the next, he transformed into a swarm of bats to shred the elven archer formations. He moved through the gaps, a persistent and lethal nuisance to the Alliance. High above, Hubert remained aloft, his scepter weaving a web of sanctified magic. He intercepted Lust's bombardments while keeping a paranoid eye on Greed's flanking maneuvers. Suddenly crack boom. A bolt of purple lightning, thicker than any summoned before, tore through the firmament with the weight of a divine sentence. It hurtled toward Hubert. The Pope's face hardened as he leveled his scepter for a total defense. In the melee below, Outlies executed a near-impossible sliding parry, ducking beneath a devastating cleave from Skill Pride. In the momentary lull, both warriors began to gather their power for a definitive strike. The resulting fluctuations of world-shaking energy caused the entire battlefield to stutter for a heartbeat. Far above, Hubert and Greed both sensed the build-up. Simultaneously, they shouted warnings to their respective targets. Get clear of the impact. The warnings echoed through the minds of the combatants. The next second, both Outlies and Pride kicked off the ground. They became two streaks of light that pierced the world, lunging directly into the heart of each other's assault. You expect me to retreat from his edge. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 138. Chapter 138. The End of an Era. 1422 words. Chapter 138. The End of an Era. You expect me to retreat from his edge. Two voices roared in unison within the theater of every mind on the battlefield. In the next heartbeat, the world lost its voice. The screams of the dying, the shriek of steel on bone, the thunderous detonation of high magic, all of it was erased in a singular, absolute vacuum. One white streak and one black streak of light lanced through the center of the plane, colliding with a force that defied the laws of the world. There was no explosion. At the point where the two magnitudes met, a dull, lightless sphere manifested. It began to consume everything in its vicinity. Light was twisted and sucked into its core, sound was severed, even the fabric of space itself buckled and collapsed toward that singular point of annihilation. The sphere expanded to its limit. Then, it imploded. A graveyard silence. Seconds later, a ring of pure white energy erupted from the epicenter, sweeping across the earth like a scythe. Whether it was the skeletons of the Evernight legions or the Knights of the Crusade, any unit touched by the expanding ring was reduced to fine powder instantly. A perfect, circular crater over a kilometer in diameter appeared in the dead center of the battlefield. The energy dissipated. In the middle of the hollow earth, two silhouettes stood once more. Skill Pride was down on one knee. His obsidian frame was a map of millions of hairline fractures. The arm composed of pure shadow energy had vanished entirely. And behind Pride, Outlies still stood. He maintained his finishing stance, the holy sword pointing diagonally toward the heavens. In the distance, Pope Hubert, who was still locked in a desperate struggle against lust and greed, witnessed the sight. As expected of the continent's strongest hero. Within the Alliance lines, after a heartbeat of stunned silence, an earth-shaking cheer erupted. He did it. Lord Altrise has won. The spirits have not abandoned us. But in that fleeting moment of relief, that microscopic slackening of Hubert's guard, two shadows manifested behind him without warning. Lust and greed. Holy Aegis. Hubert's reaction was near instantaneous. Driven by the raw instinct of a century of practice, he threw a barrier behind him. It wasn't fast enough. A cocktail of contradictory destructive elements erupted from Lust's fingertips. The structure of the holy shield was dismantled in a microsecond, shattering into a million glittering motes. Greed's claws, silent as a whisper, followed through. Hubert's body went rigid. He looked down to see a hand protruding from the center of his chest. Clutched in those pale fingers was a still-beating heart. Across the battlefield, the cheering soldiers froze as they watched the silhouette of their pope plummet from the sky. The shouts died in their throats, replaced by a cold, rising dread. King Barak let out the final war cry of his life. Ignoring the lethal wounds riddling his torso, he gathered every scrap of his remaining OD. He hurled his massive great axe at Skillsloth with a force that broke the sound barrier. Sloth's figure blurred, merging back into the shadows to evade the desperate strike. The axe missed its mark, embedding itself 10 feet deep into the solid rock of the earth. Barak, the hero king of the dwarves, crashed to the ground. Even in death, he remained in a charging posture, his sightless eyes fixed on the enemy. On the other flank, the duel between Grom and Wrath reached its conclusion. The warchief's body was a ruin of gashes and broken bones, but the battle fever in his eyes burned with a manic intensity. He abandoned all defense, allowing Wrath's lance to punch through his sternum. In exchange, he swung his jagged axe with the final pride of the Orcish race, cleaving through the neck of Wrath's skeletal warhorse. The mount let out a hollow shriek, disintegrating under the impact. Wrath was launched from the saddle by the sheer kinetic force. Grom pulled his lips back in a tusked grin, intending to let out a roar of victory. Instead, a fountain of blood and organ fragments erupted from his mouth. The great warchief slowly toppled over, dead before he hit the dirt. A scream tore through the sky. Queen Alina had seen the Pope fall. Ignoring the black necrotic spears Envy was launching at her back, she dived through the air. She took several hits to her wings and shoulders, her body tracing a jagged path through the smoke before she skidded to a halt beside Hupert's broken form. "Stay with me. You hear me?" Alina cradled the dying Pope. Looking at the man who always had a scripture on his tongue, her voice carried a frantic edge she hadn't felt in decades. Hubert coughed up a mouthful of crimson. He looked at Alina, then at the 6 Tier 6 generals who were now closing in on their position. He offered a weak, rattling smile. "It seems the spirits were busy elsewhere today." Alina gritted her teeth, and gently set him down. She raised her longbow, leveling it at the 6 monsters before her. In the distance, the common soldiers watched their kings and their leaders fall one by one. Their numbers were hemorrhaging. In contrast, the enemy only grew. Every fallen comrade stood back up seconds later, their eyes burning with a hollow red light as they turned their blades upon their brothers. A crushing sense of powerlessness drowned the survivors. But they did not retreat. This was their choice. This was the battlefield they had stepped onto for the sake of their convictions. Gripping their weapons with the strength of the doomed, they launched a final, suicidal charge into the infinite ocean of the dead. A struggle until the final chapter. The Eye of the Storm. Skillpride flexed his shattered arm, the obsidian bone knitting back together as necrotic OD flooded the fractures. He looked at the stationary figure before him, the soul fire in his sockets dimming with a rare touch of respect. He raised his intact bone blade, preparing to take the human's head as a trophy. Just then a petite silhouette stepped into his path. It was Alice. Pride tilted his skull, appearing genuinely perplexed. He could sense zero threat from this human girl. He asked, his voice a flat, hollow rasp in her ear. Alice didn't answer. Her gaze moved past Pride's shoulder, settling on the man standing behind him. Her teacher. He still stood perfectly straight. His holy sword pointed toward the dirt, as if he were merely catching his breath, before delivering another world-shattering strike. But Alice had seen the truth while she was in the air. Her teacher's eyes, which had once shone like the brightest stars of the Empire, were now hollow. The light was gone. Outlies was already dead. Alice's frame shook with a violent tremor, tears spilling uncontrollably from her eyes. But she refused to let a single sob escape her throat. Pride turned his head, finally noticing Outlies' internal state. So he is already a corpse. His interest evaporated. A dead man was not worth another swing of his blade. Pride turned away, walking toward the other sectors where the high-tier battle still raged. There were still living powerhouses to harvest. In the center of the crater, only Alice and the standing corpse remained. She walked forward, step by slow, agonizing step, until she stood before her mentor. She reached out, her fingers ghosting over the holy sword that still hummed with a fading radiance. Without his hand to anchor it, the sword lost its final support. It fell with a heavy, metallic clang onto the stone. Outlies' body followed, pitching forward into the void. Alice caught him. She held her teacher's cold, heavy frame as she sank to her knees in the center of the cleared battlefield. Around her, the roar of slaughter reached a fever pitch. The next moment, a complex magic array ignited in the air directly above her. The Arcane Legion had marked the coordinate. She was locked on. Alice did nothing. She simply sat there, cradling her teacher in a silent, broken embrace. A pillar of pure, destructive energy descended from the heavens. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn, just remove the hyphen symbol, to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 139. Chapter 139. Chris 1466 words. Chapter 139. Chris. The sun hung low on the horizon, its dying light filtering through the clouds of settling dust and lingering smoke that blanketed the battlefield. Chris struggled to a sitting position amidst a heap of corpses. Every movement was a fresh agony, pulling at the jagged gashes in his flesh and forcing a muffled groan from his throat. His iron breastplate bore a fist-sized dent over his sternum, and his left arm hung at a grotesque, sickening angle. The pain brought back flashes of the chaos before the blackness took him, the terrifying shockwave of the Elven Queen moving at terminal velocity, a gale of mana that had tossed him aside like a dry leaf. That damn Elven Queen! Chris spat, shaking his head to clear the stars from his vision. He spotted a heavy axe lying in the dirt nearby. Once I'm back, I'm paying a bard to tell the real story of how she started from zero. I'll make sure it's a tragedy. Chris propped himself up with his one good hand. The world tilted dangerously, but he forced himself to stand. He began to pick his way through the mounds of the fallen, his eyes searching for a specific, barrel-chested silhouette. Hey, you stubborn rock! You down here somewhere? There was no reply. Beneath his boots lay a carpet of ruin, severed limbs, shattered plate, and the dark, tacky stains of congealed blood. Orcs, humans, Drow-death had stripped them of their banners and their bloodlines. Suddenly, Chris spotted a face he recognized. It was the youth from the first day of training, the one who had been so terrified he couldn't hold his hilt, the one whose wrist the instructor had snapped as a lesson. The boy had a broken blade through his chest, his eyes wide and fixed on the darkening sky. Chris didn't linger. He shoved past the corpse of an orc and stepped over a mangled goblin, calling Block's name again and again. What's the deal? Did that greedy bastard beat me to the rally point? Chris muttered, trying to ignore the sinking feeling in his gut. We said we'd go back together. If he left without me, I'm charging him double interest on that ale he owes me. As the thought crossed his mind, he spotted a unit of ghouls. They were working. Methodically, they were dragging bodies from the mire, sorting them by race and laying them in neat, clinical rows. One ghoul held a ledger, scratching symbols into the parchment with a jagged claw. The creature noticed Chris, its gray face lifting for a second before it approached. Chris answered by instinct, his voice a raspy croak. Number 734. As the ghoul recorded the data, Chris leaned in, his eyes scanning the ledger with a desperate hunger. He traced the list of names and codes written in the common tongue. And then, his finger stopped. Block Hammerhand. Status, Kia. The ghoul finished updating Chris's entry and pointed a long, gray finger toward the distance. Registration complete. Proceed to the survivor sector for extraction. Chris didn't move toward the sector. He bypassed the ghoul, his gait unsteady as he walked toward the row of dwarven corpses. He began to search, using his functioning hand to push aside the cold, heavy bodies of the mountain folk. Finally, he saw it. That familiar, broad frame. Block lay there, his chest heaving no more. A wolf-tooth pendant hung from a cord around his neck, resting against the cold iron of his armor. Half of his torso was missing, a devastating wound that exposed splintered ribs and ruined organs. Chris fell to his knees beside him. He reached out, his hand shaking so violently he had to pull it back before he could touch the dwarf's face. The dwarf who had saved him with a single axe swing. The dwarf who had acted as his shield during the charge. The dwarf who had sat by the campfire, drinking sour ale, and bragging about his son. The one who swore he would return to teach the boy how to forge his very first axe. "You idiot, this isn't funny," Chris whispered. Tears began to track through the dirt and blood on Chris's face. He remembered the song Block had hummed during the long nights in the trenches. A dwarven folk song about the end of a campaign, and the return to the hearth. Chris opened his mouth, and in a broken, trembling voice, he began to sing in the harsh, guttural tongue of the dwarves. The drums of war have stilled their beat. The horns no longer scream. Heave up your axe, the journey's done. To home, an ending dream. The song was discordant and out of tune, a lonely sound in the graveyard of the plains. A few other survivors of the Penance Legion heard the melody. They looked over, said nothing, and lowered their heads. The ghoul keeping the records paused. Another ghoul, responsible for maintaining order, stomped over to the kneeling Chris. "Your behavior is obstructing the census. Move to the extraction zone immediately. Repeat, move now." Chris ignored the command, clutching Block's cold hand as he continued the verse. "The hearth fire glows for tired feet. The ale is poured and deep." The ghoul's soul fire pulsed with irritation at the lack of response. It raised a jagged claw. Interference with primary mission objectives. Warning ignored. Commencing mandatory compliance. The claw reached for the nape of Chris's neck. Chris felt the movement, but he didn't care. He didn't even flinch. Just then cease. A voice rang out from the shadows. The ghoul froze, its claw hovering an inch from Chris's skin. In a heartbeat, the creature retracted its hand and dropped to one knee, along with every other undead unit in the vicinity. They lowered their skulls in absolute submission. Chris stopped singing. He turned his head slowly. A figure stood behind him. It was a skeleton, its frame bleached clean and seemingly ordinary. But it was the sovereign of the Evernight Empire. The master of all who did not breathe. Kaido didn't look at the kneeling undead or the terrified soldiers. His gaze was fixed solely on Chris and the broken dwarf in his arms. He stepped forward, coming to a halt beside the boy. He spoke, his voice a calm, resonant hum. What was his name? Chris's mind was a whirlwind of primal terror. He had never imagined he would stand within arm's reach of an existence that felt like a localized eclipse. Yet, looking at Block's lifeless face, a spark of unreasonable courage flared in his chest. His name was Block. He was a true hero. Kaido's gaze lingered on Block's remains, then swept across the field of thousands. "You are all heroes," Kaido said. The words caused the survivors to stumble. They were convicts. They were fodder meant to be spent. Kaido didn't wait for them to process it. "The Evernight Empire acknowledges your service and your sacrifice." He raised a bony hand, giving it a light, effortless flick. "The bones of a hero shall not be abandoned in a foreign land. I will not rewrite their records. Take your comrades." The survivors stared in disbelief. The ruler of the dead, the monarch of annihilation, was permitting them to take their dead. And he had promised not to convert them into thralls. Chris looked at Kaido's back. He released Block's hand and pressed his forehead into the dirt with a heavy thud. "My gratitude for your mercy." The other survivors followed suit, prostrating themselves in the dirt, expressing a gratitude that words could not contain. Kaido offered no further words. He turned and walked into a rippling teleportation gate, vanishing from the field. Chris watched the spot where the sovereign had stood, his eyes filled with a complex, unreadable emotion. Then, with a grunt of exertion, he heaved Block's heavy corpse onto his back. It was a crushing weight, but Chris didn't feel it. The other survivors rose, moving silently toward their fallen friends. They worked in pairs or trios, hoisting the broken bodies of their brothers in arms. No one spoke. The process was unnervingly, respectfully quiet. The last sliver of twilight faded into the void. Night fell. 10,000 skeletons remained behind to clear the wreckage, acting as a silent honor guard. The convicts, carrying the weight of their dead, began the long, staggering walk toward the horizon. Their destination was Iron Fortress. They were going home. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 140. Chapter 140. Aftermath 1893 words. Chapter 140. Aftermath Iron Fortress territory. Today, the gargantuan oak doors of the Evernight Cathedral never remained shut for more than a minute. The sanctuary was no longer the quiet retreat that Anchi and Cecilia could maintain with a few hours of light labor. Now, the hall was a sea of humanity and grief. The survivors of the Penance Legion had returned. The pews had been shoved aside, clearing vast stretches of the cold stone floor to accommodate rows upon rows of corpses. Each was draped in a shroud of coarse, unbleached hemp. Families who had heard the news moved like ghosts between the rows, lifting one cloth after another. When a match was made, a jagged, broken wail strained to the point of a sickening dissonance would tear through the air. For those who found nothing, there was a momentary, shuddering gasp of relief. But before that breath could even leave their lungs, they would begin the frantic, heart-pounding walk to the next row. Father Anchi moved through the gaps in the crowd like a man possessed, his voice reduced to a raspy croak from hours of shouting directives. Separate the wounded from the dead. Keep the threshold clear. We need another crate of emeralds respite. Does anyone have clean water? Sister Cecilia was on her knees beside a young soldier, her scissors shearing through the blood-slicked leather of his greaves. The man's leg had been split open by a great axe, exposing the white of the bone. He was shivering violently, teeth gritting against the pain, sweat matting his hair. Cecilia's voice was a soft, steady hum, but her hands were like iron, not a single tremor as she worked. Endure it, she whispered. Vials of the emerald potion were being drained one by one, their soft green radiance flickering in the dark corners of the cathedral like dying fireflies. The succubi, who had been unceremoniously dumped here by Scarlet, had become the most unexpected fixture of the sanctuary. They had shed their provocative, brightly colored silks for the plainest gray cotton dresses, tying their long, vibrant hair into simple knots behind their heads. Kula, the girl who would usually wrestle Cecilia into the dirt for a scrap of meat, was currently clutching a massive basket of bread. She didn't speak. She simply pressed loaves into the hands of those swaying from exhaustion and gave their shoulders a firm, grounding pat. Mona, who could usually fall asleep standing up, was unnervingly alert. She and several others acted as guides for the grieving, using their naturally soothing, melodic voices to give directions and prevent the mounting panic from boiling over into a riot. They looked like a flock of fairies who had accidentally stumbled into divinity. In their own clumsy, sincere way, they were performing duties that should never have been theirs to carry. Throughout the hall, the sounds of wailing, groaning, and whispered prayers merged into a single, overwhelming ocean of sorrow. In the midst of this cacophony, a shrill, childish cry pierced through every other sound, cutting straight to the marrow. The sheer, raw despair in that voice forced a momentary, ringing silence across the cathedral. Every head turned in unison toward a corner of the hall. There, a little girl in a faded gray dress named Mia was kneeling beside a body. It was a man of large stature, but a jagged, cavernous hole had been torn through his chest, a wound that left no room for hope. Mia's tiny hands clutched the man's cold, heavy fingers, trying with a frantic, heartbreaking intensity to find a spark of the warmth she knew. "Wake up. Please wake up," she sobbed. "You promised, you said you'd come back for sure. You're a liar, a big, mean liar." Her voice shifted from accusation into a series of incoherent, broken pleas. Her small frame shook with the violence of her sobbing. A passing soldier recognized the man, and let out a heavy, weary sigh. He stepped forward, reaching out to pull the girl away. Child, don't. Your father. He died a hero. I don't want a hero. Mia shrieked, whipping her head up to shove the soldier's hand away. I just want my papa. The onlookers looked away, their own eyes welling with moisture. They had seen too much death, too much ruin. But the sound of a child breaking over her father's corpse was a blade that could still cut through their armor. Anchi spotted the commotion and frowned, preparing to intervene. But a shadow was faster than the priest. A succubus in a plain gray dress walked slowly toward Mia. She had long, violet hair. She was the one known for being the loudest and most prone to lewd jests among the sisters. Cecilia saw her and narrowed her eyes, her mouth opening to bark a reprimand. The succubus paused, glancing back at Cecilia. In that single look, there was none of her usual provocation or flightiness. There was only a silent, desperate plea. Cecilia's reprimand died in her throat. The succubus knelt in the dirt behind Mia, extending her thin arms. Gently, with a tenderness that felt like a prayer, she pulled Mia's trembling body into an embrace. She rested her chin atop the girl's head, her voice a ghost of a whisper. Mia's sobbing hitched. She could feel that the embrace was warm. It possessed a weight and a presence that felt like an anchor in a storm. The next heartbeat, a nearly imperceptible ripple of energy radiated from the succubus. There was no flash of light, no theatrical display of mana. Her silhouette simply began to oscillate like a reflection in a disturbed pond. Her frame elongated. Her shoulders broadened. Her long violet hair receded and shifted into a short, jagged black cut. Her simple cotton dress bled away, replaced by the dust-caked, blood-stained leather armor of the Penance Legion. Even her face, once a mask of alluring charm, underwent a quiet metamorphosis. The lines hardened, the skin turned rough and weathered, faint crow's feet appeared at the corners of the eyes. The process took only seconds. When the ripple settled, the entity kneeling behind Mia was no longer a demon. It was a tall, rugged man, an exact mirror of the corpse lying on the floor. The man spoke, his voice raspy yet filled with the specific, soul-deep warmth Mia had known her entire life. Mia went rigid. Slowly, inch by agonizing inch, she turned her head. When her eyes landed on the face behind her, her pupils dilated to their limit. She forgot how to breathe. She forgot how to cry. Her voice was a fractured, disbelieving whisper. Papa. The man smiled, reaching out with a rough, calloused palm to wipe the salt from her cheeks. The warmth of his skin was a perfect match for her memory. Silky girl, why the tears? Mia lunged into the man's chest with enough force to knock the wind out of a living human. She clung to him with every ounce of her strength, terrified that if she loosened her grip for a second, the world would dissolve into smoke. You aren't dead. You're really here. She buried her face in his armor, inhaling the familiar scent of iron and home, weeping with a new, frantic relief. Of course I'm here, the man whispered, his hand rhythmically patting her back, soothing the tremors in her spine. But I have to go to a very distant place soon. I won't let you. Mia looked up at him, her eyes drowning in tears. Take me with you. The man gave a slow shake of his head. He cupped her small face in his hands, staring directly into her eyes with a solemn intensity. Mia, listen to me. You are a citizen of the Evernight Empire now. You have to be strong. You can't be a crybaby anymore. You are your father's pride. No matter where your path leads, no matter how steep the climb, remember this, Papa will always love you. My blessing is yours, forever. As Mia listened to the voice, her wails subsided into quiet sniffs. She understood that these were the final words of a goodbye. Driven by a sudden, desperate urge, she began to speak. She poured out every scrap of longing, every fear, and every small achievement she had hoarded during his absence. She told him how she waited at the gates from sunrise to sunset. She told him how she kept his room spotless and aired his blankets every week. She told him how she had learned to bake his favorite apple pie, how the first one was charcoal, but the second was perfect. The man listened in a heavy, beautiful silence, nodding occasionally, his eyes never leaving her face for a single heartbeat. Anchi stood at the edge of the crowd, watching the father woven from a succubus's magic. He looked up at the far end of the hall, at the gargantuan statue of the sovereign resting his chin on his hand. He felt, then, that the new god's choice to bring these demons here was perhaps not a whim of cruelty, but a stroke of strange, dark mercy. Mia's voice was thick and nasal. "I'll be a good girl. I'll do what you said." She wiped her eyes, forcing a smile that was crooked and pained, yet radiant. "I'll live strong. I'll be happy. I promise." The moon watched the resolve harden on his daughter's face, and offered a smile of profound satisfaction. And then, his form began to turn translucent. Mia felt the weight vanishing. Her smile shattered as she tried to clutch his armor again. "Don't go just a little longer. I love you, Mia." The moon pressed a final, tender kiss to her forehead. The next instant, his entire being shattered into millions of tiny violet sparks, dissipating into the rafters. Mia's arms closed on empty air. She stood frozen, staring at her own hands, before slowly lowering her gaze. The violet-haired succubus was now slumped on her knees before her. She was gasping for breath, her forehead beaded with sweat, her entire body shivering with the aftershocks of the exertion. For a member of the secondary succubus dreams unit, a physical manifestation of this quality was her absolute limit. The cathedral was silent. Every person present had been paralyzed by the spectacle. Mia stared at the succubus for a long, long time. Then, she reached out her small hand and gently, delicately, wiped the sweat from the demon's brow. "Thank you," the girl whispered. Her voice was tiny, yet it carried to every ear in the sanctuary. The succubus didn't speak, she simply looked up and offered a weak, exhausted smile. In the crowd, a woman who had just lost her husband could no longer hold back. She covered her mouth and let out a broken, soaring sob. Then a second person followed. Then a third. The grief that had been suppressed by shock was finally ignited, transforming into a tidal wave of weeping that swept through the entire cathedral. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn, just remove the hyphen symbol, to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 141. Chapter 141. The Merchant Coalition. 1296 words. Chapter 141. The Merchant Coalition. The Merchant Coalition, Freeport. The Grand Council Chamber. "I demand absolute silence." Speaker Valerius's roar was deafening, yet it was barely a ripple against the tsunami of panic filling the hall. Silas, a merchant who had been the most vocal supporter of the theocracy's crusade, sat slumped in his velvet chair. The color had drained from his face, leaving him looking like a man who had already been buried. "It's over, everything is lost," Silas whimpered. Marcus, a portly merchant sitting nearby, turned on Silas with a snarl, his shouting spraying spittle across the other man's fine silk robes. "Shut your mouth, Silas. If it wasn't for your pious lobbying, we'd still be counting our gold in the safety of our vaults." Silas surged to his feet, arms flailing wildly, his voice distorted by raw terror. "How was I to know? 5 Tier 6 powerhouses. Millions of allied soldiers. How is it possible that not a single soul made it back?" Just then, the heavy oak doors of the chamber were slammed open. A messenger burst inside, stumbling over his own feet as he scrambled toward the central table. "Our report. Urgent report." The clamor died instantly. Every eye in the room locked onto the moon, searching for even a microscopic glimmer of a miracle. The messenger gasped for air, clutching a scroll of parchment as if it were a holy relic. "Final battle report confirmed." Valerius stepped down from the high dais, snatching the scroll from the messenger's trembling hand. He unfurled it, his eyes darting across the jagged script. A few seconds passed. Valerius's arm began to shake. The parchment slipped from his fingers, fluttering to the floor like a dying bird. Marcus watched the speaker's reaction, his voice a cautious, fearful test. Valerius offered no response. He turned and walked back to his seat, collapsing into the chair, as if his bones had turned to lead. Marcus reached down and retrieved the scroll. The council held its collective breath. Marcus stared at the words, then read them aloud in a flat, hollow drone. The Alliance has been annihilated. The words were a physical blow to everyone present. Marcus continued, ignoring the gasps of the crowd. No survivors. A graveyard silence swallowed the hall. Suddenly, in a far corner, an elderly merchant clutched his chest and slid from his chair, his body hitting the stone floor with a heavy, final thud. Get a healer. What good is a priest now? What we need is a damn gravedigger. The panic detonated once more. The supplies we sent to the theocracy. The undead will know. They'll come for us. They're going to march on Freeport. We'll be dried out and hung on the city walls like salted fish at the docks. We have to flee. My ship is in the harbor. I'm leaving now. A scrawny merchant screamed and lunged for the door, only to be yanked back by his collar. Flee where? Tell me, what country is left to hide in? Is there a single safe harbor left on this continent? Another merchant proposed a desperate idea. Maybe we can do what we've always done. Offer their monarch mountains of gold to compensate for our oversight. Another barked. The Evernite Empire is not like the kingdoms of the past. They have zero interest in our coin. My caravans report that their officials refuse all bribes. Men who tried to offer gifts were thrown directly into the oubliettes. If they mark us as enemies, they'll hunt us to the ends of the earth. Silas suddenly grasped at a phantom straw. The dragon's nest. We can seek refuge in the dragon's nest. Marcus whirled on him. Is your brain stuffed with goblin dung? The nest belongs to the great dragons. Being a slave to a dragon polishing scales and scrubbing gold is better than being turned into a bone rack, but it's still a death sentence. Dragons can sleep for decades, they'll wake up, see us, and turn us into a mid-afternoon snack. I'd rather take my chances in a cell under Evernight than become a dragon's dessert. Then what? Are you happy to watch your assets be seized and your family sold into the pits? Who said they'd sell our families? That's how it works in the Bard's Tales. The council hall had devolved into a common marketplace brawl. Merchants shoved, cursed, and pointed fingers. Some were already mentally auditing how much of their fortune they could sew into their clothes. Others were in the corner, praying to 100 different spirits. A few were already drafting their final wills. All of you. Valerius slammed his fist onto the table with the force of a hammer. This time, the silence held. Valerius stood up, his eyes cold as he scanned the room. These men, the masters of the continent's wealth, now looked like beaten curs. Running is a death sentence, Valerius stated. We are merchants. A merchant does not enter a trade they are guaranteed to lose. He leaned forward, his voice low and vibrating with a strange, magnetic intensity. We have not yet lost all our chips. The order of this continent is being rewritten as we speak. The Evernight Empire is the only law that matters now. We must adapt to the tide. We do not fight it. Marcus spoke up cautiously. Speaker, they have their own guilds. Their model is entirely alien to ours. They don't need us. They don't need enemies, Valerius corrected sharply. But they will always have use for tools. We are not a military organization, we are not their direct adversary. We made a mistake, an expensive one. Now, it is time to show them our true value. Valerius tapped the table rhythmically. Prepare to bleed, gentlemen. It is time to cut our own flesh to survive. The Evernight Empire has won the war, but they cannot possibly digest this much land and population in such a short time. That is our opening. We will use every asset the coalition possesses to declare our stance. First, public sentiment. Mobilize every bard we control. Every theater troupe. Every wandering minstrel. Send them to every town, every village, and every tavern on the continent to sing of the Evernight victory. Not a victory. Sing of libertation. They are the bringers of a new order. They are the light of dawn that ended the rot of the theocracy. Take every crime, every scandal, and every drop of corruption the Church ever committed and weave them into epics. We must make the world believe this war was not just it was inevitable. The room was deathly still. The merchants understood. They were to sever themselves from the past and become the most fanatical cheerleaders of their new masters. Second, logistics. Valerius held up a second finger. The Evernight Empire must rebuild. They need materials. They need transport. Organize every fleet and every caravan under our banner. We will transport stone, timber, and grain for them at a total loss if we have to. We must become the veins through which their empire functions. They don't need our gold, but they do need our efficiency. We must show them that with the coalition's help, the cost of governing their new territories will drop by half. Silas spoke with a trembling voice. Speaker, this is essentially handing over our entire life's work. No, Valerius shook his head. It is an investment. One that we must win. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 142. Chapter 142. Relentless Industry. 1473 words. Chapter 142. Relentless Industry. The Evernight Empire, the Department of State Affairs. A vampire civil servant was currently substituting gliding for running, blurring through the corridors at high velocity. He clutched a stack of documents piled higher than his own head. Out of my way. The envoys from the Dwarven Kingdom have arrived to surrender. Who is assigned to reception? His cries went unanswered. The hallway was a hive of other vampires moving with the same frantic speed, interspersed with skeleton messengers darting between the gaps like silver fish. A registration clerk, another vampire, peeked out from behind a literal mountain of parchment. His voice was thick with a fatigue that defied his immortal nature. Get in line. Send them to reception room 3 and tell them to wait. Tell them the messengers from the Beastmen Union are ahead of them. So are the elders of the Swamp Lizard Men, and some emergency survival coalition formed by a dozen pathetic minor kingdoms. If they want to surrender, they can wait their turn. As he barked his reply, another vampire skidded to the desk, dumping a fresh load of scrolls onto the pile. The registrar snatched the top one, scanned the title, and tossed it into an even larger pile to his left. The second vampire yanked a specific document from the stack. Urgent dispatch from the eastern border. Refugees outside the pass have completely blocked the 3 main highways. Preliminary headcount exceeds 500,000. They've stripped the bark off every tree in the vicinity to eat. If we don't act, we'll have a riot of the damned on our hands. The registrar didn't even lift his quill. Dispatch the Punishment Legion. Tell them to establish a perimeter and maintain order by any means necessary. Send word to the refugees, if they wish to enter the Evernight Empire, they queue for registration. Every soul must be recorded. Food distribution will be handled by the Aegis Legion. Tell the Punishment Legion that anyone who attempts to snatch rations out of turn is to be executed on the spot. No report necessary. The registrar had been working for 7 consecutive days and nights. Vampires did not require sleep, but the sheer cognitive load was making his brain vibrate with phantom pain. We are critically understaffed. The Empire's borders have expanded 10 times over in a week. Every pass, every city, every village needs an administrator. Where are we supposed to manifest that many bodies? The registrar finally stopped his writing. He lifted his head, his eyes dull and devoid of highlights as he stared at his colleague. Is that a question for you to worry about? Our duty is to execute commands. Quit complaining. Organize the data and send a summary to General Greed. Now get those dwarfs to room 3. The junior official opened his mouth to argue, then saw the look in the registrar's eyes and swallowed his words. He straightened his rumpled suit and sprinted toward the entrance. The entire Department of State was like a hive that had been struck by a boulder. Thousands of worker bees were frantically trying to keep the machine from seizing up. Greed's office. Here the documents had been stacked until they reached the ceiling. Greed sat behind his desk, his speed in processing the files bordering on the supernatural. His hands moved through the air, leaving only blurred trails in their wake. A knock thudded against the door. A fellow bloodkin entered, carrying a fresh load of paperwork. He dropped them near the door. There was nowhere left to walk in the room. General, these are the formal letters of submission received this morning. 37 in total. Furthermore, Speaker Valerius of Freeport has been waiting in the hall for 5 hours. How should we proceed? Greed didn't look up. Let him wait. Understood. The messenger withdrew, closing the door softly. Greed closed his eyes, extending a thread of his consciousness through the soul link. It crossed the vast distance to the depths of the valley base. Kaido's voice resonated in his mind, sounding lazy, as if he had just woken from a nap. Greed's report was surgical. Master, the number of surrendering nations is excessive. Our territorial expansion has exceeded the current limits of our administrative capacity. Do you require a secondary purge to reduce the overhead? There was a pause from the other side. Kaido was likely thinking or just rolling over in his coffin. A moment later, his voice returned. Transition all surrendering nations into vassal states. Dispatch observers. They don't need many, 2 per city will suffice. Tell the locals to form their own councils and abolish their nobility. Teach them our development model and tell them to copy it. Let them govern themselves. Greed analyzed the feasibility. Master, what if they fail to learn? Or if they engage in deliberate sabotage and delay? Kaido's reply held no hesitation. Then we find a new batch of students. Tell the newly appointed councilmen that local security is their responsibility. 70% of collected taxes stay in the territory for infrastructure, 30% is tied to the empire. And the ledgers must be transparent. Every quarter, the accounts must be posted on the public boards in their town squares. Anyone peasant or merchant has the right to inspect them. I will have Sloth establish an audit department within the Shadow Guard. They will conduct unscheduled inspections of every vassal state. If a single copper is missing from the books, the observer has the authority to dissolve the council on the spot and handpick new representatives from the citizen pool. Inside Greed's mind, a massive, clockwork framework for continental governance snapped into place. Minimum administrative cost. Maximum efficiency of rule. Bind them with profit, restrain them with rules, and use the shadow of fear as the final reign. Brilliant, Greed thought. Understood, Master. The link snapped shut. Greed opened his eyes. He stood up and pulled open his office doors. The vampires scurrying in the hall froze, bowing low. Pass my orders, Greed's voice cut through the noise. First, all civil servants in the Department of State are to cease processing individual submission papers. Organize the representatives by region, and invite them collectively to Conference Hall 1. Second, notify the Bureau of Logistics. Effective immediately, begin shipments of grain and medicine to every border crossing. Establish temporary sanctuary zones and receive all refugees. Once their identities are recorded, dispatch them in waves to the various vassal states to serve as the initial labor force for reconstruction. Third, send Valerius of Freeport in. The vampires in the hall stared for a heartbeat. Then, with a frantic energy, they began executing the new directives. Greed ignored them, returning to his desk. Minutes later, Valerius, Speaker of the Merchant Coalition, was led into the room by a ghoul. The fat merchant, who held the power of life and death in Freeport, was currently as humble as a kitchen apprentice. He carefully maneuvered around the piles of paper on the floor, and offered a bow so deep his chin nearly touched his belt. Respected General, Valerius offers his highest esteem. Greed didn't look up, his quill flying across a fresh sheet of parchment. The only sound in the room was the scratch-scratch of the nib. Valerius stood perfectly still, beads of sweat dripping from his brow, not daring to raise a hand to wipe them. Finally, Greed stopped. He looked at the fat man. Speaker Valerius. Here, my lord. I am here. The Merchant Coalition has been performing adequately lately. Those words caused Valerius's muscles to go slack with relief. They had gambled correctly. Freeport would not be burned. To share the master's burden is the coalition's supreme honor. Greed picked up a document and slid it across the desk. This is the Empire's new currency reform initiative. Valerius reached out with both hands, receiving it reverently. All vassal states shall transition to a unified currency, Evernight gold, silver, and copper. The Sunflower Merchant Guild, as the Empire's sole designated trade arm, is responsible for all coin reclamation and exchange operations. I am giving you 1 month to assist the Sunflower Guild in completing this transition. In 30 days, I want to see the Empire's currency in circulation in every corner of this continent. Succeed, and the coalition's past oversights shall be struck from the record. Fail, and... Greed didn't finish the sentence. He didn't have to. Valerius squeezed his eyes shut and shouted with the last of his breath, "We shall succeed. Guaranteed." Excellent. Greed's gaze bypassed Valerius, looking toward the door. -20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 143. Chapter 143. The meeting. 1789 words. Chapter 143. The meeting. Valerius stepped out of the Department of State. The biting night air hit his face, chilling the frantic thrumming of his mind just enough to restore a modicum of clarity. The Merchant Coalition was safe. The Speaker of Freeport, a man who usually moved the markets of the world with a single word, found his silks clinging to his frame, drenched in a cold sweat that made him feel greasy and small. But beneath the lingering terror, a familiar fire began to smolder once more. The fear was receding, the predatory instincts of a merchant were reclaiming their throne. A group of his most trusted associates, men who lived and died by his favor, swarmed him the moment he cleared the gates. Their faces were etched with anxiety. Valerius straightened his spine, instantly assuming his usual mask of cold, unshakable authority. One would never have guessed that minutes ago, he had been trembling like a kitchen apprentice in Greed's office. His voice was steady and carried the weight of steel. "I want an audit," Valerius commanded, leaving no room for debate. "The Sunflower Merchant Guild. I want to know its lineage, its ledgers, and its leverage. Utilize every agent we have in Iron Fortress. I want to know who their chairman is, where he sleeps, and whose hand he shakes every morning." "At once, sir." His assistants vanished into the shadows of the city. Valerius hadn't paid much attention to the internal affairs of the Evernight Empire before. When this land was still the eastern border of the Odri Empire, he had known a few notable traders in the region. He assumed he would be partnering with one of those old rivals. But the report that landed in his hands shortly after was a slap to the face. The efficiency didn't surprise him. The coalition's eyes were everywhere, especially when their survival was on the line, but the name on the parchment did. A common human. A small-time huckster who used to scrounge for scraps in Leaf City. He lived with a pack of orphans and had survived purely on speculation and petty schemes. The report even contained a humiliating footnote. Hans had once applied for membership in the Merchant Coalition. He had been rejected because he couldn't or would pay the 100 gold crown entrance fee. Valerius rubbed his eyes, checking the ink again. The sole designated trade arm of the Evernight Empire. The organization mentioned by the undead generals themselves. And its head is this. But the shock was quickly replaced by a far more comfortable emotion, contempt. An orphan. A nouveau riche upstart with no foundation. Perhaps this wouldn't be as difficult as he feared. He could utilize the coalition's gargantuan resources and centuries of experience to seize the reins of this partnership. He would be the one holding the leash. Prepare the carriage. Valerius barked, adjusting his expensive velvet collar. We're going to meet this. Chairman Hans. The new headquarters of the Sunflower Merchant Guild was no longer the dilapidated courtyard of Hans's beginnings. He had bought up the largest plot of land in the commercial district and erected a 3-story limestone building. The architecture screamed new money. It was gaudy, packed with unsorted crates and piles of ledgers, but the facade was imposing enough to cow the average traveler. When Valerius's carriage, pulled by 4 pureblood white stallions, pulled up to the front doors, it caused an immediate stir. Sinclair and Tate were currently crouched by the entrance, engaged in a high-stakes game of rock-paper-scissors over who got the last skewer of roasted pork. They looked up as the extravagant carriage rolled to a halt. Holy sh*T, Sinclair muttered, staring at the stallions. Look at that. Someone's trying way too hard. Valerius stepped down from the carriage, flanked by a phalanx of junior partners. He led with his barrel-like stomach, every step a calculated announcement of his wealth and status. He spared a brief, unimpressed glance at the 2 clowns by the door. One of Valerius's aides stepped forward, his voice dripping with condescension. We seek an audience with your chairman, Mr. Sinclair, and Tate shared a look. Sinclair stood up, dusting the dirt from his backside. Looking for the boss? Cool your heels for a minute. Sinclair turned and sprinted into the lobby, shouting at the top of his lungs, Chairman. There's a super-rich fat guy out here. Look at that carriage. I bet we can sell him for a mountain of silver. Valerius's face twitched. His associates bristled with rage, but the speaker raised a hand to silence them. Moments later, they were ushered into Hans's office. The office was just the largest room on the 3rd floor. It lacked any royal finery. Instead, it featured a gargantuan oak table buried under maps, documents, and a half-eaten apple. Hans was currently leaning back in a chair that looked far too comfortable for a working man, his legs crossed on the desk. He had his eyes closed, listening to a subordinate read a report. Valerius cleared his throat, forcing a smile that was meant to be magnanimous. Chairman Hans. I have heard much of your rise. I am Valerius, Speaker of the Merchant Coalition. Hans cracked one eye open, spared him a glance, and then slowly sat upright. The Speaker. Hans let out a wide yawn, and waved the subordinate away. You're dismissed. He picked up the apple, took a loud, wet bite, and spoke with his mouth half full. Lord Greed mentioned you people. Said the coalition was very good at sensing which way the wind blows. Find a crate and sit down. Aside from Hans's chair, the only seating in the room consisted of several heavy wooden shipping crates. Valerius's smile froze. One of the young merchants behind him moved to protest, but Valerius's glare pinned him to the spot. The titan of industry actually found the sturdiest-looking crate, and lowered himself onto it. The wood let out an agonizing creak under his weight. Chairman Hans, Valerius began, attempting to seize the initiative. I presume General Greed has briefed you on the Empire's currency reform. The coalition possesses transportation lines and hubs spanning the continent. We can, in the shortest possible time frame, Hans raised a hand, cutting Valerius off mid-sentence. Spare me the pitch. Hans tossed the apple core over his shoulder. It landed in a wastebasket in the corner with a dull thud. He leaned forward, interlacing his fingers. He revealed a smile that made Valerius feel a strange sense of déjà vu. Speaker Valerius, let's be direct. The Sunflower Guild is the only official partner of the Empire. Are just the help. He emphasized the words only and help with a predatory sharpness. My terms are simple, Hans continued, holding up one finger. You are responsible for the collection of all Old World currency. You bring it to me. The Sunflower Guild handles the exchange into the new currency. For your trouble, you may retain 1,000th of the pre-tax total. 1,000th. Valerius nearly levitated off his crate. Chairman Hans. We are mobilizing the entire coalition. Countless men. Mountains of logistics. And you offer us a 1,000th commission. Is it too little? Hans arched an eyebrow. That's the profit margin of an entire continent. Take it or leave it. One of the merchants behind Valerius finally snapped. If it weren't for the shadow of the undead king, an unranked orphan like you wouldn't be fit to scrub our boots. Hans let out a sharp, jagged laugh, cutting through the insult. You're right. I am an orphan. But as an orphan working alone, the worst that happens is I work a bit slower. I spend a few more months, use a bit more brainpower. But you, the coalition. I heard that personage was quite disappointed with your previous investment in the crusade. Valerius stared at the youth. Beneath that harmless, boyish face lay a bottomless well of greed and absolute lack of fear. A naked, unshielded threat. He realized then that Hans had his throat in a vice. There was no room for negotiation. Valerius took a breath and forced a jagged smile. Hans snapped his fingers. Smart man. He pulled a heavy burlap sack from beneath the desk and dropped it onto the wood. A heap of brand new gold and silver coins spilled out. Valerius and his men were mesmerized. The minting was exquisite, the weight was perfect. But the design? It featured a simple, clean line drawing. It was a skull with two large, round eyes and a tiny, upward-curving mouth. A chibi skull. Valerius picked up a gold coin. This is the new imperial currency. Yup, Hans said, flipping a coin across his knuckles. Cute, isn't it? Word is the Supreme Master drew the design himself. Valerius tried to imagine it. An entire continent, forced to trade with coins bearing a funny skull. All right, you've seen the samples, Hans said, sweeping the coins back into the bag. Now, get back to work. We're on a tight schedule. Valerius said nothing more, leading his troop out of the headquarters. As their backs disappeared, the grin vanished from Hans's face. He walked to the window, looking down at the street. Below, Sinclair and Tate were playing with the children of Sunflower House. Lily was on her tiptoes, trying to place a flower crown on Tate's head. Miguel was arguing with Sinclair, drawing some complex, magic circle in the dirt with a stick. Hans watched them in silence. He remembered the word the merchant had spat, orphan. It was a word Hans was used to. It held no power over him. But he decided, then and there, that he would never let a single child in that courtyard hear that word again. Hans turned and walked downstairs. He didn't disturb the fun, he simply sat on the stone steps of the yard. Lily spotted him first, fluttering over like a butterfly and diving into his arms. Hans I made a crown for Uncle Tate. The girl held up her work, eyes begging for praise. Very pretty, Hans murmured, ruffling her hair. Hans are you hungry? Miguel walked over, holding a skewer of meat. He had saved the largest piece for last. We kept dinner for you. Hans took the warm meat and took a massive bite, thinking to himself, I am an orphan, certainly. But they aren't. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn, just remove the hyphen symbol, to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 144, The Apprentice 1301 words. Chapter 144, The Apprentice Iron Fortress, Forging District. Rattle-clink, Paul stood beside the blast furnace, his bare upper body slicked with beads of sweat that caught the orange glow of the fire. At his feet sat a literal mountain of gold, silver, and copper coins, the discarded, recycled currency of the old world. Listen up, you bone racks. Paul's voice roared over the industrial din. Today's objective is simple. Melt this useless trash into liquid and recast it into the Empire's new currency. He held up a freshly minted sample, its chibi skull face mocking the gloom. If anyone screws up the weight or the stamp, I'm tossing you into the furnace. You can join the junk pile and get recycled yourself. Paul finished his shout and watched with a weary eye as his second batch of skeletal apprentices began to work. This new group was, if possible, every bit as thick-skulled as the first. One skeletal apprentice grabbed a handful of gold coins and tried to shove them into its jaw, apparently attempting to gauge the flavor of wealth. It ended up with its mandible jammed, emitting a frantic series of clack-clack-clacks. Another skeleton had mistaken a pile of semi-molten, viscous silver for dough, and was currently trying to roll it into a long, shiny noodle. Then there was the polisher skeleton, who had picked up a freshly struck gold coin, caught its own bald reflection in the mirror finish, and simply stopped moving. It stood like a statue, head tilting left and right, utterly mesmerized by its own skeletal handsomeness. Paul had grown accustomed to this level of absurdity. After the first batch tried to use their own skulls as helmet molds and branded his backside with iron, this was a quiet day at the office. He didn't even bother to get angry. He simply snatched up a pair of heavy iron tongs and launched them with sniper-like precision, bonking the gold-eating skeleton on the back of its skull. Spit it out. That's currency, not rock candy. The coins clattered out of the skeleton's mouth, ringing sharply against the stone. Paul stood with hands on his hips, overseeing the workflow. Molten metal channeled from the furnace, poured into molds, cooled, popped, and finally struck with the imperial stamp. It was a production line that moved with a stuttering, clattering rhythm, but it was moving. This was his kingdom. Just then, a skeleton soldier on guard duty entered the foundry. Behind it trailed a very small, very sturdy figure. It was a dwarf child. The boy appeared to be no more than 7 or 8 years old, clad in ill-fitting, coarse wool clothes. He was clutching something wrapped in cloth tightly against his chest. His eyes were fixed with a singular intensity, cutting through the smoke and sparks to lock onto Paul atop the high platform. The skeletal apprentices paused their work, staring at the intruder. One skeleton dropped its hammer and approached the boy, looking him over with empty sockets. It reached into a scrap pile, picked up a heavy iron gear, and offered it to the child, seemingly convinced that this was the appropriate way to feed a small biological life form. The boy ignored the gesture, sidestepping the helpful skeleton with a determined stride until he reached the base of Paul's platform. He looked up at the human, who was caked in muscle and soot. "Are you Master Paul?" the boy asked, his voice small but steady. Paul looked down at the tiny speck that barely reached his knee. "This isn't a playground, kid." Paul's voice was gruff with fatigue. "Didn't your parents teach you not to wander into a live foundry?" "I don't have a mother," the boy answered instantly. "And my father, he isn't coming back." Paul's movements slowed. He leaped down from the platform, the heavy thud of his landing vibrating through the floor. He loomed over the child, his massive shadow swallowing the boy whole. "Then what are you doing here?" "I don't handle the soup kitchen." The boy didn't flinch. He stared right back at Paul. "I want to be your apprentice." Paul barked out a laugh. "My apprentice? Look at me, kid, I'm human. You're a dwarf. Aren't your people born with a hammer in one hand and a chisel in the other? Go find a smith of your own kin. Stop wasting my time." The boy's voice hardened with a stubborn edge. "You are the finest smith in Iron Fortress. If even these dead things can learn from you, why can't I?" Saying this, the boy unwrapped the cloth in his arms. Inside was no weapon or tool. It was a bone pendant, a soldier's identification tag engraved with a shaky, hand-carved symbol for a penance. Paul recognized it instantly. The identification cards of the Penance Legion. Every convict soldier left their tag with their family before marching out, a silent contract backed by the Empire's promise of citizenship. My father was Blockhammer Hand, the boy said, staring Paul in the eye. He was a soldier of the Penance Legion. I haven't turned this in for my citizenship yet. If you agree to take me as an apprentice, it's yours. The grin vanished from Paul's face. In the Evernight Empire, the government didn't care how a tag was used, but the law was absolute. If an audit found a tag was taken through coercion or theft, the new owner would be recruited into the undead ranks permanently. My father promised me, he said he'd teach me to forge my first axe when he returned, the boy whispered. But he's gone. So, I'm going to learn it myself. The boy looked up at Paul with a gaze that held the weight of a blood oath. Take me in. The entire foundry seemed to fall silent in that heartbeat. Even the chaotic skeletal apprentices felt the shift in the atmosphere. The bone racks stopped their clattering, their hollow gazes turning toward the scene. Paul looked at the small dwarf. He remembered a time long ago when he, too, had been a stubborn brat, begging his master for a chance. Name, kid. Bury, huh? Paul repeated the name. You want to learn the forge? Bury nodded with a fierce intensity. It's hell, kid. It's 10,000 times harder than you think. You'll breathe ash, you'll be burned by sparks every day, and you'll swing a hammer until your arms feel like lead. Your hands will be nothing but scars and calluses. You still want it? Bury didn't hesitate. I want it. Paul scanned the factory. He realized he was actually missing someone who could truly carry on the lineage of his craft, someone with a soul. He turned to the wall, snatched up the smallest, lightest hammer from the rack, and tossed it at Bury's feet. From today, you're an apprentice of the Iron Fortress Foundry. Paul pointed to a mountain-sized pile of coal and slag in the corner. Your first task, clear that pile. Every last grain. Bury picked up the hammer, which was still heavy for his small frame, and a wide, gap-toothed grin split his face. Yes, master. Paul didn't look at him again, turning back to his platform. What are you bone bags looking at? Get back to work. He roared at the skeletons, his voice carrying more vigor than it had in days. He didn't look back, but he could hear it. Behind him, amidst the clinking of gold and the rattling of bones, there was a new sound. The rhythmic, determined scraping of his student clearing the slag. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 145. Chapter 145. The Light of Evernight. 1451 words. Chapter 145. The Light of Evernight. Arcane Legion Laboratory. At this moment, skill avarice and skill lust, the two pinnacle liches of the undead empire, were staring dead-eyed at a magic array that had just flickered out on the floor. Again, avarice muttered. His voice was saturated with soul-deep exhaustion. He used his finger bones to rub his empty eye sockets, despite there being nothing there to rub. That was not a failure. Lust countered, currently maintaining her form as a human girl. She stood with her hands on her hips, her tone defiant. We successfully teleported beaker number 3 from the lab bench into the exact center of beaker No. And we did it without shattering either glass. That is a monumental breakthrough in spatial precision. But our research topic is parallel world interference. Avarice's voice rose an octave in frustration. Not Matryoshka-style beaker nesting. Avarice groaned, his skull rattling. Why is it that every single one of our high-level research projects eventually devolves into a teleportation array? Ever since that one uncontrolled array had accidentally vaporized the Master's limited edition statue, they had shifted their strategy. Since reversing time was a universal impossibility, they had set their sights on parallel dimensions. However, while the theory was full-bodied, reality was skeletal. In their first attempt, they tried to open a microscopic observation window into another world. Instead, they punched a hole through a wall that precisely linked the lab to a public lavatory in Iron Fortress. In their second attempt, they tried to use the soul link to locate a world with a similar energy signature. Instead, they accidentally synchronized the soul fire frequencies of every skeleton mage in the valley. For the next 24 hours, every single mage in the unit walked with same side, arms and legs, unable to coordinate their movement. And the third time just now they had attempted to fold space with a more stable geometry. The result, one beaker perfectly encased within another. Avarice slumped over, his head hanging low as he began a rhythmic, depressed chanting. Where did the formula break? The logic was sound. The variables were static. How did it become a damn transport spell again? Lust walked over and gave Avarice's skull a comforting pat. Don't be so gloomy, Avarice. Research is a journey paved with happy accidents. Perhaps we simply need a change of pace. Avarice lifted his head, the soul fire in his eyes flickering with a clear no. General, we cannot afford to rest. The Master entrusted us with a mission of cosmic importance. We cannot fail. Lust wagged a finger, cutting him off. We are undead, Avarice. We have all the time in the world. Besides, that personage has never actually given us a hard deadline, has he? Let's go see what the little ones are cooking up in their exploration booths. Perhaps we'll find a spark of inspiration in their madness. Avarice didn't harbor much hope, but he gave a reluctant nod. Very well, General. Been some time since we provided guidance to the junior researchers. The two liches moved through the primary lab area, past rows of precision arrays, and failed spatial anomalies, entering the sprawling free exploration zone. The moment they stepped through the threshold, Avarice felt a phantom pain throb in his skull. The scene before them could only be described as a carnival of magical idiocy. One skeleton mage was staring at a rock with such intensity that its OD was visibly vibrating. It was attempting to lift the stone through sheer willpower. Suddenly, the skeleton let out a thunderous "gah" at the rock, only to exert so much force that its own jaw dislocated. The mandible hit the floor with a sharp clack. The skeleton stooped, retrieved its jaw, snapped it back into place with an expressionless face, and resumed glaring at the rock. Elsewhere, a group of skeletons was huddled around a cauldron, pouring various liquids of questionable colors into the mix. The concoction bubbled and hissed, releasing multicolored vapors. One skeleton curiously poked a bubble. It detonated with a sharp pop, coating the skeleton's head in black soot, and causing its soul fire to dim significantly. Avarice covered his face. Is this the future of the Empire? Is this the hope of the Arcane Legion? It's over. We're doomed. Suddenly, Lust tugged at Avarice's robes, pointing toward a secluded corner. Look there. In a quiet patch of the exploration zone, a few skeletons were sitting in a circle. Their behavior appeared remarkably normal compared to the others. They sat in silence before a small pile of dull, gray, ordinary stones. Avarice walked over, assuming his inquisitor tone. State your activity. Are you meditating? Or perhaps analyzing the elemental composition of silicate? One of the skeletons turned its head, holding up a stone. It is eating the light. Eating the light? Avarice and Lust exchanged a confused glance. Explain, Lust prompted, her curiosity piqued. She knelt and picked up a stone. It was cool to the touch, rough-textured, and looked like a common pebble from the riverbank. There was 0 mana detectable within it. The skeleton didn't answer with words. It raised a bony finger toward the ceiling. Tier 3 spell, nightfall. Instantly, the area within a 20-meter radius went dark. In the artificial twilight, a soft, radiant glow erupted in front of the two generals. They looked down to find that the pile of unremarkable stones was now glowing like a cluster of miniature suns, emitting a stable, brilliant white light. Avarice snatched up a glowing stone, bringing it to his eye sockets. How is this possible? The stone's surface was smooth, engraved with a set of runes that were so simple they looked like accidental scratches. "What did you do to it?" Avarice demanded. Another skeleton stood up, picked up a fresh stone, and began scratching at it with a piece of scrap metal right before the liches. "I discovered a new geometry," it explained as it worked. The valley base. Kaido was currently lying in his coffin, contemplating his newest authority unlocked at Tier 6, Faith Collection. In layman's terms, he could harvest the OD generated by the worship of sapient beings and use it to permanently buff his subordinates. The receiver for this energy was a statue of his likeness. He was currently debating whether to launch a "Pray to the Master, Get a Free Egg" promotional event to jumpstart the process. Just then, a request for a soul link connection arrived from Avarice. "Master," Avarice's voice sounded drained, carrying a hint of uncharacteristic shame. Kaido sat up in his coffin. "What is it? Did you find a parallel world?" There was a pause. "Master, the Arcane Legion has achieved a breakthrough in a tangential field. I believe you should see this for yourself." Minutes later, Avarice appeared before Kaido, holding a glowing rock in his palms. Kaido took the stone, squinting at it. It was warm, and the light it emitted wasn't a harsh magical glare, but a soft, steady glow. "What is this?" Avarice searched for a description. "Brand new illumination device. It absorbs light during the day, storing the energy, and automatically discharges it as a glow once the ambient light levels drop." Kaido turned the stone over and over. "Does it consume mana?" Production cost: a single rock and 10 seconds of manual labor. Mass production: as long as there are stones on the ground, we can produce millions. Kaido's eyes lit up. He looked at the stone, then at Avarice. "This is just a solar-powered LED," Kaido whispered. He slapped his thigh bone and hopped out of the coffin, his excitement palpable. "I am here. Immediately. Assign every idle skeleton in the territory to mass-produce these. I've already got the name, the Light of Evernight." Kaido walked to a map on the wall, drawing a bold line through the city of Iron Fortress. Phase 1, every main thoroughfare in the capital. Install one every 5 meters. I want this city visible from the moon. Phase 2, every residential block. One light for every single household entrance. Installed for free. Kaido added, a devious grin touching his jaw. Effective immediately, issue a new imperial decree. Every citizen and resident receiving these imperial benefits is required to perform one act of prayer at the Evernight Cathedral daily. No fixed time required, but they must visit the sovereign's statue once a day. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 146. Chapter 146, Faith 2063 words. Chapter 146, Faith Iron Fortress, Plaza District. The gargantuan doors of the Evernight Cathedral had not remained shut for a single second today. An unending dragon of humanity snaked from the entrance, coiling 3 times around the central plaza. The tail of the line had nearly reached the city gates. Father Anchi sat expressionless beneath the shadow of the massive skeletal statue. Before him sat a small wooden desk equipped with a single stamp and a tin of ink. His job was simple. For every individual who finished their mandatory devotion, he would issue a stamped prayer completion card. Then the next person would step forward. The cycle repeated. Anchi's movements had devolved into a mechanical, soulless instinct. Hand over. Smooth and mindless. He could no longer recall how many hours he had been sitting there, nor how many thousands of cards he had certified. He only knew that ever since that personage issued the decree requiring a daily act of prayer from all citizens and residents, he hadn't seen the sun before high noon. Sister Cecilia's roar erupted from the threshold. She stood like a temple guardian, hands on her hips, responsible for keeping the dragon of people from devolving into a riot. An elderly man, having just finished his prayer, remained on his knees before the statue. He was clutching the gargantuan toe bones of the carving, tears of gratitude tracking through his wrinkles. "Thank you, my lord. Thank you, Evernight Empire," the old man sobbed. "I've lived 60 years, but I've finally lived to see the benevolent rule of the dead. Praise be." He looked ready to testify for 3 days and 3 nights. Cecilia marched over and hoisted the old man up by his collar. "All right, Pop, he heard you. You're blocking the line." She tucked the old man under her arm. Even as his legs kicked the air, he continued to babble, "I haven't donated yet. I must offer my everything to the Empire." Cecilia dragged him to the exit, pointing a thumb toward a massive wooden chest that was currently overflowing. "The box is right there. Put it in yourself." Beside the donation chest sat a cordoned-off area filled with a chaotic assortment of offerings, mud-caked radishes freshly pulled from the earth, baskets of squawking live chickens, several strings of dried salted fish, and even a hand-knitted wool sweater of such gargantuan proportions it was clearly intended for the statue to wear. Kula was currently crouched beside the chest. Nominally, she was helping organize the offerings. In reality, her hands were a blur of motion. With the speed of a strike from the shadow guard, she snatched a smoked sausage from the pile and jammed it into her mouth, her cheeks bulging like a squirrel's. She then resumed her work, sorting radishes with an expression of pure, unadulterated innocence. Cecilia, having just dropped the old man, whipped her head around and caught the movement. She lunged forward, her hand clamping onto Kula's wrist just as the succubus reached for a bag of apples. "You dare steal the offerings? Spit it out." Kula refused to yield, her mouth full of sausage as she let out muffled, defiant grunts. "Dish a gift from de faith few. Gift my foot. You were gifted 30 eggs and 5 roasted chickens just last week." The two immediately engaged in a high-intensity wrestling match over the fruit. Meanwhile, Danica moved through the hall like a busy bee, carrying a bucket of water. "Please, madam, your candle is too large. You'll set the cathedral on fire." An overenthusiastic believer had somehow procured a ceremonial candle thicker than an arm, and was currently attempting to ignite it at the statue's feet. Danica frantically doused the wick with water, earning a look of intense disappointment from the worshipper. The atmosphere inside the sanctuary held zero dignity. It felt less like a house of the spirit and more like a marketplace 10 minutes before a clearance sale. Anchi felt a phantom pulse throb in his skull. "I've had enough." He slammed his hands onto his desk and unleashed a roar he had been suppressing for days. "Everyone, be silent." His voice was instantly swallowed by the roar of the crowd. A burly man, having just finished his prayer, clapped a heavy hand onto Anchi's shoulder. "Good work, father. You look exhausted. Here, take this to keep your strength up." The man shoved an oil paper bundle into Anchi's hands. Anchi opened it to find a whole, steaming roasted chicken. He looked at the bird, then at the line outside that showed no sign of shrinking, and felt a sudden, profound desire for the void to claim him. Just then, Cecilia stopped her brawl with Kula, looking toward the main entrance. A group was moving against the flow of the crowd, entering the hall. They wore uniform gray robes, their expression solemn and their strides steady. They looked entirely out of place in the chaotic environment. At their head was a white-haired man whose eyes scanned the scene before him, his brow furrowing into a deep, judgmental scowl. Anchi noticed the intruders. He recognized them immediately. They were former clergy of the theocracy. After the fall of Gustico, they had been incorporated into the imperial system and sent to the rear for ideological re-education. The old man marched up to Anchi, producing a parchment sealed with the crest of the Iron Fortress Administrative Office. By order of the Department of State, I, Valeri, former Bishop of the Holy See, lead 120 ordained staff to assist in the daily operations of the Evernight Cathedral. Valeri spoke with the lingering arrogance of the old world. He spared a glance at Anchi's soul-dead face, then at Kula, who was still trying to bite Cecilia's arm over a bag of apples. Finally, his gaze settled on the gargantuan statue of the skeleton resting his chin on his hand. Valeri's lip gave a violent twitch. Anchi took the document, reading it blearily. It was real. A complicated mixture of emotions washed over him. On one hand, he finally had reinforcements. He wouldn't have to face this nightmare alone. On the other hand, it was these people the stiffest, most pedantic traditionalists in the faith. Before Anchi could even offer a greeting, Bishop Valeri began barking orders. "This is utter lunacy," he shouted, pointing at the cluttered donation chest. "Sacred offerings mixed with root vegetables. Separate the coin from the produce. Inventory the food and prepare it for distribution to the impoverished faithful immediately." He turned toward the believers kneeling and wailing on the floor. Prayer is a sacred communion with the divine. It is not a place to shriek for your mothers. I demand absolute decorum. Finally, he leveled a finger at Kula. This is a house of the sovereign, not a larder for your petty thievery. Kula, being insulted to her face, didn't get angry. She simply clutched her stolen apples tighter and blew Valeri a mocking raspberry. Cecilia crossed her arms, watching the scene with malicious glee, making no move to help the newcomer. The re-educated priests moved into action. They tried to separate the crowd by gender. They tried to categorize the bizarre donations. They tried to stop the frantic shouting. And they failed. Why can't I cry? My gratitude for the master is too big to keep inside. This rooster is the loudest in my village. I'm offering it to the master as a wake-up call. Who are you to stop me? The line. We've been in the line. Why are you making me move? My husband is right in front of me. The chaos doubled in volume. Bishop Valeri's face turned a dangerous shade of purple. He took a deep breath, marched to the foot of the statue, and faced the crowd, his voice booming. We offer our faith to the sovereign of Evernight, the bringer of order and light. His path is one of rigor, of sanctity. We must offer our respects through the most pious and solemn of rites. He pulled a thick, leather-bound volume from his robes. I have spent the last 72 hours compiling this, the first draft of the Evernight Codex. Now, everyone, recite with me. Chapter 1, The Sacred Frame. Valeri opened the book and began to read in a dramatic, liturgical chant. O great master of calcium, you are the cornerstone that ended the chaos, the beacon that pierced the night. The priests behind him joined the chant, attempting to create an atmosphere of divine weight. The believers went quiet for a moment, looking at each other in confusion. One middle-aged woman whispered to her neighbor, "What's he saying? I don't get it. I think he's complimenting the master." Compliments. I can do that too. The next second, the entire tone of the cathedral shifted. The master is op. Praise the bone bag. The light of Evernight is a total chad. A cacophony of simple, vulgar, and incredibly loud praise erupted from every corner, instantly drowning out Valeri's high-fantasy liturgical chant. Bishop Valeri's face shifted from purple to a sickly beet red. One of his young novices pointed a shaking finger at Mona, who had just woken up, and was idly eating a pear she had found on a bench. A succubus. An impure demon in the sanctuary, the novice shrieked. She began tracing defensive signs in the air, chanting an exorcism rite. Mona, annoyed by the noise, stood up and waved her pear at the girl before taking a loud, juicy bite. Anchi covered his eyes with his hands. Scarlet appeared beside him, holding a cup of hot tea. Don't look so miserable, Father Anchi. Look on the bright side, it's much more lively now, isn't it? Anchi didn't take the tea. He pointed at the former bishop's bickering with the produce-donating peasants. You call this lively? These old fossils are only going to make the headache worse. I wouldn't be so sure, Scarlet said, sipping her tea. They're rigid, yes, but they understand infrastructure. They know how to manage an organization. These fanatical believers lack rules, and that is exactly what the fossils provide. Look at Valeri, he's furious, but he's already establishing a canon. It looks ridiculous now, but give it time. A new, ordered religion is being born from this mess. Anchi stared at her. He looked at Valeri, who was currently shouting at him and trying to gift the statue a pair of boots. He realized Scarlet was right. The chaos was slowly being channeled into a structure he didn't recognize. Just then, a skeleton messenger shoved through the crowd and stopped before him. Father Anchi. Document from the Iron Fortress Administrative Hall. The skeleton handed over a thick, wax-sealed envelope. Anchi opened it with trembling fingers. Inside was a magnificently worded appointment decree. In light of the unprecedented religious fervor displayed by the populace regarding the Evernight faith, and to better disseminate the sovereign's glory, the administration has resolved to establish 100 new Evernight cathedrals across the Empire's territories. Effective immediately, Father Anchi is appointed as the first primate, Archbishop of the Evernight Church. He is granted full authority over the training of all new clergy, the unification of the codex, and the auditing of all ecclesiastical finances. Anchi's eyes went wide. The world began to tilt. Archbishop. 100 cathedrals. Before he could even process the promotion, he saw the young novice nun finally lose her mind and lunge at Mona to snatch her pair. A second succubus tripped the nun, and a full-blown catfight erupted on the floor. Scarlet immediately pulled out a chalkboard and started taking bets. Place your wagers. Nuns at 3 to 1. Succubi at 1. Step up, step up. Anchi's eyes rolled back into his head, and he toppled straight backward. Father Anchi. Danica and Cecilia's cries were lost in the roar of the crowd. Praise the Master. We have an archbishop. The archbishop was so happy he fainted. Hoist the archbishop. Toss him in the air to celebrate. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 147. Chapter 147. Entertainment. 1339 words. Chapter 147. Entertainment. The night in Iron Fortress was now brighter than the day. Rows of stones known as the Light of Evernight were neatly installed atop stone pillars lining the streets. They emitted a soft, steady radiance that rendered every alley and thoroughfare clearly visible, casting long, peaceful shadows against the masonry. Kaido strolled down the main avenue without a single guard in tow. He could feel it faint but inexhaustible ripples of power converging from every corner of the city, eventually flowing into his soul fire. Pure, unadulterated power generated by belief. Ever since he had issued the decree requiring a daily prayer from every citizen and resident, the rate of accumulation for this energy had ascended to an entirely new tier. He was satisfied. He passed a young girl in clean linen clothes leaning over a windowsill. Under the glow of a street lamp, she was intently reading a picture book. Her mother sat nearby, busy with needlework, a gentle smile touching her face. Further down, several dwarven craftsmen, finished with their day's labor at the foundry, emerged from a tavern arm in arm. They hummed discordant folk tunes from their homeland, wobbling slightly but looking utterly content. A skeletal patrol marched past them in perfect synchronization. The two groups passed each other with the casual indifference of people who had grown used to the new status quo. Stability. Prosperity. Everything was unfolding exactly as he had envisioned. Kaido stopped, surveying the harmonious night scene. Something was missing. People finished their work, ate their dinner, performed their mandatory prayer, and then what? They slept. They woke up. They worked again. This life is incredibly boring, Kaido thought. As a modern soul who had been raised in a world saturated with subculture and entertainment, Kaido found the lack of fun intolerable. His subjects couldn't live like worker ants who only knew productivity. They needed a distraction. They needed a vice. Troubadours? Kaido shook his head. Theater required venues and specialized actors, the coverage was too limited. As for bards, they were currently busy singing epics about his greatness across the continent. It was nice for the first week, but even he was getting sick of hearing about the benevolent King of Bone. It had to be something low-cost, easily replicable, wide-reaching, and most importantly addictive. A spark of inspiration struck his mind. Yes, web novels. This world had books and printing technology. Though primitive, the foundation was there. If he solved the content problem, he could trigger a brand new era of entertainment. His mind made up, Kaido turned and headed toward his residence. He needed a tool who could execute this plan with mechanical perfection. Greed's office. Greed was currently buried behind a literal fortress of paperwork. 3 different quills were laid out on his desk. He was using both hands to simultaneously process 2 different documents at different speeds. One was a reform proposal for the vassal state taxation system. The other was the selection criteria for the next wave of imperial civil servants. Suddenly, the air before him rippled with a slight distortion. Greed's hands went still. He stood up and bowed to the empty space. Kaido stepped out of the shadows. He gave a casual wave of his bony hand, signaling for Greed to dispense with the formalities. He scanned the stacks of parchment that nearly reached the ceiling. Busy lately? Greed answered without a heartbeat of hesitation. Reporting to the master, everything is within parameters. Kaido walked to the wall where a massive map of the continent hung. Greed, I have a new assignment for you. Greed snapped to attention. I await your instructions. I intend to promote a new form of entertainment within the empire. My subjects require a richer spiritual life to supplement their work and prayer. Greed blinked, appearing genuinely puzzled. Entertainment? Please enlighten me, my lord. Who is the target demographic for this initiative? What are the projected social metrics? Do you require a cost-benefit analysis and a 3-year ROI projection? As Greed spoke, Kaido felt his phantom temples begin to throb. Don't try to apply your MBA business models to this. The entertainment I'm talking about is pure, unadulterated. Kaido rubbed his jaw, searching for the right term. For example, reading storybooks. Storybooks. Greed thought back to the few texts he had seen. Do you refer to the illustrated primers for toddlers? To my knowledge, their pedagogical value far outweighs their entertainment index. No, I mean stories for adults. Kaido decided to explain it in a way Greed's bureaucratic brain could grasp. I intend to establish a brand new department, the Imperial Ministry of Literature. Its duty will be to solicit high-quality narratives from across the empire. We shall print these stories in bulk and sell them to every citizen at a minimal cost. These stories must be gripping, addictive. They must allow the reader to forget the fatigue of the day and sink into another world. Greed murmured. The master intends to provide spiritual commodities to boost the populace's happiness index. This will indirectly increase labor motivation and further solidify the empire's cultural hegemony. Kaido patted Greed's shoulder. If you want to frame it that way, sure. Go with that. In any case, the task is yours. Issue a decree. Tell the world that the Evernight Empire requires their imagination. Regardless of birth or race, anyone who can pen an engaging story shall be rewarded handsomely by the throne. By your command, my lord. I shall draft the Evernight Imperial Literary Revitalization Charter immediately. Step 1. Establish the Imperial Literary Review Board. It shall consist of 5 linguistic experts and 3 psychologists to determine narrative retention ratings. Step 2. Initiate a 1-month nationwide open call for manuscripts. Entries will be graded across for dimensions, plot complexity, character magnetism, value alignment, and merchandising potential. Step 3. Filter the top 100 authors and sign them to imperial labor contracts. We shall provide standardized creative training, and issue a mandatory weekly quota of 30,000 words, with a 1,000,000-word ceiling per volume. All intellectual property will belong to the throne. Authors shall receive a base salary and a tiered commission based on sales volume. We shall also implement negative feedback elimination mechanism. Any author whose work remains in the bottom decile for 3 consecutive months shall have their contract terminated. Greed finished his pitch in a single breath, looking at Kaido with a gaze that said, "Is my plan not perfect?" Kaido had no words. He had asked for a renaissance. Greed had built him a literary sweatshop. "I am here, master. In your opinion, what constitutes a good story?" Greed didn't hesitate. A good story is one that maximizes user payment conversion, generates the highest volume of derivative merchandise, and creates the greatest measurable value for the empire. Kaido sighed, waving a hand dismissively. "Start with your plan. However, before you begin your open call, I'm going to set the standard myself." Setting the standard? Kaido didn't explain. He strode to Greed's gargantuan desk, swept a pile of tax reports onto the floor, and smoothed out a blank sheet of high-quality parchment. He picked up a quill and dipped it in the inkwell. Under Greed's bewildered gaze, Kaido began to write. Before the Blood Sweatshop factory opened its doors, he was going to teach the authors of this world a lesson by writing a true power fantasy, Naru-style, web novel. Kaido's quill paused for a heartbeat, then etched the title onto the page. Regarding the time, I was hit by a carriage and reincarnated into another world as the Demon King. He nodded with satisfaction. The flavor is spot on. Then, he wrote the opening sentence. I, Sato, am just your average gamer shut in. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn, just remove the hyphen symbol, to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 148. Chapter 148, Great Expectations. 1201 words. Chapter 148, Great Expectations. Greed stood quietly to the side. He did not speak, simply watching Kaido. The supreme sovereign of the empire was currently throwing himself into his new literary career, with a fervor that bordered on mania. The quill danced between Kaido's finger bones, moving with such frantic velocity that it left a blur of afterimages in the dim light of the study. Watching the master who usually radiated an aura of divine stillness act so human, Greed fell into deep thought. He truly could not comprehend it. Why did the master never show this level of high-voltage enthusiasm when dealing with the mountains of administrative reports? Why had he never looked this radiant when planning the Empire's 100-year strategic roadmap? And yet here he was, scribbling a story that sounded to Greed's ears utterly absurd. Kaido's entire soul fire was pulsing with signals of pure, unadulterated joy. Greed couldn't categorize this behavior into any known, sovereign-level, tactical pattern. He found that he didn't exactly dislike this version of his master. Meanwhile, Kaido was completely lost in his own world. He wrote at breakneck speed. Memories that had been locked away since his arrival, the classic tropes and cliched plot points that had accompanied him through countless nights in his previous life, were now surging out like a flood through a broken dam. As he reached a particularly hyped scene, Kaido couldn't help but let out a rattling, triumphant gahaha. This is what the masses actually want. Epic epics. Prince's Revenge. Too heavy. Too depressing. Life is already a grind, why not give them something easy and fun? Finally, after finishing the chapter where the protagonist is bundled up by a goddess and tossed into a newbie village only to end up hauling bricks at a construction site because he's broke, Kaido set the quill down. He let out a long, satisfied exhale, despite having no lungs. He picked up the sheets of ink-drenched parchment, carefully blowing on the wet script. Then, with a look of intense expectation and perhaps a bit of showmanship, he thrust the pages toward Greed. Well, Greed. What do you think? This is the joy I was talking about. This will revolutionize the spiritual life of my subjects. Greed extended his hands, receiving the pages with the reverence one might show a holy relic. He began to read. He read with meticulous, clinical focus. For several minutes, the only sound in the office was the faint, rhythmic crinkle of parchment. Kaido paced back and forth, feeling like a student waiting for a test result. He was vibrating with a mixture of nerves and excitement. Can the people of this world grasp the appeal of a trash-tier isekai? Will they think it's too lowbrow? What if greed thinks it's hot garbage? After an eternity, greed finally lowered the manuscript. Kaido lunged forward, his empty sockets staring intensely. Is it a masterpiece? Is it a work of creative genius? Greed lifted his head, meeting Kaido's gaze with a look of profound analytical seriousness. Reporting to the master, I have conducted a preliminary deconstruction. From a structural standpoint, it completely shatters the linear growth model of traditional hero epics. It utilizes a narrative pattern I have never seen before, driven primarily by accidental coincidences and absurd irony. The protagonist's initial behavior is remarkably impulsive, lacking any discernible long-term strategic objective. However, based on my understanding of mass psychology, this unpredictability is a brilliant hook. It creates a state of perpetual expectation. The reader is forced to keep turning the page just to see what kind of stupidity the character will commit next. Kaido nodded frantically. You get the Naruto vibe. Greed continued without pause. Furthermore, the characterization of the goddess is a total subversion of established mythology. She is a cocktail of sloth, idiocy, and avarice. Rather than acting as a divine benefactor, she serves as a constant source of systemic friction for the protagonist. This negative buff teammate trope is highly innovative. Greed paused, searching for a summary. In conclusion, my lord, the story is strikingly novel. Based on my assessment, it possesses the potential to become a viral hit. The target demographic is near infinite due to the low barrier for reading comprehension. It provides a powerful mental anesthetic, it provides profound spiritual relaxation. As Greed spoke, Kaido's soul fire burned brighter and brighter. Sure, Greed was using professional jargon, logic failure, negative buff, anesthetic, but Kaido knew exactly what he was actually saying. He's praising me. From a professional, 360-degree, zero blind spot angle. A soulmate. You are truly my soulmate. Kaido began pounding Greed's shoulder with his bony hand, the impacts making a series of loud clack-clack sounds. I knew it. I knew my vision was correct. Kaido's vanity had reached its peak. He strode to the wall map with heroic flair, gesturing toward his dominion. Pass my decree. This book. Immediately. Take it to the printers. I want every resident of Iron Fortress to have a copy in their hands. I'm going to trigger a novel tsunami. Kaido whirled back to Greed, holding up for skeletal fingers. Initial print run. Give me 4 million copies. The air in the office solidified. Greed stood perfectly still, silent for a full 15 seconds. Kaido stared at him, his soul fire flickering with growing impatience. Did you stutter? I said 4 million. Not a single copy less. For the first time, a note of genuine difficulty entered Greed's voice. Master. Calculating by the Empire's current pinnacle of printing technology, the Royal Foundry's highest efficiency, to print, proofread, ink, and bind a 300-page volume, the fastest we can move is 3 days per book. 4 million copies. Assuming every workshop runs 24 hours a day without cease, and disregarding all material wear and tear or unforeseen accidents. It would take approximately 32,857 years. Kaido's expression, and his 4 fingers, froze midair. 32,000 years. Are you kidding me? By then, the sun would have gone cold 800 times over. In his previous life, web novel platforms updated tens of millions of words a day. A physical book could go from the press to the shelf in a week. How had his cultural enlightenment plan turned into a multimillennial epic project before it even started? Kaido felt his grand design for national revitalization dying in the womb. He looked at Greed's apologetic face and felt a wave of powerlessness. I won't let it end like this. Kaido snapped his hand back and slammed it onto the desk, sending a stack of tax reports flying. Technology is a bottleneck, yes, but it is not a reason to surrender. Start the presses. Activate every workshop we have. Print as many as you can manually. Kaido began pacing in circles, his soul fire flashing rapidly as his modern soul brain went into overdrive. As for the printing technology, he skidded to a halt, glaring at Greed with a manic intensity. I will solve it myself. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/holoborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 149. Chapter 149. Completion 1164 words. Chapter 149. Completion. Half a day later. A patch of wasteland outside the walls of Iron Fortress. This land had originally been earmarked for the next major factory, but it had been temporarily requisitioned for a far more sacred purpose. Kaido stood in the center of the clearing, surveying the few hundred skeletons gathered from various imperial departments. These skeletons each had their own. Some were stacking rocks into towers of questionable structural integrity. Some were digging holes only to immediately fill them back in with the same dirt. One particularly focused individual was engaged in a headbutting contest with a tree, rhythmically slamming its skull against the bark. Listen up. Instantly, the hundreds of skeletons ceased their eccentricities. In perfect, bone-creaking synchronization, they swiveled their heads to face their sovereign. Our mission today is to create something entirely new. Kaido held up a wooden board he'd prepared. On it was a crude diagram of a small square block. On the block, a single character was carved in reverse. Step 1, we need to manufacture thousands upon thousands of these tiny blocks. Kaido pointed to the diagram. Step 2, on each block you will carve a single letter. Step 3, we arrange these blocks into sentences. Step 4, we apply ink, lay paper over it and press. We'll be able to produce book pages at lightning speed. Is that understood? A chorus of rhythmic gauze erupted as the skeletons nodded in unison. Excellent. The materials are over there. Operation Gutenberg start now. Kaido gestured toward the mountains of timber, clay, and iron tools. With a collective rattle, the skeletons charged the pile. Naturally, the situation devolved into chaos within seconds. The demolition squad, from the Department of Infrastructure, had a very literal understanding of the word block. 3 skeletons hauled over a massive, 6-foot-long oak log. Using a 2-handed saw intended for felling trees, they began to work with grueling intensity. 10 minutes later, a waist-high, half-meter-thick wooden stump was born. The 3 skeletons stood around the massive chunk of wood, tilting their skulls as if wondering why their block didn't look like the master's drawing. Elsewhere, a few skeletons from the Arcane Legion had found the clay. Possessing slightly higher IQs, they deduced that the clay needed to be dried. One of them cupped its hands, manifested a condensed fireball, and launched it point-blank at a large mound of wet clay. The clay detonated, showering a dozen nearby skeletons in wet, gray sludge. Kaido felt a phantom pulse of pain inside his skull. Small blocks. Uniform size. Like this. He marched over to the skeletons wrestling with the giant log, snatched up an axe, and began hacking with precision. Wood chips flew in a frantic spray. Soon, a pile of uniform, palm-sized wooden squares sat on the ground. Kaido held one up for the crowd to see. This size. Copy this. This time, the skeletons seemed to grasp the concept. They began a rhythmic clink-clang of industry. Granted, there were still accidents. Some turned their blocks into triangles, while others whittled the wood down until they were holding toothpicks. But eventually, after wasting half a mountain of timber, a pile of barely qualified blocks was ready. Step 2. The carving. Kaido had a massive board hauled out, listing every common word used in his novel. One block, one word. And it must be carved in reverse. The skeletons swarmed the board, staring at the symbols. One skeleton pointed to the character for bone, and let out an excited "Gah." It grabbed a chisel and went to work. Moments later, it proudly presented its masterpiece. It wasn't the word for bone, it was a shaky, abstract self-portrait of a skeleton. Another was responsible for the word eat. He seemed to have a unique interpretation of the command. Having finished the carving, he immediately shoved the wooden block into his jaw and began to chew vigorously. The most absurd case was the skeleton assigned the word I. He stared at the block for a long time, chisel in hand. Finally, he gave up on the wood entirely. When Kaido ran over, the skeleton had already carved a jagged, lopsided I directly onto one of its own ribs. He looked quite proud, pointing at his chest and then at the board, as if showing Kaido how well he had internalized the lesson. Kaido's soul fire flickered with the intensity of a dying sun. Suppressing the urge to dismantle them all for firewood, he stepped in to provide hand-in-hand instruction. The character for King is 3 horizontal lines and 1 vertical. He gripped a skeleton's hand, guiding the chisel. The skeleton was obedient, but the second Kaido let go, it added a tiny dot to the top of the symbol, changing it from king to master/lord. Then, it dropped to one knee before Kaido. Kaido realized he needed to change his strategy. These things were too literal for linguistics. Forget the words. Your task is to treat these marks as pictures. Copy the pictures onto the wood exactly as they appear. This command the skeletons could handle. They stopped trying to interpret the meaning, and focused purely on mimicry. The scene was still a mess, but slowly, a collection of bizarrely shaped but recognizable type blocks was produced. Step 3. The layout. Kaido produced the first page of his manuscript. Follow the order on the paper. Find the matching picture and place it in this frame. He held up a heavy iron chase. This was the spark that ignited the powder keg. One skeleton found the block for demon. Just as it reached for it, another skeleton also eyeing the same block snatched it away. A wrestling match over a single piece of wood broke out instantly. Kaido didn't hesitate. He grabbed both brawlers by the spine and dragged them to a nearby pit. This was the temporary re-education demonstration zone. Without a word, he tossed them in and began shoveling dirt over them. The clearing went dead silent. Every skeleton stopped moving, watching their 2 companions who were now nothing but heads sticking out of the soil. The 2 buried heads were still glaring at each other. Kaido dusted off his hands and turned back to the crowd. Continue. With the threat of being planted looming over them, the skeletons' collective IQ suddenly spiked. They formed an orderly line, carefully selecting their assigned characters and handing them to the layout specialist. Finally, just as the sun dipped below the horizon, the first movable type printing plate in the history of the Evernight Empire was complete. It was crooked. There were massive gaps between the blocks. Some characters were even slanted at a 45-degree angle. But it was done. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 150. Chapter 150. The First Edition 1300 words. Chapter 150. The First Edition Arcane Legion Laboratory. Skill avarice and skill lust were currently staring in a stupor at a nesting doll, beaker, a piece of accidental abstract art born from their failed spatial experiments. The entire lab was thick with the decadent, heavy atmosphere of academic defeat. Just then, the doors were kicked open with a bang. Kaido marched in with heroic flair, cradling an assembly of iron frames and wooden blocks. He radiated the smug energy of a man who had just reinvented the wheel. He completely failed to notice the soul-deep exhaustion etched into his two lich subordinates. "What do you make of this?" Kaido slammed the heavy iron frame onto the lab bench. The impact made the nesting beaker jump. Lust leaned in curiously, poking the crooked wooden blocks within the frame with a dainty finger. "Master, is this some sort of new building block toy for the children?" Kaido wagged a bony finger, his voice taking on a mysterious, profound tone. "No, no, no. This is the cornerstone of civilization. The vessel of thought. The very future of the empire." Avarice stepped closer, scanning the crude contraption with a clinical eye. "Master, my analysis indicates these wooden blocks are of non-uniform size, the engravings vary in depth, and several edges possess jagged burrs. As a precision component, its margin of error exceeds 70%. Furthermore," Avarice picked up a block engraved with the character for I. The script is reversed. "It is backwards. It's supposed to be backwards." Kaido snatched the block back as if it were a priceless relic. "This is movable type printing. We arrange them, apply ink, press them onto parchment," and Kaido launched into a spit-flying explanation of his grand vision. After he finished describing the utility of the printing press, Avarice looked genuinely perplexed. "Master, while this device would certainly increase the speed of text replication, we undead can exchange vast amounts of data via the soul link. As for the other sapient races, the Academy's current scribes and woodblock printing satisfy the basic needs of knowledge dissemination. Why do we require a technology of this velocity?" Kaido didn't hesitate. He looked Avarice dead in the eye sockets. "Because I want it." 5 words. That was all it took. Every ounce of Avarice's doubt vanished instantly into the void. He offered a deep, reverent bow. "I understand, my lord." Lust, still in her human girl avatar, shot Avarice a look of pure disdain. He doesn't even understand the basics of pleasing the master. No wonder his research is stalled. Suddenly, Kaido grabbed both liches by the shoulders. "The efficiency is currently pathetic. I need you two to use your magic to give it a next-gen upgrade. I want a fully automated system. I want to be able to send text through the soul link, have it auto-lay out the blocks, and print by itself." Lust and Avarice shared a glance. "By your command, master," they replied in unison. The reconstruction began. Lust's first attempt involved applying a mass animation hex to the plate. The moment the array activated, all the wooden blocks let out a collective hum, and went airborne, flying out of the frame, and buzzing around the lab like angry hornets, clattering into expensive instruments. Eventually, after Avarice stabilized the energy flow and accidentally printing the entire Introduction to Necromancy onto the lab ceiling, a brand new magical machine was born. It looked like a massive obsidian box. Kaido gave it a resonant name, the Evernight Press. The Imperial Ministry of Literature. This was the newest department established in Iron Fortress, housed in a modest 3-story stone building. When Kaido arrived hauling the Evernight Press, the elite staff of the Ministry, a group of skeletons who had recently graduated from the academy, were engaged in high-concept artistic pursuits. One skeleton had detached its lower half and was lying on the floor, using its own spine as a ruler to attempt to draw a perfectly straight line. Another was hugging a boulder, frantically carving at it with a chisel while muttering poetry. A group in the corner was engaged in a heated debate. The topic: whether humans preferred their morning porridge sweet or savory. There were 2 bowls of porridge before them. They couldn't reach a consensus, so they took turns trying to taste it, which resulted in 0 flavor feedback, and oatmeal spilled all over the floor. Kaido, having grown used to this, cleared his throat to draw their attention. "Listen up. From today, this machine belongs to your department." Kaido installed the Evernight Press in the center of the room, and loaded a stack of parchment into the feeder. Then, via the soul link, he transmitted the text of the first 10 chapters. The machine let out a low, vibrating rumble. The skeletons swarmed the device, craning their necks to see inside. A series of rapid click-clacks and mechanical thuds echoed from the obsidian casing. Suddenly, a sheet of parchment covered in neat, black script was spat out of the other side. Then another. And another. The speed increased until the pages were a blur, piling up on the floor. "Don't just stand there," Kaido barked. "Collect the pages. Bind them into volumes." The skeletons snapped out of their trance and lunged for the paper with a chorus of gauze. Chaos ensued. It took Kaido personally stepping in to teach these literary elites how to distinguish the front of a page from the back. After using a bit of slime mucus magic to complete the binding, the first batch of finished products was ready. They were thin, flimsy pamphlets with rough covers and slightly lopsided stitching. But Kaido didn't care. He picked one up, his soul filling with a sense of accomplishment. He turned to the head of the ministry, a skeleton wearing a very large, unnecessary hat. "Immediately. Distribute these to the public. Make them free. And do not tell them who the author is." That afternoon, the residents of Iron Fortress witnessed a peculiar sight. A group of skeletons hauled several large crates into the center of the busiest plaza and erected a makeshift stage. A ghoul stood atop a crate, shouting at the top of his lungs. "Free books. Read all about it. The latest in entertainment. One per person. No coin required." Pedestrians stopped, casting suspicious and curious glances. A dwarven miner, just finished with a grueling shift at the mountains, shoved through the crowd and snatched a pamphlet from the box. He flipped it open, and the first thing that hit him was the ridiculously long title. The dwarf's brow furrowed into a deep scowl. "What kind of gibberish is this?" he muttered, turning the book over to check for a price or a hidden curse. "Who has this much free time? Writing useless trash like this?" He curled his lip in disgust. "This paper is too stiff to use as toilet rags." He balled the pamphlet up, preparing to toss it into a nearby waste bin. But as he did, his eye caught the first line of the crumpled page. "I, Satokuin, am just your average gamer shut in." The dwarf froze. "What in the hells is that?" He paused, a strange, inexplicable curiosity bubbling up. He pulled the crumpled ball back from the edge of the bin. "It's free. And the name sounds incredibly stupid. I might as well see how stupid it can get." Muttering to himself, the dwarf stuffed the pamphlet into his grimy pocket and turned toward the nearest tavern. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.